I was just told that Coca-Cola from Mexico tastes better than the US version. I got one from Mexico and one from the United States. Now let's see which is better. We're gonna pour them up in some authentic Coke glasses. The US version first. And a lot of people say, well, the biggest difference is cane sugar versus high fructose corn syrup. Pop open the Mexico glass bottle. Keep in mind, I failed Spanish twice in college before I finally passed. The only thing I can understand on this labeling is that it's refreshing and that it has caffeine. First, try the US version. That's Coca-Cola. I'm a die-hard Coke fan over Pepsi. Clean my palate with some water. It is night and day. It's way more fresh, and it has more flavor. This is you versus the guy she tells you not to worry about.
The only reason these rules exist is because they're written in blood. Somewhere, sometime, an act of negligence occurred and someone was seriously injured or died. That's why these rules exist. Someone died for them. So who are you to dismiss them as irrelevant or unimportant? So in this video, we'll cover the universal firearms handling rules, what they are and how they should guide your actions anytime you handle a firearm. We'll also discuss common range rules and introduce principles for positions of the gun. So first off, what are the universal firearm handling rules? Number 1, all guns are always loaded. Number 2, never point a gun at anything you're not willing to shoot or destroy. Number 3, keep your finger off the trigger until your sights are on the target. And number 4, be sure of your target and what's behind and beyond it. Let's look at the name, Universal Firearms Handling Rules. The first component there is universal. They only apply to the actual working gun. So then and they're like, hey, is that loaded? And they're like, no, don't worry, it's unloaded. And then that changes behavior and the accident happens. So what you don't want to have is 2 sets of gun handling rules. One for dangerous guns that are loaded and a different one for supposed safe guns that are unloaded. You want to have one way of thinking about the gun and one way to handle the gun. All guns are always loaded is my preference, and it's my preference because of that phraseology, that terminology bothers me because I know it's not true, but it forces me to act a certain way. And the only reason these
Vengeance is Mine is the Steven Seagal mega blockbuster hit movie where he showed the world.
If your enemy's hungry, give him something to drink, and then you kill him.
It starts off with Seagal ruining another funeral. Later, he sees the cemetery staff patiently waiting and has a quick word with them. Yes, excuse me, sir, but, f*** you! And f*** this grieving widower! Half the bodies in this cemetery are his work, motherfuckers. Then holy shit, it's his buddy.
Marcus, what are you doing here?
I told them you were a friend of mine.
Well, that explains their confusion.
You know I'm not supposed to be operating on U.S. soil.
They don't want him here either. Get to the fucking point.
If you want to get the people who killed your team, we can help.
If it's a person, then obviously he wants to kill them.
I will kill him right in front of you. Then I'll kill you.
Meanwhile, they're doing their own investigation.
We still have no leads.
But that's boring, so Seagal daydreams about the time he viciously attacked another cop during an interrogation. So f*** it, how about the Shawshank guy?
He's been in isolation for 3 months. No one's been allowed to have any contact with him except for his attorney, and he checks out too.
It's definitely that attorney, but Seagal was napping and also doesn't care, so we're going with that first guy.
Even in isolation, prisons are like,
Let me guess, something to do with food.
cafeterias, man.
Yeah, they're basically the same thing. Then Seagal puts on a dazzling display of no look, heavy flinch, maybe a little cry shooting.
I think initially we met because I think you were talking shit about me.
Why the hell didn't anybody say my mic was muted until now? Alright, well, there you go. Yeah, so what I was saying is, I don't know why the fuck Bryan Johnson would have any interest in talking to Mike Israetel on health and wellness when this is the fucking retard who said alcohol is good for you. Oh, dude, this is gonna be pathetic.
How have you dealt with, I mean, you've really blown up online and you have a lot of notoriety. How has that affected you, the way you think about the world and yourself and what you're doing?
That's a really good question. It's definitely something.
He has the maturity of a toddler, and he whines and cries about stupid bullshit and threatens to kill people when he gets angry.
To think about, because when you make YouTube videos and write books and make software and stuff, you do things happen. You can even pull up your iPhone and see your face on the screen. And there's a bit of like, oh, like, I guess, like, you see the numbers, like how many views or whatever you get. And you're like, okay, those are numbers. They're kind of almost devoid of any reference to any kind of emotion. Like, okay, those are high numbers, I guess, relative. What does that mean? It doesn't mean anything. And then it first started to really hit about a year and a half, 2 years ago when, like, I think.
No, I don't really watch Lane Norton. I don't take him particularly seriously. He has really poor critical thinking skills just in general.
Most people operate when they're in the public sphere, like walking through a shopping mall at an airport, under there's the assumption of general anonymity. Like, I can go to the mall and walk around with my wife, and it's just my wife and I, and people look at you. I look really ridiculous, so people often stare, but like that doesn't bother me at all. It's just normal.
Retard in HLR Studio, Ghibli, Richard Berger. Yeah, I'm not falling for that dipshit. Thanks for the donation. That's probably porn, isn't it? I'm not opening up any of these fucking links on stream anymore. Anyway, thanks for the donation.
But then the first few times when people look differently, like, you know they know who they're looking at, and some of them will be like, you're Dr. Mike. And I'm always really happy to meet people, so it never throws me off. But the fact that it happens after when...
No, Jagmeet Singh is a retarded fuckwit, and he's ruining Canada for no particular reason. Jagmeet Singh is just a jackass, just a useless fucking idiot.
And I walked away for the first several dozen times. I was like, whoa, what the hell? And then after a while, it like happens all the time. And I still, to this point, have not gotten used to it in the sense of like, whatever. It's much more like, oh, cool, that happened. Like, it's still the same narrative as before. Which means in the real world, they just never say it to you, because people almost never do that after, teenagehood. But then on the internet, you see very, very unfiltered opinions, very hot takes about who you are, what it is you're doing, how you're thinking. You have this other thing where, including right very now, exactly how you phrase and don't phrase various things alternatively, you are judged on. And I have absolutely no problem being judged. I don't think I'm expected to be perfect every time. When I flub on something and give an explanation that's not amazing, of course, if I watch it back, I'm like, crap, I should have said this versus that. So that kind of thing is a bit more of a thing. I'm coming to grips with it. I have had my streak of reading comments and being like, I wonder if this person would ever say this to my face. But that's this really nasty kind of dominance hierarchy.
He's totally full of shit. He acts like a fucking 15-year-old girl on steroids online. Like, he can't handle any criticism whatsoever. Just massive crybaby.
But yeah,
Dude, I'm not a retarded troll, just open it up off screen, dipshit, if you think it's porn. It's literally just you turned into Studio Ghibli character with new ChatGPT update. Dumbass retard.
I'm not opening that link on my screen. I took a look at it on my second screen. I'm not opening it up on my main screen. So, no, we're not playing that game anymore. I don't want to have to keep deleting fucking streams. So, yeah, I saw it. Okay, thanks for the donation, retard.
Interesting. So, Mike, one thing I want to talk to you about today on the, is so I'm really trying to figure out like the vibe of the podcast. Like, why does this exist? Why is it valuable to people? And I'll confess, my secret motive is that I do think that humanity is at this critical juncture. Like, we could be evolving into something spectacular. We could also get ourselves into a mess in so many ways. And I see the situation for what it is. And it's hard for me to spend time on anything other than that. But that's not where people's minds are at. People want to put on muscle, and they want to lose weight, and they want to not feel anxious, and they want to not be depressed, and they want to make more money at their job, and they want more status in life, and they want a partner in life. These basic things that humans want. And so I discovered in hanging out with you that we really care about similar things. We see the world in a similar way. So I had many questions for you that I'm now remapping into other directions.
Thank God.
Yeah.
I'd much rather talk about the stuff you and I connected on.
What you're doing. How have you imagined bridging these two worlds from what you've become known for and what you see happening in the world? And do you see there's a way to bridge these two into a conversation that brings people in, that makes them relatable and understandable? Or have you not found that bridge?
I have a few bridges. I don't know if any of them would be something I would claim to be the bridge, the big one that gets everyone thinking on the futurism topic. But at least one of my bridges.
Be honest, have you got a major fetish where what you like is fingers to be put straight up a hot girl's asshole and then put straight into your mouth afterwards? Yum yum yum.
Yes, that is nice. Thanks for the donation, Andy.
Is that I've been fortunate enough to get to talk a few times in places, though never for long enough, is the future of physique and health and biotechnology. Because today, the tip of the spear of the best ROI things you can do for your health and how you look and feel are things like sleep, are things like exercise, are things like proper dietary management, stress modulation, so on and so forth. And those are now beginning to be more and more well understood, tactics and strategies. And it is a big part of my job in the social media sphere and in general through books and all this other stuff, including software, to get people both to understand the theoreticals behind what is sleep, why do you need sleep, what's good about getting enough sleep, how do you know you're not getting enough sleep, so on and so forth. And also empowering them with strategies and recommendations to actually do the thing and having various autoregulatory mechanisms in there for them to guess and check to see, am I doing the thing? Am I lifting properly? Am I getting results? Am I eating properly? How's that going? So on and so forth. So that is stuff that's already kind of a known road. It's not a road we've walked completely yet, but like we know roughly where we're going, and there are some questions that have really good answers, questions that have marginally good answers, questions that we don't know the answers to, but getting the answers is very trackable, and research is currently very fruitful in that regard. I think a lot of people kind of stop their own mental model at that point.
Weak, spineless, and everybody, including Ukraine, including everybody, walked all over us, okay? Besides Trump is a matador, okay? He's strong, and he's America first, and he doesn't play no games. And you know what, Pierce, just really fast, I want to get to why, and I keep took notes. Pierce, why is all this happening? Why are we where we are?
Panel from Pierce.
Trump patched this in the middle of one of his speeches. It's not the U.S. aid that was given to them by the U.S. It's that the U.S. aid promised in totality and not yet paid by the U.S. So you just say the U.S. aid that...
Not to be derisive to other people writ large. Practical human being in 2024 will ask the question of how do I sleep, how do I eat, how do I fitness train in order to get my best combination of, let's say, longevity, quality of life, and physique, vanity, etc. You know, RP is really a vanity channel at the end of the day. And that's totally cool. But something really big changed recently. And it's the first drop in a rainstorm that's going to be an insane downpour. Texas-sized hail, all that shit. I'm kidding. Hopefully just pleasant raindrops, fat raindrops of progress. And that first raindrop to me was the exploitation at large of a new class of anti-obesity drugs, the Ozempics, the tirzepatides, and so on and so forth. Because it used to be that...
He's on those drugs, by the way.
In your pursuit of fitness and health, you could take some supplements. And they had these very small upsides. They were very contextual. You had to be, you know, if you're not deficient in vitamin D, more vitamin D doesn't help you. Arguably, it can become toxic, so on and so forth. And then you could do the basics of actually eating well and doing fitness and all that stuff. But the conversation about pharmaceutical intervention and enhancement was like, you know, metformin might do some things, but it's a very small effect and most people don't need it, blah, blah, blah. And then there's like anabolic steroids and growth hormone, which are like, oh, they work, but the side effect profile is bigger than that's a laundry list. It's worse than the main effect. And so with the new class of anorectic drugs, which is what they're called, drugs that reduce appetite and food intake, you had this situation occur where to millions of people for whom dietary control was not realistic, given their genetic food drive and food environment and history of eating and their current adiposity, it now became insanely empowered to be able to control their diet however they saw fit. The ability to do that through just one injection a week, subcutaneous, or now they have like, I think Ribelsis is like a pill or something like that. Baffling. Because now, to a large extent, for a huge fraction of the population who struggles with weight, your body weight becomes a turn dial. You can just turn the medication dose up and down. As long as the side effects are manageable, and they are very manageable relative to older drugs like anabolic steroids, for example, or, you know, like phentermine and stuff, or drugs that would work for 3 months and then you were used to them, they didn't do anything, just side effects. Now that we have that, all of this proselytizing that I've been doing, and no doubt you've been doing about the coming biotech revolution, has its first real killer on the block. And it's such a weird thing because you're like, it used to be before the 2022 kind of Ozempic revolution, I would just, myself and my friend Jared, pro bodybuilder, we would just blather to whoever was listening about the coming renaissance of biotech. And you get some point, you're just like, look, I get it, man. You like YouTube videos with, you know, Ray Kurzweil in them. Sweet, shut up. But after Ozempic and all those drugs, it's kind of like, oh, is this a one-off? Or are more drugs like this coming? And for me, one of my huge passions and one of my bridges that I mentioned earlier was, okay, what other drugs could be potentially in the pipeline through AI drug discovery and very receptor selectorized drug design, which is now a reality? What kind of drugs are there that could be real game changers? And I can think of at least two offhand. One is what would be called a non-androgenic anabolic. Muscle mass is a critical part of your healthiness of your organs. It's a huge contributor, lowers blood glucose. It works as a calorie sink. It allows you a crazy amount of mobility. It allows everything else to be healthier. I mean, the laundry list of having higher than declining muscle mass with age, coming back up to that mid-20 status and even a little extra is enormous. And you can resistance train it. It has a very large effect, but it takes time. And in addition to that, some people, through a combination of age or just having not so great genetics, quite frankly, they don't get a lot of traction on the problem. They'll gain 3 pounds of muscle. And after a year, they'll gain another pound. And the doctor's like, you could gain another 10. That'd be great. But it's just really not in the cards for you. You're 63 years old. You have whatever genetics. They're just like, you ain't doing the thing. And so a non-androgenic anabolic would be a muscle growth substance that you take that would help you grow muscle and have almost no side effects at all otherwise. And you think this is fantasyland nonsense, but there are many pathways, at least one very good candidate, the myostatin pathway in humans, that would be like not on paper difficult to exploit. I think, okay, if we have...
No, that's fucking stupid. You'd have to control people's genes from the moment they're born.
That, how would that change the game? Well, imagine now you are a person who's out of shape. You're in your 50s and you're like, I need to do something. You go to the doctor and you're like, I need to change my health. It used to be like, well, you got to diet and exercise. And it was a very uphill battle for many people. Now you can be empowered by various drugs, like drugs that reduce food intake and drugs potentially, hopefully in the future, that increase your muscularity. Another drug that increases your resting metabolic rate and potentially another series of drugs for mental stuff. And we're already maybe in the late 2020s at a very different point where if you have physique problems, these bridges to the next generation are here meaningfully to affect you. Very different than theory. I want to be there as it happens to bring people in and go, you should try these, but talk to your doctor because they're...
Retards like Destiny and Avi and Magas be like I do NTK now Wyamiri car NS Cryabo at HLTH Kari. I just had a kidney stone surgery in November. My insurance paid nothing. They claimed pre-existing condition. 20k down the drain. Pay for service to get no cervic.
The only reason they say this is because they've never had to deal with health insurance. That's the only reason. As soon as you have an actual fucking problem, and I mean, this is like universal. I've never seen anyone who makes a, normal income, like, somewhere between 50, 100K per year, who's had, like, something bad happen. Okay, like organ failure, cancer, something like that, where they're paying out of pocket for insurance. And they're like, oh, man, the insurance really took care of me. Like, I didn't have to pay, like, anything, and it just normal insurance payments, and man, I got out of paying like, 50 grand or something because I had insurance. Never heard a story like that. It's always, oh, the insurance tried to get me to do a second opinion and then a third opinion, then a fourth opinion. Then they said these doctors are outside of the coverage range, so I had to go to another doctor. And then when that doctor finally said they need the treatment, they said, oh, under your policy, the treatment isn't fully covered, so you have to pay for this out of pocket. And that's like 10 or 15 grand. Always, all the time, universally. Like, it's only like fucking millionaires that don't complain about any of this shit because they can afford everything just fine. They can pay for all their healthcare problems completely out of pocket and they don't fucking care. So, yeah. Private healthcare is a fucking scam. And when you create a system where the insurance provider is adversarial to yourself and to the healthcare provider, like it just doesn't work. They all find ways to cheat and steal and fuck you over. Thanks for the donation though, Bryke.
Richard Retardberger Vaney Gaines scared of a linkar.
That's pretty good. Yeah, that new AI model is pretty cool. Might have to take advantage of it myself. Thanks for the donation, retard. Jaquavius donated $2 fire-related incidents. Oh, is she gonna spray water on it or something? What in the fuck are they doing? Oh my god. Yeah, and the whole place is fucking burning down now. Why didn't they just have a fire extinguisher? That was just baffling. When you accidentally buy outdoor fireworks for the school play. People are stupid, dude. This looks like a good one. Oh, he's fucked. Oh, that's good. What in the hell did that guy do? What was he doing? Throwing red liquid at your ex-wife in a restaurant. I'm assuming that was some kind of paint that was flammable. Well, people are very smart, clearly. Thanks for the donation, Jaquavius. Andy donated $2. Let me see. Well, I guess he got away. Thanks for the donation, Andy.
Yeah, exact. Key insurance is a fucking scam here in USA, also everywhere else I think. Not just my health insurance but car insurance also put me through so much stress, randomly increasing and denying service. Why am I paying insurance if I get wrecked?
It's a very good question, dude. Luckily, I haven't had to make any vehicle insurance claims. I did actually have stuff stolen from my apartment building twice. And the homeowner's insurance I had actually didn't give me any issues. I had, I think, 2 different bikes stolen twice. And they actually gave me the full money that I claimed they were worth. No questions asked. So that was actually pretty sweet. But that was a smaller claim. That was like, you know, $1,500 or $2,000. Thanks for the donation, though, Bryke.
New Eric Kanefsky vid. Wes Watson confrontation.
Oh, yeah.
We have to react.
Yeah, that's gonna be good. We'll watch that. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Gains is Trans. Dodo donators, keep in mind the reason they're using the Signal app in the first place is to circumvent keeping records of their communications, which is illegal policy that started under Biden, FYI. Oh, I see. Pierce Morgan, if you don't consider this to be classified info about imminent war plans, it may be that you're too partisan to recognize the truth when it slaps you around your tribal chops. If this happened under Biden's watch, Republicans would have rightly gone berserk. Yeah, they would have. Oh, yeah. You think a few timestamps and weather updates after the green light counts as classified war plans? Oh my god. Dude. They shouldn't have a right to vote. These people are just psychotic. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Mangus donated $2, so sentience. Oh my god. He does appear to be sentient. Oh, wow. Oh. Oh, wow. Oh my god. That's amazing. I'd like to have a raccoon friend. Oh. Oh, he's munching. Oh, look at him munching. Oh, he's having a munch. Oh, yes, that's good. Oh, that's a nice Hyrax munching. Those are some good munches. Oh, yes. Oh, wow, that's a good Hyrax. Oh my god. Very nice. Oh. Oh, such a nice baby. My goodness, that's a nice baby. Wow. What a sweet baby. That is good. Oh. Oh, wow. Wow, what a nice friendly moose. Just coming to say hello. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, wow. Oh, that's a good Hyrax. Oh my god, that's a nice Hyrax. Thanks for the donation, Mangus. Richard's Autistic Dono donate $2. Can you debate Dr. Avi on why he voted for Trump? I sort of already did that. So, we already kind of did. Thanks for the donation, dude. Just random vids, donate $2. Fauzi Trip Edition. What an entitled dickhead. Like, it's not even his TV.
I don't want to do this fast.
Presented $10. Squeeze the prick mark to get.
Maybe, maybe you should just live in the woods or something. Because social media is clearly too much for him. Fauzi finds out his dream girl's Jewish. I didn't know he's an anti-Semite.
What ethnicity are you? I'm Jewish and Ukrainian.
Huh? What a dipshit. Thanks for the donation, just random vids. Hey Vince, what's up, dude? How it started, how it ended, donate $2. How it started.
No, you don't. Your vegetables are still fried in seed oil, so just shut up. No, you don't. Your vegetables are still fried in seed oil, so just shut up.
Alex Rosen is morbidly obese. I don't think I'd take any health and nutrition advice he has quite seriously. How it ended. I have a funny feeling he wasn't arrested because he was catfishing predators. Pretty sure had something to do with his behavior and probably doing something illegal. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Say what you want about Wes Watson, but he's clearly not 5'8". When you see him stand next to Karvevsky, who is 6'1", he appears to be around 6 feet tall.
I'd have to take a look at his shoes because he does wear shoes that artificially increase his height. So, we'll see. Thanks for the donation, though, Rabbi Burgess. Oh, fuck. Our donate $2. What exactly happened last stream? Heard it, but didn't get it. Somebody... I don't know why the fuck you ask me. There's obviously a TOS issue. Somebody just sent me a fucking porn link that was disguised as another link, and I opened it up on stream. Stop asking me that. Why? You know it's a TOS issue. Why else would I delete the fucking stream? Thanks for the donation, R.
That's what I want to find out.
You might be wondering how I ended up here. Let's start from the very beginning.
What
What's up, ladies and gentlemen? My name is Eric Konevsky, and as some of you guys may know, this channel is mainly centered around two things: character-based pranks and verifying bodybuilders' heights and weights. That alone should give you an idea of where this is going, but it actually gets so much better. As I said, I typically do pranks while portraying a variety of different characters. I even have a character based on John Bravo, the man on the forefront of all the Wes Watson lore.
How's it going, you piece of shit?
So it only made sense about 4 months ago, when the whole Wes Watson story was starting to get super viral, to make a character based on Wes Watson.
You dumb motherfuckers need to understand this.
Most of you guys loved the character, and the first thing most of you wanted me to do is to go get a scene with the real Wes Watson while dressed as Wes Watson to get his reaction. However, what most of you probably did not know is that the biggest fan of the character was Wes Watson himself. Check it out.
Hey, honestly, I don't really watch those spoof videos about me, but that one was funny. If I saw that guy in person, I'd be like, dude, you are classic. Like, I really thought it was gonna piss me off, and I liked the guy after seeing that one. I'm just saying, he was hilarious.
I said I'd do a video with Wes as Wes if my last video got 20k likes. It did not, so I left it at that. Which, by the way, guys, run the likes up on this video because I still ended up doing it in the end. Who the f else always delivers like this? Now, the most viral video series that I do is based on an idea that my good friend Rich Piana gave me back in the day, where I go to bodybuilding expos and ask all the bodybuilders and famous fitness influencers their heights and weights, then pull out a scale and tape measure to see who's lying and who's telling the truth. Fast forward to 3 months ago, somebody beat me to approaching Wes at the gym, and this is what ended up happening. Wes ended up getting arrested, and his paperwork listed him as 5'8", 230 pounds, when he regularly claimed 6 foot, 250 pounds. When he got out, he immediately started flipping out and insisting to death that he's not 5'8". I mean, he seemed more angry that they listed him at 5'8" than the fact he actually got arrested. So you can imagine the overwhelming amount of times people requested that I go ask him to check. And then once again, it seemed like it was requested by Wes himself when last Friday he posted this story.
Craziest thing is that everybody's so fixated on this. Get the biggest fairy that you know that swears I'm not.
Dude, why does he care? Like, if people went around saying that I'm 5'8", I just tell him I'm not 5'8", I'm 6'3". If you see me in person, you'll notice that I'm over 5'8". So just leave it at that. Like, why does he get mad? It's so bizarre. Like, he's clearly full of shit.
Not 6 foot. Have him come to where I go to the gym, and we'll just do a friendly stand by each other and take a picture. Get as many people as you can. Have them come stand next to me, take a picture, and just document.
Like, by the way, really strange that he doesn't just get a tape measure and show everybody. If he really cares that much, just get a tape measure and then, like, prove it once and for all. Like, he won't. And then he just says weird shit like, stand next to me. And then when people come and meet him, he freaks out, like, tries to start a fight, won't even do it. Like, he's clearly lying about his height.
6 foot, but I'm just gonna play into your guys' game, because this is one of the most friendly things you guys have ever said about me, is that I'm short. You guys think you're hating on me, but it's kind of nice. So you're just saying I'm short and you're wrong, because a lot of the other stuff you say about me is pretty f***ed up.
I don't know about you guys, but that seems like an invitation specifically for me. It would have made zero sense for me to not interject myself into the saga at this point. It almost seemed like everything that had happened was building up to this moment specifically. It just all made too much sense. So I
Dodo donate $2 Russian mints. Let me see. I think you've sent me this before.
I'll give you...
Either you've sent me this or somebody else did. Alright, we'll watch these next. I want to finish the Wes Watson video first. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Vegan Runner, Nuts on You, donate $2. Let me see. Western white women virtue signaling for open borders, rape. It is sort of true. Ali Dawa tells Sneeko that Muslims are encouraged to ask questions when they have doubts about Islam. That's why that guy said never ask any questions, never doubt anything. Right? So people are just clowns.
As a revert, I was
Like, by the way, the only reason Ali Dawa is saying this is to put on the facade that, oh, Muslims think critically. And through critical thinking, it proves that Islam is true. But as soon as you fucking debate the topic, they all run away, they all lie, they all bullshit. This is literally just a bluff.
was like, you shouldn't be made to feel that you can't ask questions. We have Christians who come to Islam and go, I went to the church and asked a question about Trinity and I said, oh, you've got something wrong with your faith. No, you should not be made to feel. And I don't think the Shia did on purpose. We just say that it was, and the enemies of Islam are trying to use Islam because Islam is growing. And
he's very hard to understand sped up.
And you can't really blame them. And they see Islam is growing. People come into Islam. We understand your pain. We hear your pain. It hurts, yeah? But Shia have some sympathy for them. Yeah, okay. Yeah.
I don't think he even understood my question right away. I think that he heard me say the word doubt, and he probably deals with a lot of people who ask him questions, and
but okay, let me put it like this here. Even if you came to me today in front of the Kaaba and said, well, I have a bit of a doubt, I'm not going to come and say to you, A'udhu billah, you in front of the Kaaba, how are you having a doubt? I have to assume the best and say, hold on a second, it can be a doubt. There's nothing with doubt.
So by the way, this guy was in the room with him when that whole thing went down. Nobody said anything. No one stepped up and said, well, hey, Islam encourages, asking questions. He has a legitimate question about this. Like, why don't... No one stood up and said anything. So they're full of shit. They were trying to pressure him with social pressure. Don't think about anything. Don't doubt. Don't ever question anything. And then when he leaves that situation, starts complaining about it and saying, like, look, I have questions about Islam. Nobody can answer. This seems fishy to me. Oh, now they huddle together when that social pressure doesn't work. Oh, look, it's fine to ask questions. Come back in. Yeah, we'll answer. We'll get rid of your doubt. Like, they're the most manipulative, lying dipshits.
Out. There's two things you do with shubahat.
So that doesn't make you a kafir to have a doubt.
No, Aki, Osman, if that's the case, me, I've left Islam. When I first came, there was some questions I asked. Bro, you do two things with doubts. And I'm mentioning this for those who have doubts. Number one, you have a doubt, and what you do is you let that grow. Number two, you say, I have a doubt. I want to go to a person of knowledge, and I want to ask and say, I have a genuine doubt. Let me give you an example. At the time of the Prophet ﷺ, a man came to the Prophet ﷺ and said, O Messenger of Allah, we have thoughts in our head about Allah and His Messenger that we would rather fall from the sky and be eaten up by birds. The Messenger say, oh, you had thoughts about me and Allah? Out. Get not out. Take it. If the Prophet doesn't move, the Sahaba will take him out. Yeah, straight away. Now, what about the man who came and said, oh, Messenger of Allah, make zina permissible for me? To a prophet. You'll never come to the Sahaba. You'll come into a prophet to make what? Sexual intercourse permissible. He didn't say that. He said, look, let's understand. Would you want that for your mother? Oh, mashallah. Oh, by Allah, I would not. Your daughter? By Allah, I won't. Your auntie? By Allah, I won't. He understood the point. He said, then why do you want to do it to other people? Yeah. What about the man who came in he weed in the mosque? Did he come and say, stone him? He said, let him finish.
Did you say weed?
Weed. Urinated. In the UK, we say, yeah.
Speak American, bro.
We call it wee. I'm joking. Urinated. Yeah. So he urinated. So the thing is this. Yeah. So the Prophet didn't come and say, stop him immediately. He said, let him finish. Number one, he cared about his health. Because
look at his face. Six months tops, this guy's leaving Islam, and he's going to say it was a big mistake, and he's going to cut ties with all of these people, never go back to a Muslim country. Guaranteed. He's not digging it anymore. He's realizing, oh, they're robots. They're the type of people that I warned everyone about, where you can't question anything. They try to force you to think a certain way. So, yeah, he realized he made a big mistake. Like, look, there's a reason Andrew Tate does not associate with any of these fucking people. Andrew Tate is smart enough to know. These people are just retarded, insane whack jobs who will, like, fucking kill you or something.
Because to stop urinating in the middle, it can be harmful. If anyone's held their urination back, He didn't come and do that. The person is.
In 1925, there were 450 non-native brown people in Canada, fully legally, or 0.0048% of the population. I don't know what the fuck that has to do with anything. Thanks for the donation, vegan runner.
Sv3rige is a little agitated. The tomfoolery reached an all-time high last night. They put up VG's pussy on the screen, bent over like a beta, pic of his cock in hand with a shit-eating smirk. I was shocked, frankly. VG, I knew you were sus, but that was...
Okay, thanks for the donation, Dodo. Inshallah, donate dollars. Inshallah, Sneako's not a kafir.
I was like reading all this stuff like, oh.
I don't care. I'm not wasting my time watching that. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Back my scale and most importantly tape measure. My friend Tanner and I literally booked the next flight to Miami, Florida. Lucky for us, our camera guy already lives out there. It was finally time for Wes Watson to meet Wes Watson and to find out once and for all if he is in fact 5'8". It was just going to be a friendly measuring, right? That's what I genuinely thought. However, it would have been foolish for me to not potentially anticipate the worst case scenario. Even with Wes saying that he likes me, even with him basically inviting me to come check his height, the man seems to be unhinged, so we made sure to have 2 more of our Florida friends pull up with us just in case to try to de-escalate things if they were to get out of hand. And boy, was that a good call. Let me take you through exactly what happened, and I'll add some commentary after each clip because there was truly
too much going on. Jesus fucking Christ! Look at this stud over here. Dude, suck my dick for the fuck out of here. Why?
As you can see, he went 0.
Yep. He ain't ever getting anybody to measure his height.
To 100 right away. Again, did I think this could possibly happen? Yes. Did I think it actually would? No.
What's your name, man? My name is Wes. Actually, WW Dago. All the motherfuckers know that's Wes Watson from San Diego. I can't talk to this straight up stud over here. I made a story yesterday.
I don't want to. You trying to live off my name? Hey, am I 5'8"? Am I 5'8"? Get the fuck out of here.
That's what I want to find out.
Get out of here, yo.
I didn't even get the chance to ask Wes anything about his height before all of his buddies started swarming me, but he brought up the 5'8" thing himself. He must have watched a lot of my content because he knew exactly what I was there for. And it's
again, if he wants to prove everybody he's he's 6 foot tall, why is he like, it's just so ridiculous.
Sneako gonna get beheaded for being an apostate. Him leaving Islam puts bro in serious danger. It would be better if he just does the occasional Muslim virtue signaling like Andrew Tate does, so they just call him a fake Muslim instead of trying to kill him.
That would have been smarter. Sneako doesn't have to travel to the UK. He also doesn't have to go to Dubai or the EAU or Mecca or any of these stupid-ass places where there's all these dumbass fucking Muslims. He can just stay in the US. There's no reason for him to leave. So if he wants to leave Islam, he's perfectly capable of doing so. But yeah, he's going to leave, guaranteed. You can just see his face. He's becoming uncomfortable with all the stupid shit. So yeah, I give it 6 months tops. Thanks for the donation, retard. Compelling $22 brain reset.
One thing, and I recommend this to people watching, is listening to the Quran. Like whenever it seems like it's too much or I don't know what to do, when I need guidance, I play it and then my brain is reset. And that was part of the reason I reverted, because you could see a video of animals. Like there was a guy driving and he played the call to prayer from his car, and all the cows came to the car as if.
You can play literally any music and cows will come and listen. They're just naturally curious.
They were being called to pray. There's definitely something to it. I think even if you aren't Muslim, listen to the Quran instead. And also you can maximize your time. All that time that you spend in the car, you're listening to music that's just like turning your brain off. When I was in LA doing streams with Neon, for example, whenever we're in the car, his team and him would just like be blasting like Lil Baby or something like that. And she's talking about drugs and money just to kind of like fill up the space in the.
Wait, did his fake nose just fall out? Nope, that's not a prosthetic. It's actually a special nose plug used by water sports athletes.
Jeez, that looks uncomfortable.
To stop water from getting into their noses. You've probably seen those regular nose clips before, but they can get uncomfortable if worn for too long. This custom-made silicone nose plug, however, is designed to fit your nose perfectly. It's comfy to wear, allows air to escape when diving, but completely blocks water from getting in. And if you're wondering why they put it in their mouth first, it's just to add some moisture so it goes in more smoothly. Wait.
I didn't know that. That looks weird.
For all the Islam haters, where are you going to find a building like this, a city like this, where it's all people of your faith, millions of people in one room, where it's this clean, this organized, no one fighting, international languages, pilgrims from all over the world? You can't say the same thing. They could make all these lies up about a religion, say terrorists, say disgusting.
Yeah, about 90% of worldwide terrorism is committed by Muslims. Care to explain that to me?
Things, but you will never have this.
Yep.
Sneeko, who do you think is the next famous person to accept Islam?
Okay, he's upset at me right now. He called me out to a fight, but I still think he has it in his heart. I think Ryan Garcia is the next to come to Islam.
Bruh.
Ryan Garcia, that would be amazing. Alhamdulillah.
Sneak.
Yeah. Thanks for the donation, compelling. Jaquavius donated $2. Fire-related incidents too. Oh. Meanwhile, not in America. Oh my god. Oh, what an idiot. Oh, that is so stupid. What a dumbass.
Блять.
Do they not understand how gasoline works? Oh, this should be good. Hopefully they light themselves on fire. I get fucked. So stupid. My god, they're so stupid. Wow. Oh my god. They're so dumb. Oh, great job. He shorted the battery. I've actually done this by accident too. If you're like taking wires off and shit. Yeah, there you go. That's funny. Thanks for the donation, Jaquavius.
Weird that he didn't want to participate if he's so adamant about not being 5'8", because whatever he measured at, I would have shown on camera. And if he was telling the truth, this would have ended it forever. Also, at this point, the Wes Watson clones just kept multiplying in the background. I saw one of them reach for something in his pocket, so I knew at this point it wasn't going to be very friendly after all.
I will murk your bitch ass, yo.
Second time, somebody has said they'll murder me over height and weight now. Just another day at work.
For what?
Like you acting like a bitch, come up here starting problems.
You made a story yesterday.
I don't know who you are. Get out of here. Go. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get the fuck out of here, you know? I'll break your face down. Please go tell me that I'm not.
Dude. These people are just so cowardly. Fact check, this faggot donated $2. The statement on dogs, 3240, fact check. 3240.
Load of these issues.
You know, with dogs especially, cats somewhat, but dogs especially. Because cats can quite quickly become feral. I've noticed they can very quickly adapt to being like wild again, and they don't really need people. But dogs, yeah, some of them do definitely go.
That is completely untrue. Totally untrue. You can, like, look what happened with Australia. There's a reason why dingoes are in Australia. It's because idiots had pet dogs that ended up getting loose and then becoming feral. There's also other, like, I think dingo is really just a general term for any wild dog in Australia. It's not even really a breed of dog. Same thing happens in India. I know it's a big problem in some areas of Russia where feral dogs, again, got loose, started breeding. Dogs become feral very easily.
Feral, but when you bump into dogs, you know, if you're in a country like Turkey or India, you'll find that a good 8 out of 10 dogs are not feral. Like, they actually really want you to love them and you know.
Yeah, so just because an animal is friendly, it does not mean it isn't feral. You can find there's actually wildlife photographers that have discovered wildlife photographer, wild wolves, heading or something. There are wild wolves.
This is really interesting.
I don't know if, yeah, this is on a reserve, right? Or something. Yeah. Anyway, there are wild wolves. Certain packs are actually friendly to humans. There's some wildlife photographers who've talked about this. Some wild wolf packs, they're very territorial and very hostile. Some are friendly. Same with practically any animal. I mean, you can find fucking wild wolverines that'll come up and get pets. Meeting a coyote. Yeah, there's a coyote.
Pet you. Let me pet you. Ouch. Let me pet you.
I think that might have been his pet.
Ah.
Yeah, there's a coyote. So, no, you can also find, like, wolverines. You can find plenty of wild animals that'll come up and say hello to you.
Hang out with them, and they really kind of evolved to thrive off of human contact. And when you think about it that way, that some of these dogs spend their entire lives 24 hours a day until eventually they die in one of these places, and they get some love, don't get me wrong, but they don't have it's not like a home. It's not like a fulfilling, rewarding community they have. They live in a block, a concrete block, you know, like a little.
Yeah, that's just a stupid claim. So their dude is down to debate.
basket and thy store.
I've already debated him. He's a dumbass. Thanks for the donation, dude.
So at this point, you could see Wes's friend Rob, who hit the last guy who showed up to the gym with a dumbbell, sneak around everybody once again, and he grabs the camera, but my camera guy, shout out D-Bob, was just not gonna let go. The next minute or so, you can't really see much because it's just D-Bob and that guy having a tug of war with the camera. But at this point, my friend, also named Rob, came over and tried to calm down their Rob, and Tanner and I eventually also noticed what's going on and came over to try to de-escalate it.
Chill, bro. Chill. 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 Yo, man. We didn't come here for that. We came here to really good. It ain't like that.
What, handle it?
Handle what?
You came over here for some heat, yo. What's up?
We did it.
What the fuck you come over here for?
To make friends.
He made a story saying to check his site. He said it would be friendly.
You don't gotta touch the camera, bro. You don't have to touch the camera.
Huh?
You don't have to touch the camera. We didn't come here touching anybody.
Take your little bitch ass out of here, yo. I'll break this shit in your face on me.
You're 6'6".
6'4".
Wants to make money off of
All we wanted to do was measure it and prove. We wanted to prove it.
nothing to prove, man.
At this point, we were ready to get the fuck out of there. Again, I asked people their height and weight. I'm not there for a prison riot, but at this point, we realized that their Rob had, for lack of a better term, robbed the receiver from the camera, which picks up all the audio, so we had to go back and get it. I let Tanner do most of the talking because everybody seemed to like him the most, and I was about one word away from this turning into a complete fiasco.
Hey, should we go get our receiver?
Are you serious?
Yeah,
Where's the receiver? I just want to grab the receiver. I just want to grab the receiver.
Dog, y'all shouldn't have walked up in here with that bullshit.
So it's all right to just take someone's camera equipment?
You're lucky that whole camera ain't gone, dog.
Why?
What you mean, why?
Why?
You want to walk up here and film with people, that's what the happens right there.
He asked people to.
You make videos like that aren't cool.
You saw his video. You said it was funny.
Cool to do to me. Don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. Don't talk to me.
But what's not cool about it?
It's locked up, guys.
I'll turn it off.
Would you still move to the US under Trump's clownism right now if in April the liberals win hypothetically? Do you think the US will experience even more brain drain of scientists etc. leaving?
Well, it wouldn't make sense to just move to the United States just because, just because the liberals win. They'd have to make Canada worse in some way. And especially if Trump is in office and how things go from there, like, Canada may still be a better option than the US, so it just depends. But yeah, I do not have much confidence in liberal leadership. Best case scenario for the liberals is they do not follow Justin Trudeau era policies, and they actually do end up, making good on their promises to reduce crime, improve affordability of housing, shit like that. But I don't see that happening. Especially with Carney. There's good reason to suggest that guy is remarkably fucking corrupt. He's lying about his net worth. He says it's about 6.7 million, but he won't actually let anybody audit him and find out what his assets are and everything. So it's very strange with somebody with his history would only have a $6.7 million net worth. Really strange. Jagmeet Singh has about $100 million net worth. And that guy's a fucktard. So yeah, the guy who's worked for Goldman Sachs, financial advisor to Canada, the UK, he's lying about his net worth. He probably has a lot of fucking banking connections and shit. And it's pretty clear Trudeau and the Liberals were working with a lot of these banks and a lot of these private investment firms to artificially increase the cost of housing. They've been talking on and on and on and on and on. We're going to lower the cost of housing. We're going to lower the cost of housing. They've had 10 years to do this. And it is massively fucking increased under their leadership. So the idea that in 10 years, they couldn't find some kind of solution to, at the very least, slow down the cost of housing, but no, it's just just ramped up, and it just keeps ramping up. So I think they're just working with big banks, private investment firms. They're trying to make a situation where all of these single-family homes are being bought up. They're not making any new construction, and they're just artificially increasing the price of homes just so that these banks and investment firms can just make more money, steal wealth out of the middle class, all the while saying, oh, our GDP is going up, when it's really not going up. There's no real productive economic activity. And again, it's carny. Again, this guy is a Goldman Sachs employee. He was a financial advisor to Justin Trudeau, or economic advisor. He did the same job in the UK. The idea that he's going to do anything different is just bullshit. But thanks for the donation, Spoderman. T donated $2. Let me see.
I got told that I'm overweight by everyone I met during my trip home. Vietnamese are blunt when talking about body weight, and they were not even mocking me. They were truly worried for my health. I gained 10 kilograms since last year, and since they barely see anyone my size, for them I look a
Can we watch Piers Brain Rot? It's been a while, and latest one is about the Signal group chat stuff.
I'm not really interested, dude. Like, it's an open and shut case. There's no ambiguity here. They broke the law. They did something that they're not supposed to do, and I'm sure you just got some guests on that are going to cope and try to say, oh, it's not a big deal, this and that. I don't really want to hear it. It's like, what's the point? I'm not going to waste my time just subjecting myself to just pure nonsense for no reason. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
alarming. Now that I live in Europe, I've seen several body types, and I know that being healthy doesn't have to mean being super skinny. Still, it is hard to love my body when people talk about it negatively. But
yeah, so if you gained that much weight, you're less healthy. Clearly.
I'm not a 20 years old anymore. I will not starve myself or going on a strict diet ever again.
Yeah, there we go. There we go. Woman brain logic. Oh, I gained, like, over 20 fucking pounds. Oh, well, yeah, I just got older. I'm not gonna starve myself so I can look a certain way. I'm just as healthy, and I'm gonna gain another 20 pounds, and I'm just as healthy. That's just what happens when you get older. Body positivity. Yeah, only women think this way. Like, dudes will be like, yeah, I got fat, whatever. Yeah, I've been drinking too much beer, not working out. Yeah, I should diet, exercise. Women, oh, body positivity. Oh, yeah, there's nothing wrong with this. Yeah, and that's just what they think. There's a huge human trafficking problem in China for two main reasons. One, the single child policy created a situation where there's a massive amount of men that cannot possibly find a wife or girlfriend. There are way more men than women in China. So one, there's a market for women because they're a rare commodity. And two, because of communism, everyone is terrified to report anything to the police. So these human trafficking organizations are just taking advantage of that. Nobody reports human trafficking. Anytime anybody sees anything fucked up, they just don't report it to the police. They carry on about their day because they're paranoid because of communism. So, yep, there's a lot of women getting trafficked.
So, on some level, but on another level...
Apparently, he backed out of the fight.
Then I realized I didn't want to do it because I'd rather be. So Aiden and Seagal lied. And think about this. I called them out to a fight, but then I realized I didn't want to do it because I'd rather be going to Disney World, even though I'm pushing 40, by myself, with no kids. So, on some level, I'm scared to do the fight that I called out. But on another level, I was never gonna do it anyway, because I actually do follow the money. So,
Fresh never backed out of the fight with Sneeko explanation. Sure, this is gonna be bad.
Someone on Aiden's team said, if you don't want to set these terms right now, we're gonna post the actual blogs that you ran from the fight and you backed out. I'm like, that's not true. Why would you do that? They posted it, ran with it anyway, and Sneeko pushed it even further, and I deserved an apology from some people. Yeah. And then as we continue before the fight, we dropped some videos to sweeten the deal, make people aware of what was happening, and then we fight. I think that's fair.
Do you low-key feel like they were trying to bait you into taking like the bad terms though?
100%.
Trying to get you emotional?
Because the problem is that like, if, you know what they wanted? They wanted the public to shame me publicly and push that narrative. Yeah. And then I'd have to be like, all right, I don't be like a pussy, so I got to take this fight now. But in 2 weeks to fight, bro, I'm not done.
It's peer pressure.
That's what I was telling them on the phone, bro.
Pressure.
This sounds like complete and utter bullshit, dude.
Look, I'm not dumb. I act dumb on camera because it's funny, but in reality speaking, I'm not dumb.
That's why.
I know what the play. Yeah, I know what the play is. The play is to get him to fight right now. Oh, Fresh, don't be a pussy, bro. And it's funny. Someone on Aiden's team said, if you don't want to set these terms right now, we're gonna post the actual. You're lying to your audience as well.
Credit. No more leaks happened.
Yeah.
So, most charitable take I can possibly interpret here is Walter had the idea of maybe fighting Sneeko in 6 months or something, but then they tried to schedule something for 2 weeks, and he said that's not nearly enough time to prepare. But that sounds like bullshit to me. Like, why wouldn't he have just said that? That sounds like absolute pure cope. Well, thanks for the donation, T.
Why does Canada and the US have speed limits on their highways but German highways Autobahn has no speed limits? In Germany I was driving 120 meters per hour. If I did this in the US I would get arrested.
You probably wouldn't get arrested in the US. I think it's 20 over the limit is considered stunt driving, then they can arrest you, but if you're... I think if it's under 20 over the limit, they can just give you a ticket or something. Germany also does have speed limits on its highways. It's just the Autobahn, and there might be like a couple other highways, but most highways in Germany, there is a speed limit. And literally everyone speeds in Canada. People are going at least 10 over the limit all the time. I was going 150 in 110 kilometer per hour zone, and I passed a cop and he didn't even do anything. Like, police do not really pull anybody over for speeding here. Thanks for the donation though, Bryke. Jaquavius Cumberdale donate $2 incidents of vehicular nature. I guess somebody was having a bad day.
Oh shit! Fuck!
Why in the fuck?
Oh shit! Crashed into her, blood. This is fuck! Oh my god. Bro. Bro. They just fuck.
My brakes were fading in it.
Just crashed into the other feds, blood.
That is retarded. Experience, auto, and bloom. Perfect blend of nature. What is this? I don't see anything. Oh yeah, I've seen this one.
You mother.
Yeah, the cop was on his phone when he was making the turn.
Why the fuck are you looking at your phone, officer? I got a text from fucking another officer. Give me a second. God damn it. Why are you texting? I don't care if you're texting.
I wasn't texting. I was looking at my phone.
Either way.
Yeah, I know. That was my bad.
Why are you doing that in a turn?
I wasn't paying attention.
Officer, holy shit, dude. Ah.
Yep. By the way, nothing happened to this cop. Nothing. Apparently, according to the law, it's okay for police officers to use their phone while driving, but it's not okay for anybody else to do it. It's retarded. Thanks for the donation, Jaquavius.
Based.
Let me see. That sounds like China being China. Thanks for the donation, Twat Destroyer.
Scroll through some of Nathan's, Destiny's Kids, Twitter feed. Pretty minty. Thanks for the donation, dude. Do you reckon this is legit VG? Also, I'm looking to grow my beard. Do you think Regain Foam is vegan friendly / cruelty free or no?
In this video.
It's just like 5% minoxidil or something. Minoxidil's vegan friendly. Thanks for the donation, Gummy Gum.
Yo, I'm gonna teach you.
This is probably gonna be stupid. I'll watch that later. Thanks for the donation, dude.
I'm not filming anymore.
You made a story yesterday.
Just go, bro. Go live your life, bro. You're a bro.
But you made a story.
Yo. Get out of here, bro.
We'll be gone right now. Thank you.
They really did not want to give it up at first, but we ended up getting the receiver back.
Talk about it. Instant reaction.
We didn't have 4 people, they for sure would have jumped you.
You don't even know. Dude almost broke my hand.
What just happened?
I was trying to make a friendly video and they got really pissed off. Nobody was trying to like be rude or nothing. They just took it that way. We're content creators and he's had a lot of negative shit, so we were just trying to give him a little positive clout, but that's hilarious. That's hard to do.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely knew there was a chance he was gonna act like that, but yeah, we're not like the 7-foot guy trying to fight.
No.
Final thoughts. Holy shit. 5 years and hundreds of interactions doing this, and this is by far the craziest reaction to trying to get somebody's height and weight yet. To reiterate, he said he liked my videos, he said he was down for a friendly height check, and that's all I was there for. The last thing I wanted is a fucking prison riot to break out, because then I can't even post the video, and it's only the reaction channels who gain something from all this. And if a prison riot is what you came here to see, you must start a riot.
My name is Tanner Williams from No One's Safe, and I just wanted to come on here and say some opinions. Nobody's forcing me to say any of this. Even though we went to the gym earlier and we saw Wes and he looked 5'8", he said he was 6 foot. So facts are facts. I'm not trying to argue with that. So if you guys could please just stop trolling him, stop leaving the comments, that would be great. Am I free to go?
Yeah, you can fucking dip. Stupid ass bitch.
Oh, you're insane!
This is my client Justin, who in the coaching for
Yeah, he's probably like 5'9" or something, if I had to guess. $2 can we react? So much hypocrisy.
Hi guys, I'm gonna be reviewing a video.
Yeah, we can watch that later. Thanks for the donation too.
How to make your package look bigger in less than a week. This works. So pay attention, open your ears, open your nose, open your eyes, open your brain. All right? We're trying to...
There's only 2 ways to make your penis look bigger. Like, assuming we're not talking about steroids, or not steroids, surgery or cosmetic procedure. 1, losing weight, and 2, taking something like Cialis tadalafil, just to improve blood flow to the area. So if you get an erection, your erections are bigger. If he's saying anything other than that, it's just all stupid nonsense. The only other thing you can do is get temporary filler injections, which I don't recommend because people can get infections, allergic reactions, and there's inherent risk with these types of fillers where it can cut off blood supply to certain areas, and even when you use a dissolving agent, the dissolving agent won't necessarily get to all parts of where the filler are, and then you can have problems. It can also cause scar tissue to form once the filler's in there, even if it's a temporary filler. And then once the filler's gone and the scar tissue forms, your penis is going to end up being crinkled up. It's going to be hard and painful to get an erection, and it's going to make your dick look smaller and everything. So I would not recommend getting fillers. And then there's surgeries that are just fucking stupid. Like, you can literally have your dick just rot off from an infection. A lot of these surgeries also will not give you results that you want. Like, your penis is going to look weird, jacked up, fucked up, won't work properly. So stupid. So the only thing you can do is lose weight and take, like, Cialis or the generic drug tadalafil.
You should reach out to Jeff Zeit and convince him to go vegan. He said a long time ago he thought about going vegetarian because the animal agriculture industry is a holocaust. I think there is hope for him.
Jeff's side is a selfish twat. I tried talking to him and he just dodged me. I was in contact with a friend of his and he wouldn't even talk to me directly. His friend just said he's like too afraid to talk to me and shit and just wouldn't do it. So no, he's just a selfish turd. Thanks for the donation, dude.
I take over the game, guys.
Oh, and T donated $2. Let me see. Oh, this is great.
Witness will suspend.
Now we're blaming China for the noticing happening in the United States.
So that protester was a Code Pink lunatic, saying the greatest threat to world peace is funding Israel.
Yeah, right.
I will observe, for the benefit of the audience here on television, that Code Pink is funded by communist China as well.
Yep. It's always middle-aged white women, dude. Bro, middle-aged white women may even be fucking dumber than, like, Trump conservatives. Middle-aged white women are either Trump conservatives or they're fucking retarded, dumbass, pro-mass immigration, like, lefty fucking retards. It's either or. This mentally ill man is perfecting fine with ass-alting a woman but not another man. This is the type of behavior left defends. Today I punched a turf, so I was minding my own business using the women's washroom. So this woman comes out of the stall. Started telling me I don't belong in the bathroom and I need to leave. We ended up getting in a screaming match and I just punched her in the nose. I mean, okay. I don't think anybody would have a problem if it was a black dude in a men's washroom and some white dude told him to leave.
Guys, I'm trying to give you all the leverage possible. Women love me to show a little something. I'm gonna tell you a crazy story that made me want to do this. This was not even last week. I'm getting into the elevator, and this girl was in the elevator, and I had the gray sweatpants on, gray shorts on, and like
So Israel has broken the ceasefire yet again. Big surprise. And just like the whiny little bitches that they are, then the Zios blame the resistance for breaking it even though they've been following the ceasefire agreement the whole time. Fuck Israel.
Literally the first week of the ceasefire agreement, Hamas broke the ceasefire agreement. They were supposed to transfer a certain amount of hostages in a certain time frame. They didn't. They have delayed and stalled every single hostage transfer, and they ended up just flat out refusing to abide by the ceasefire agreement, which required hostage transfer. So, no, it was Hamas who violated the ceasefire agreement. You're just a stupid fucking gay-ass fucktard. If you want to support Hamas so much, just go to Gaza, get blown up like a fucking retard loser. Oh, wait, you're never going to do that because you don't care about Palestinians or anything. You just want a virtue signal.
Why has your viewership gone down so much? Are you struggling to pay your bills?
Nope. I'm making money just fine. Thanks for the donation, dude.
I'm walking the elevator about to put my bag down. I noticed her, the first thing she looked at was my pack. And then looked back up like I didn't see her. Like she did one of those and then like tried to act like she tried to like, you know what I'm saying? Like, oh damn, my bad. I'm like, oh my Lord. In the elevator, she over here checking my wee-wee out. I said, you know what? If women are so compelled, they
all women are looking at you, okay? It's just what people do.
can't even help but look when they notice something that entices them. How can I tell my guys how to make themselves also look big? The first thing that I would do, the first thing that I think you should do, that I do every single day, is I take about 5 to 6 milligrams of L-citrulline daily. I think L-citrulline is probably one of the most wonderful supplements in terms of
I think in order to get an efficacious dose of L-citrulline, you need at least 10 milligrams, and ideally you need to be taking like 20 milligrams or more per day, and that's a particularly expensive supplement. It's cheaper to just take tadalafil. You would end up getting a greater benefit for blood flow, and it would be cheaper, so why wouldn't you just get a tadalafil prescription? T $20, so you think it's okay if a tranny woman has a penis swing around in a woman's locker room?
A transgender
That's
woman
not what
says
they're
she is
doing.
being discriminated against after using the women's locker room.
Angela, we found out says she was using the sauna and women's locker room inside the recreation. Tell us they can't.
I don't care about any of this horse shit, dude.
There definitely be
Yeah, another fucking trans thing.
The part that blows
What is this stupid
the
shit?
part that blows my mind is, you mean to tell me that they had
Yeah, I don't care. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Blood flow is something I've been taking for over a year now, and it makes a tremendous difference. When your body produces nitric oxide, citrulline is one of those things that promote nitric oxide production, right? So it enhances the production of nitric oxide in your body. And funny enough, I actually take this pre-sex. I take it in the morning, I take it in the evening. If I got a girl coming over, I'm taking it before her. It just makes your shit, for some reason, not only does it make your blood flow go crazy, but I also feel like it makes me last a little longer. It doesn't taste like anything I take the powdered form. 5 milligrams a day, right? Just gets my blood flow going. Citrulline, it will help you hang lower, right? The goal to making it look bigger is for your flaccid to look bigger. And if you want your flaccid to look bigger, right, what you want to do is make that blood flow circulate.
Having better blood flow does not increase the size of a flaccid penis. That's not how that works.
Be swinging, man. I want you when you wearing the gray sweatpants, the girl looking down. She don't have no choice. You know what I'm saying? Because that'll make you never know. And this brings me to point number 2: penile traction devices.
Like, by the way, you're talking about pretty small, insignificant differences. You're not going to add, like, you know, an inch or two to the length of your penis or anything. Like, if you're taking a drug like Cialis, you might get, like, if your erections are harder, maybe if you're lucky, like another 5-ish millimeters. Like, it's not huge. And that's when you're talking about erect length. It's not going to make any difference to flaccid length or girth.
I made a video not too long ago showing the proof behind penile traction devices. If you've never watched the video, go watch the video. Basically, I've showed proof penile traction devices can increase your length, and they have done it for plenty of men. But when I first started doing PE, right, and I'm noticing all these gains, I had one girl, I'm not kidding, guys. I had one girl that I smashed. And traction devices, if you've never watched the video, go.
Yeah, so if you look up any research on these penis pumps or stretching devices, they do, like, nothing. And that's if you're adhering to the recommendations from the manufacturer. They literally do nothing. Some studies show literally no difference. Some find like 2-3 millimeter difference. And you have to use these devices for like an hour straight per day. So yeah, they do nothing.
Go watch the video. Basically, I've showed proof penile traction devices can increase your length, and they have done it for plenty of men. But when I first started doing PE, right, and I'm noticing all these gains, I had one girl, I'm not kidding, guys. I had one girl that I smashed, and not even a couple days later, some random number hit me up, and it was her friend. She was like, yo, you were with my friend so-and-so. Do I have to pay you for some dick? Swear to God, I would never forget this moment. I would never forget this moment. That was when it solidified to me that women are full of fucking cap. When they talk about size, don't matter. I have, up to that point in my life, I've never been a small guy. I'm well above average, right? From the beginning. Even before I started doing PE, I started doing.
Then why did you start doing this PE thing? What would be the point?
PE, like trying to, get my shit bigger because I want to be a top dog. Even before then, I had never had a girl wanting to pay me for some dick. Now, in all honesty, it never went through. We didn't actually link up and she didn't pay me. But the fact that she hit me up because I smashed her friend and my shit was big, I was like, what the? I started connecting the dots. Like, what is going on here? Every guy can grow his.
So again, best pie in the sky hope you can have with using any of these devices is getting a few millimeters in extra length or girth. That is not going to make a difference to a woman's sexual satisfaction.
Junk. You don't have to settle for an average or a slightly above average or even a below average wee-wee. Women like big junks. That's just the honesty. The vaginal wall is filled with millions of receptors, neurons that make it very sensitive. The more space you take up, buddy, the better it feels for her. When I started doing PE, when I started using penile traction devices, I started to fill more girls up. That's when their friends started hitting me up about paying me for some dick. Have you ever had a girl want to pay you for some dick? It has never happened to me up until then. Guys, penile traction devices do work and they are safe if you do them correctly. All right, this is what I teach you guys in my.
They don't really work again. you're not going to have a significant increase to your penis size.
Exclusive site, FedEx Talks. I want to help men be well-rounded. I don't want you to be an average Joe. I don't want you to be a guy just settling. I want you to be the best you can be. In FedEx Talks, I give you options. I explore tracking devices I've used. I explore manual routes, pumping. I talk about all this stuff to give you accessibility to pick and do what you feel is best for you. Because one thing I would say about PPE and growing your junk is you got to do some experimentation to figure out what sticks for you. And this is what I tell my guys on FedEx Talks all the time. Experiment, see what works for you.
The effect of penile traction device in men with Perion's disease on penile curvature, penile length, and erectile dysfunction, systematic review and meta-analysis. Only 5 studies met inclusion and exclusion criteria and were published between 2014 and 2021. Sample sizes range from 51 to 110, totaling 419, with a mean of 83.8 patients. Follow-up with a mean of 6.75 months. This meta-analysis evaluated the efficacy of TD on curvature degree, penile length, and erectile function in patients. There was a significant positive effect on curvature degree, while there is no significant effect on penile length and erectile function. Made no difference to erectile length. And when you look at these individual studies, they'll report 2 millimeter increase, 3 millimeter increase. Like, that's literally within a margin of error when you're using like some kind of measurement, like how they held the ruler, how hard, they stretched the penis, or how big somebody's erection was at the time of measurement. They don't do fucking anything. It's just garbage. So, yeah. They don't do anything. Effective adjunct mechanical traction on penile length in men undergoing primary treatment for Perion's disease. Data obtained from 4 studies involving 348 men. Men who used PTT after primary intervention had stretched penile lengths 1.02 centimeters greater when compared with men. This is only, so this one did find a 1 centimeter increase, but this was after treatment for a literal disease. So studies were included if 1, a singular primary treatment of PD, injection or surgical treatment was performed for all including men.
What do you mean PE doesn't work? Stretching devices stretch out the connective tissue. You can aspect 1 to 2 inches from stretching. Penis pumps work through angiogenesis. Studies prove improved blood through and more girth and slightly length because of pump.
I haven't seen that data. All the studies on this horseshit show either no improvement or very, very small improvements that are, like, again, within, measurement error. This is unique because they were undergoing primary treatment for Perion's disease. I'm assuming that's when you have like a weird curve to your penis. I'm gonna search this. Yeah, condition in which fibrous scar tissue forms in the deeper tissues under the skin of the penis. So the only reason, presumably, these people even had an improvement to the stretched length of their penis is because they were getting treatment for this fucking disease where they're getting rid of scar tissue. And chances are the stretching thing also helped with breaking down and getting rid of that scar tissue. So if you're a normal fucking person, like, again, I haven't seen any evidence that these do, like, make any significant changes that would be worth using them, especially in regards, like, especially when considering there are risks to doing this, where you can injure yourself. Thanks for the donation, John. Send me a meta-analysis.
See what doesn't work for you, okay? And I say penile tracking devices will help you make your shit look bigger. Man, you start using them, you get a tracking device, guarantee you, you're not gonna get it takes about 6 months to see solid progress. Right? A lot of results come in 6 months, like of consistent use, 6 months to a year. But I guarantee you, within the first few weeks.
So again, you have to literally put a device on your penis that stretches it, and you have to have this device, you have to wear this device for about an hour per day. That's the general recommendation.
That's actually false, you dumb fuck Zionist. Lol. Israel has murdered over 10,000 children during the supposed ceasefire. The resistance refused the deal so long as Israel keeps preceding their genocide. Then the IOF just said fuck it and blamed them.
Yeah, so you don't just get to make shit up and say it's true. Thanks for the donation, stupid.
You will start to notice that your flaccid hangs lower. You incorporate that with some light pumping, I guarantee.
Revived cock donatillers. If anything, grow your penis skin. The more you have, the less friction, the less you dry out her vagina walls. If you care about woman's satisfaction, foreskin restoration bears fruit. These length copers are scamming. Okay, thanks for the donation, dude.
Your flaccid will hang low. Come back and thank me. So if you want to learn the options that are out there, you want to learn what I teach, what I tell guys to do in terms of making their junk look bigger, growing their size, you want a step-by-step guide on what I've experimented with and what I think is good versus what's not good, go in the link in the description or the pinned comments. Join FitX Talks. Why aren't you a part of it? A membership where you get to learn how to improve your manhood, proven ways to do so, not some shit that I'm making up. So go in the link in the description, pinned comment.
He's making this shit up. Again, somebody, please show me a meta-analysis where the claims he's making are supported.
Join FitX Talks, right? Learn about it. To start making your. It's called Obviously Underwear. Now, I will give a disclaimer. This is not a sponsored video. I just love the product, and they are similar products, but this is the one that I feel is the most comfortable, right? This is literally called, the type of underwear is called Obviously. Now, as you guys can see, this pair of briefs, they literally have a space for your junk. I have never shared this on YouTube. I am low-key regretting sharing this. Because now all of you motherfuckers are gonna go buy it, and I'm not gonna have any advantage anymore. But anyway, fuck it. I'm a content creator. I help guys be better. I'm gonna teach you how to be better. The way this works is your junk, look at the spot for your dick. It packages your junk and it separates it. Technically, it puts your junk and your balls in this one little pouch. So it pronounces your shape even better. It makes a shape for your briefs, for your junk. That's why other briefs, they don't have a space for it. It kind of just stays there. This has a special compartment for your dick. So it's called Obviously Underwear. The reason I like it is because it doesn't come with a brand.
So, by the way, when you're talking about making your bulge look bigger, your testicles are what's going to make that protrusion. So all this is really doing is just making sure your balls are pushed forward so that it makes more of a lump.
When you can check this out. LOL.
Am I 5'8"?
We literally just watched that like 5 minutes ago. Thanks for the donation, eh?
I don't want nobody to know that it's a specific type of brand. So some of them have no branding. That you can go buy and literally your shit will look bigger. You're gonna be walking around the girls and be like, what the fuck is that? Plus you do the penile tracking devices and you got that citrulline in your blood. You're looking crazy. The girls are noticing you. You might be walking in the elevator, the girl will be looking at you. You know what? You might take her back upstairs. Who knows? I'm giving you the sauce. Just take it. You can get it on Amazon. I obviously have bought a bunch of them. It's not a sponsored video. I just think it's a good product and they're very comfortable actually. So that'll make your junk look bigger instantly. And lastly, number 4 is getting rid of your fat pad. This is probably gonna be the one that takes the longest, but it's not any less significant. Because if you're not at a low body fat percentage, you're not gonna make your junk look bigger. If you're not at a low body fat percentage, guess what's gonna happen? Like your fat pad, this is what your body creates when you're excessing body fat. It creates this padding between your groin and your junk. And the more out of shape you are, the bigger that pad is. This is why you hear the saying that fat dudes, overweight dudes can't see their dick. That's because they have their fat pad.
No, it's because their stomach is too big. So there's an area of fat around your pubic area that will build up and it will basically hide sections of your penis. So the leaner you are, the more visible your penis is because there isn't that fat around your pubic area that basically swallows up the base of your penis. So this is good advice. There's actually... there are people who actually get cosmetic surgeries to get rid of that area of fat around their pubic area. You can't actually just get liposuction. and shit like that. Sometimes those procedures are performed for people with disabilities. I've seen that before, where people who are like in wheelchairs and struggle to like move and they're very weak. Because they have fat buildup in that area, it can be hard for them to go to the bathroom, and they do that procedure for that reason too. But yeah, like this is really the only good advice he made. Jaquavius donated $2. Dangerous incidents, especially last one. Post has been removed by moderators. Hell yeah, beat those fuckers. Hell yeah. It's too bad that cow couldn't fucking get a machine gun and mow everyone the fuck down. Brawl breaks out in remote Aboriginal community. Multiple individuals speared. Holy shit. Whoa.
Fuck off, don't come near us. There's no free on me.
Yeah, they're literally spear chuckers.
Oh, soda.
Why in the hell would you ever go there? The fact this dude managed to walk away after that is insane. Not safe for work. Just gonna... Yeah, I can't play that on YouTube, dude. Yeah, he literally got fully ran over by a car. The car literally rolled over his head and went over his entire body, and he got up and walked away from that. Yeah. What in the shit? That's insane. This guy was on... I don't even understand why the car didn't stop. That guy is a fucking retard. It's probably some 80-year-old woman or something. Thanks for the donation, Jaquavius.
Pad is so damn big, it actually shrinks their penis. It shrinks the appearance of their penis. They shit start looking like a fucking rice. It start looking like a pencil. You don't want your shit to look that small. So here's even more reason to get in good shape. The lower your fat pad, the smaller your fat pad, the better you actually look, the longer you actually look. You want to look long, you want to look full, you want to look healthy. So get rid of that fat pad. Lower body fat percentage, eating the right foods, high protein, steady state cardio. When you do steady state cardio, your body is utilizing fat to burn as energy. So you want an efficient way to lose body fat, steady state cardio on an incline. That's what I do 4 to 5 days a week. Incline treadmill, 15 minutes, reducing my body fat. I track my steps. I don't eat junk food. I don't drink. I don't smoke. I don't do none of those things that make me not in good shape. And I'm lean. I'm aesthetic. I'm strong year round. You couple that with the underwear, the L-citrulline, you're doing your PE, you're stretching, you're doing your... Thank me later, buddy.
Yeah, so L-citrulline is more expensive and less effective than tadalafil. So if you have an interest in increasing nitric oxide production and blood flow, take tadalafil. That's only going to improve erectile size, not flaccid size. If you want to wear underwear that basically just pushes your junk forward so that it looks bigger, go for it. That's not going to make you any better at sex, though. And yeah, the stretching devices are not worth using. They don't really do anything unless you have, like, a disease where there's scar tissue built up in your penis. And, yeah, lose weight, obviously. That would help.
Video by Paul Saladino. I built the healthiest house to live to 120.
What's up, guys? Welcome to my house in Costa Rica. Yes, this is the Paul Saladino house tour. I've always wanted to do this, and I've always been a little scared of doing this, but I'm going to show
him and his dog. That's all that I really noticed. The loneliness, the emptiness. It's hard to even focus on the house. Looks like a good house.
By the way, Sv3rige has admitted he cannot mentally handle being alone. And as soon as a girlfriend dumps him, he immediately has to go get another girlfriend because he needs to be validated by other people. So with Sv3rige as a narcissist, every accusation is an admission. Sv3rige is lonely, and he assumes everyone else is lonely.
So,
show you my house. As you can,
I also want to add, obviously, that there is no such thing as a healthy house. It should be clear, but maybe it isn't to everybody, seeing as health cannot come from a man-made building. No matter how the building looks like, it's impossible.
see here, I got a pretty amazing view. So we'll look out here. There's an amazing river below my house. This is where I want to live in Costa Rica. I want to be able to see the ocean, but I want to be in the jungle. So I basically have a tree house, and I'm going to take you through my tree house. There's a lot of
My dick is 17 centimeters. Is that fine? I see women online demanding 9-inch horse cocks and I got very insecure because of that. Is pumping plus tallow useful?
It's not really going to make a big difference the size of your penis, and who cares? If you're a fucking 3-foot-tall dwarf and women say they only want to date people above 6 feet, okay? I don't know what you expect me to do for you. Thanks for the donation, dude.
lot of things in my
That's great. Such a view, living in the jungle, close to the sea. What else can you wish for?
quaint bachelor pad treehouse that are specific that I've changed to make it a little healthier environment for me to live in. So I hope you guys will find value in this. Let's go.
Bachelor pad. Okay.
Oh, come on. So we're going to come back to the pool at the end. Just so you guys know, this took a long time to build, and I built this specifically, so stay tuned. I will tell you all about the pool, and I will jump from up there at the end of the video. So I got an outdoor gym here.
Yeah, this is pretty much what I expected. He's living kind of like a modern teenager. Obviously, teenagers in nature don't live like that, and in your 20s, you already have a lot of children. Really no offense to Paul whatsoever, but Paul, you're, what, 45, 6 or something, in your late 40s now? And nobody cares if you can jump off a roof or go to the gym or skateboard and surf. You're 40-something. At this point in your life, you should have naturally over 10 children, and you should be showing what your children are up to.
Bottom level, outdoor gym. I hate LED lights, guys. I hate being indoors for working out. When I'm outside like this, I get infrared light. I get ultraviolet light. And if I want to be in the shade, I can be in here under the awning, under the ceiling, and I'm still getting infrared light. If you
Oh, this is all good. It's just that, look, you're showing us this house, but it's just an empty shell because there's nothing inside. Because
I don't know what he means by getting infrared light. Infrared is everywhere. You get infrared light if it's warm. He lives in Costa Rica. Assuming he's not, like, he doesn't have air conditioning on, he's getting infrared. Like, what does he mean by that?
as human beings build, especially these kind of bigger houses, because they want to have a family in there, they want to raise their children there. I did read some comments. There were a lot of people who said, yeah, it's a cool house, but no children, no family. It looks empty. It looks unfulfilling, literally, and figuratively also, because it hasn't been filled. It is really empty. Think about it. You can live in the most luxurious house on earth, have the best view, whatever. When you're alone, I don't know if he's alone, actually. He has a child, but the child doesn't live with him, probably with the ex or whatever. Maybe he has a new girlfriend, because he replied to this comment of one of the guys and said, I'm working on it. So that's cool. I'm not saying, again, anything against the guy whatsoever, but right now you're presenting us this house, and all that I see really is sadness and emptiness.
Listen to my podcast with Tristan Scott. You heard that infrared light is essential for human health. I think so many of us are deficient in infrared light because we're living in buildings with glass. We're not getting outside. So I love working out outdoors. In Costa Rica,
He literally doesn't know what infrared is. Buy a thermal camera. Infrared is everywhere. What an idiot.
Yeah, and this is all great. Not the working out, but the light, of course. That's why people do... think about it. People do red light sauna therapies, so to speak, when in reality it's literally just replicating, which you can't, but you're trying to imitate sunbathing, red light and sweating in the sun, literally sunbathing in summer. That's it. But they do it artificially, and then they go out into the sun and put on sunscreen. But then they try to imitate it. Same as people eating fake meat. They want the meat, but they eat fake meat. Same thing. Paul is different in that sense as far as that goes. He understands a lot. I like what he promotes overall, but you can do your red light, whatever you see as healthy. At the end of the day, you're never going to live to 120. You can't. Because The sadness alone is going to kill you. The loneliness.
It's hot. I got some fans. Let me show you some of my favorite stuff in the gym. So punching bag is my favorite. Obviously, it's well used. It's definitely been through a lot of Sv3rige. It's probably time for a new one. And every day I'm hitting this, I feel like it's a pinata. I feel like maybe I'm gonna get lucky and it's just gonna absolutely explode when I kick it or punch it. And that's gonna be super fun. So we'll see. Let's just roll the dice right now and see if it explodes. You guys ready? Oh, nope. Nope. Okay, it lives to fight another day. But that's one of my favorite. I love hitting the punching bags. My favorite thing. I just love movement. I did jiu-jitsu when I was in medical school. I'm super rusty at that. I'm super rusty at boxing and kickboxing, but I love that movement. I love balance things. So I've got all kinds of balance boards in the house. It's harder than it looks. All right, box jumps, obviously. We'll do a little box jumping for you guys in a second. Parallettes, another balance board, sprint treadmill. One of my favorite things is the Nordic bench. This hurts, guys. The Nordic bench freaking hurts. That's amazing. And it really trains my hamstrings. I like functional.
You know that he wouldn't be doing any of this nonsense if he had children. He wouldn't even go and surf. Think about it. He goes and surfs for hours, as far as I know, in the morning and at noon. He would rather just teach his son, whatever, daughter, ideally more.
Yes, because your children won't ever have any hobbies, and they'll just sit around doing nothing. Right.
Children something, watch them do something. It's an emptiness that he's trying to fill. Everything that Paul Saladino shows you in his videos is what he wouldn't be doing whatsoever. Yeah, he would still focus on healthy eating and do his nutrition podcasts, whatever, but he would not be doing any of this. No skateboarding, surfing, working out, swimming, because it's an emptiness that he's trying to fill. Once you have children, you realize that it's all not.
Yes, the only reason you ever have any hobbies or enjoy anything is because you have an emptiness you're trying to fill. As soon as you have children, you'll have no interest in doing anything, and you'll just sit still looking at a blank wall.
Nonsense. You don't even think about it anymore. You don't want to focus on it. You have no time for it, as in you don't even want to make time for it because it's empty. The stupid working out, whatever.
Yeah, so combo, stupid. I'm not suicidal and I'm not depressed.
He does there with the way, it's all nonsense at the end of the day. It's all irrelevant. It's unfulfilling.
Would you rather fight Saladino or Sv3rige? Well, considering Sv3rige is like a truly, truly horrible human being, and there's very good evidence to suggest he's a pedophile, I think I'd preferentially fight Sv3rige, but why not both? I could fight both of them at the same time. It's not like Sv3rige could do anything, and Paul can't really do anything either. He's weaker than most women who lift.
All right, so I didn't introduce you guys to Zach. This is probably the most important part of the house.
Zach, his son, the most important part of the house. Oh my god, man. Oh, this went from sad to just pure depression, man. Oh my god, Paul must be really depressed. No matter what you eat, you can drink blood and eat liver all day. You cannot be happy living like this with a dog. It's impossible. There's no diet or anything that can actually make you happy when you're in your 40s without a family, with a dog. And he said it's the most important part because he sees him as his son. Oh, this is really bad.
Zach is 2 years old. He's a Belgian Malinois, and he only eats raw meat, right? Isn't that right?
Yeah, but why don't you eat raw meat, Paul? I don't get it. You eat some raw meat. Yeah, he eats raw liver. That's good. I don't get really why he cooks the meat.
He's a guard dog. He's a very loving guard dog. He probably wouldn't hurt anyone, but he looks intimidating. We gotta defend all of the honey and meat in this house. We gotta have a good guard dog for that. Zach is here to protect me from Big Pharma and Big Food, so Kraft, Nestle, Pfizer, be afraid of Zach. All right?
To be fair, he does go against all of these big companies quite a lot. Actually, he does need security, probably, realistically.
All right, I want to show you guys my fridge. I know you're stoked about this part. Very simple. I don't eat a lot of food. Roast chicken for Zach. That's Zach's food over there. I've got honey. This whole part right here is honey, some lineage honey. I got some lineage beef tallow. I got diamond sea salt. So if you guys want to see a video I did about salt, I was surprised to learn that a lot of the salts that I was using were pretty high in heavy metals. So the diamond kosher salt, at least in that one test, came out good. So I got the diamond kosher salt.
I don't get why he uses the salt. It dehydrates you. It's so toxic for your body. It's been proven to kill your cells in studies. Really strange. But then again,
there's an ideal sodium intake. If you don't eat enough sodium, that can increase your risk of death. But if you eat too much, that also increases your risk of death. So you do need some salt.
he also uses a lot of honey. You can eat some honey now and then, but I would never be able to eat that much honey. I eat honey every few months, maybe a little bit. Really, just the thought of honey makes me not nauseous, but I just don't like it. There's very few honeys that I actually like.
We got some raw cow's milk. I don't know if you guys can see this in the light. Look at all that cream right there. That's what raw milk's about, guys. All of that is cream. Here's the milk. That's one of the things raw milk is amazing for. I got some grass-fed 80-20 ground beef, some bone broth. This is all butter. You can never have too much butter. I got some cut up cantaloupe here. This is some cooked squash. There's some more salt in the back there. I got oranges here for orange juice, cantaloupe, cucumber. There's no sauces. There's no processed foods in here. Over here I got some hardened soil, so I got whole package, which is testicle and liver. I take that every morning. I got some grass-fed collagen from hardened soil. In case you guys.
I don't know why he does that. Why he just doesn't eat raw organs. I don't get it. Yeah, he wants to promote the company because it's his company or he works with them, whatever the case, he makes money from it. I get.
Dude, he's aged like 20 years in like 3 or 4 years. Where's an older photo? Yeah. I think that was an older photo, and there's some other one. Yeah, that was an older one. I think this is from like 5 years ago, maybe? But like, the difference. Like, look at the size of his neck. And now he has like this little weak pencil neck. Like, what the fuck is going on? Like, he's just getting skinny and frail. And his skin is
Hi
like...
Richard, vegan runner here. I need some advice. I haven't been able to eat in a while. I have been frequently eating nicotine lozenges. I have also been drinking Monster and Bang energy drinks. It makes me a little cranky. Any ideas how to fix this?
Yeah, try watching some hentai. That should fix it. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Runner.
That, yeah, and there could be worse things that he could be selling.
Don't trust Big Pharma, bro. These big companies with capital money is inherently evil, bro. These companies make money out of producing medication, bro. They benefit from healing disease, bro. Just buy my sup, bro. Don't trust drug with clinical trials, bro. Oh.
Yeah, just buy my supplement that isn't regulated by the FDA, and I have no obligation to actually meet label claims, and I also have no evidence that it actually does what it claims. Much better idea. Thanks for the donation, broski.
At least it comes from real organs, as far as I know.
Didn't know. I found in Hardened Soil, and I found in Lineage, I believe.
Yeah, and that's what financed these houses. Nothing wrong with that. There's probably some people out there who really have no access to any organs. I don't know where that would be. I guess there could be a place out there. Let's say that you live in the mountains, but then you could hunt wild animals. Maybe there's just some place where all the organs are banned. Then you want to order that. Yeah, okay.
You will see this, and you'll notice there's no Wi-Fi in my house. That's because I'm doing this sort of no RF EMF experiment. I don't want any RFs in my house. And by doing this, this is not on Wi-Fi. It's just an internet router, and I can run cables to my computer and my phone. I'll show you guys that here in the kitchen. I don't know if you guys knew this, but you can take an Ethernet cable, plug it directly into your computer. It's much more stable than Wi-Fi, and then depending on what we think about how Wi-Fi is affecting human physiology, you have no RF EMF. You can also do it with your iPhone. I have an iPhone 13 because I'm old school. There's a Ethernet to Lightning connector, so I can plug the Ethernet cable directly into my phone, and my phone can remain completely on airplane mode. In case you got...
Yep, this is very good. Good suggestions, yeah.
Oral-B Glide Floss had very high levels of PFAs, forever chemicals. So I use a silk floss. I use a boar's hair toothbrush because I don't want microplastics from
I noticed that his eyes always look red. Must be the surfing, that's what people say.
Toothbrush bristles going into my mouth. I don't use toothpaste. I just brush my teeth with water.
That's funny. That's what I do. I don't do that very often. I didn't brush my teeth for years, or maybe like once a year, when maybe something was stuck or something, I don't know. But nowadays I brush my teeth maybe like once a week. I feel like you don't really need to do it, but I also felt like not brushing the teeth for years was also not a good idea. You gotta find something in between. But really, naturally, there's no actual need. I think it just depends at the end of the day what you eat. If you only eat organs and fat, maybe no fruits at all, it's better. I'm not sure. Maybe you can tell me about your experience. It really depends on the diet. I do eat fruits. It does, I think, make a difference.
Toothpaste is a scam. I definitely don't want extra fluoride. Just so you know, there's no fluoride in my water because my water comes from a spring here at my house in Costa Rica. If you have municipal water at your house, you should put a shower filter on your shower because remember that when you are showering, you are inhaling all those chemicals and you are absorbing PFAs, forever chemicals, chlorine, triethylammethanes, chlorine derivatives from the water. So I don't need to do it here because I'm on spring water, but if you are on municipal water, think about having a
Yeah, that's a good suggestion, and I like how informed he is about everything. Yep.
Shower filter in your shower. That's it. I mean, there's nothing else here in my bathroom. I wear contacts.
I just wanted to see who was filming him. Just some guy. Could have hoped that it's his girlfriend, but whatever.
I've also got like a little martial arts area down here with the mats. This is the best.
Like I said, he would 100% not be skating if he had children. No way. He would be way too busy with them. He would have fun with them. Real fun. This is not fun. This is just a way to fill his emptiness, the void in his life, which can never work.
See you in the world, skate ramp. You can see the ocean out there. The trees are kind of grown in, but check this out over here. So the guanabana in my kitchen came from this tree right here. I guess there's no more guanabanas on the tree, so you can't really tell, but that's a guanabana tree. There's a coconut tree right there. That's a starfruit tree. All right, I'm gonna clean this ramp and we'll get a skate.
It would be a lot more interesting to watch him teach his little children how to skate. Who wants to see a middle-aged guy skating at his failure here? Like on YouTube, yeah. You just...
Alright, so this is my pride and joy. This is the pool. Got the shallow area here. The deep area, which is 3.5 meters.
Imagine he would be standing there and there would be like 3-4 children. Hey, daddy, can we go into the pool? Yeah, of course. And then there's...
And show you the jump. And then what I prefer to do here, what I do most of the time.
This is coming from the guy who tried to kill his child. He paid somebody to throw a Molotov cocktail into his child's bedroom. Sadie N-word, donate $2. Let me see. Yep, I remember that. That was fucked. Yep, that's about right. "43 years old, well-educated, well-paying job, keek fit." Yeah, because you're 43. There's plenty of younger women that also have those credentials, but they're younger. I literally cannot watch the Last of Us TV series because they got a girl who's looks like a potato. Like, she literally looks like she's part potato. Yeah, see? There is a resemblance. Yeah, I can't fucking watch it. Like, she just does not look anything like Ellie. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
Saladino and Gotis are disgusting, dude. You woo, they only brush their teeth once a year, no toothpaste, it's chemicals, brew. Ooh. Fucking retards, fluoride is great for teeth health. Fucking chimps.
Yep. You know, they're just fucking retards. Retards be retards. Thanks for the donation, broski.
Kisses. Kisses. And more kisses. Song request might be coming your way soon. Brush your teeth every day. A clean mouth is a sexy and happy mouth.
Yes, I agree. Thanks for the donation, Nutmuffin.
Time is, I just go to the bottom of this pool. You have to equalize your ears and I spend time breath holding. I don't do it by myself. Do not hold your breath in water by yourself, guys. That's how people die. Never hyperventilate before you breath holding, but as a surfer, I really enjoy spending time under the water. I really enjoy spending time holding my breath on the bottom of the pool. I'll show you guys a little bit of that. I just love having the mask and kind of just swimming around that deep area of the pool. It just feels so cool to me. So, and obviously, the view is amazing. Got like a hot tub here, which is an infinity, sort of like a seamless hot tub. So this is a hot tub. Rest of the pool. Costa Rica is amazing, guys. Even without having to heat the pool, it's usually around 85 degrees, and the hot tub obviously goes to like 104. So I haven't really had that many people in the hot tub. I think the most people I've had in the hot tub is like 4, but you know, maybe soon I'll get more people now in the hot tub and we'll break the record there. So, but yeah, this is an amazing view. Look out on, guys. And
just some random people, colleagues, friends that come over, maybe from the US to visit you. A lot of them.
All right, guys, let's send it. Here we go.
Wow.
I can guarantee you one of these days, if he keeps doing this, he's gonna fuck up and, like, paralyze himself or break his leg or something.
Oh, cool, Paul. Cool, or whatever.
We'll show you guys that. Every time I jump, Zach the dog comes over to make sure I'm okay. What a sweetie. I'm good.
This is it. That's all that you need to see. The only one who cares about him, and he doesn't even, he only wants food from him. Okay, dogs do get attached to people, to be fair. But yeah, there's only the dog. And he's... Everything that I just say what I want, it's a bit harder. You don't even want to live anymore to live. Like I said...
Well, Sv3rige is dumb. But we already knew that.
А иностранные не ездил никуда. Для меня они хоть есть, хоть нет.
Нравится вам, например, Украина?
Не дерутся, всех людей убивают.
Кто убивает?
Своих людей убивают, они нехорошие. Своих людей убивают.
Will VG prepare to be attacked by SJWS for calling woman ugly to cute beauty and the beast true beauty is found within?
Yeah, these same women will make fun of men for being bald or having a small penis or something. They're just complete hypocrites. These are just women who are entitled fucking children. And then when they're fat and ugly, they'll say, beauty's from within, conventional beauty standards are a myth, blah, blah, blah. Oh, if you call a woman ugly, it's sexist. And then they'll make fun of men for being bald or fat or having a small penis. Like, I give a shit what they have to fucking say. You're fat and ugly. Like, I care. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Что за люди такие непонятливые?
Здравствуйте.
Что за это? Это что за херня прибор?
Вопрос снимаю. Ну, какая страна вам нравится из зарубежных?
Зарубежная?
Да.
Чихал на зарубежную страну. Понял?
Ну, давайте, может...
Понял, да? Чихал на это. Всякие американцы, Франции и немцы, чтобы уничтожить. Я Россию люблю.
Russian people seem pretty stupid. Jaquavius only tells women incidents, but they get progressively more annoying. Let me take a look. When someone hits your car and tries to flee, but the 71-year-old mama bear in the bear in you chases them down.
You're not hurt.
No, but we're fucking broke!
What?
We're broke and we can't afford higher.
It's not my problem.
Why can't you have a heart? Have a fucking heart! Please!
No.
Fuck you! Piece of fucking shit! God damn it! I wouldn't give a shit if anybody did that to me! Oh no, the car's bruised! Who cares? It's cosmetic bullshit!
These people never grew up past, like, age 4. Okay, then.
Damn. Hey, yo, and she put some on my wall.
Fuck this shit! Fuck that, bitch! Fuck that shit! Fuck that shit! What are you gonna do, hit a girl?
Ooh! Hey, boy. Ooh! Hey, I'll beat the fuck out of you and you at the same time, so get the fuck out. Just get the fuck out. Go. Oh! Fuck out.
Why you in here?
You just hit her, dog? Hey, yo, get the fuck out of here.
Hey, it's okay. I'll go.
You're not gonna hit a girl, gets hit. Fucking stupid. Didn't even hit her hard.
He just laid her out, dog. He just laid her out.
You go to jail.
Hey, that nigga's getting locked up. That nigga's getting locked up, dog. She hit you, dog? Damn. Go. Damn. Man, you don't want these problems over here. I'm just telling you, you don't want these problems. Go. Just go.
You just hit a girl.
Help her.
She hit the other dude.
Your fucking sister up. Get up.
Let's go.
Get up. Help her up. Get up.
No.
Get up.
Fuck you, hit me! Fuck you!
Let her go.
Fuck you! The fuck?
See, I'm being fucking easy. You
Bitch, I said no!
Stop.
Fuck you! Why you
I'm not going.
I
I didn't fucking hit you. I didn't hit you. I did not hit you. I didn't hit you. Just go. Get out. They have to go. They have to go. They have to go. Stop. What the fuck? Get her out. Get her out. What are you doing? What the fuck? Shut up.
Hey, shut the fucking garage. Shut the garage.
Shut the garage. Get her out. Get her out.
Shut the garage.
Go. Bye. Wow, bro.
Yes, it's only okay for women to be violent. Thanks for the donation, Jaquavius. Sadie donated $2. Groups like Wagner, Rusich, and even the regular Russian army are Russian ISIS who carried out beheadings and mutilations in Ukraine. Meanwhile, Putin pardoned literal cannibals who went to commit murders and rapes in Russia after terrorizing Ukraine. Yep. Pro-Russians are just dipshit, clown tier treason. Full speech from Yemen's International Palestine Conference. Why would they ever let Jackson Hinkle back into the US? Like, nobody wants him. Like, can't they charge him with some sort of treason or something and not let him back in? Like, if he loves Russia and China and all that shit so much, yeah, just live there.
Devin Arthur's appearance in court was anything but ordinary. Everyone in the courtroom, including the judge, got a first-hand look at Arthur's appearing to choke himself to the point of unconsciousness. It's the type of involuntary reflex a doctor who evaluated him talked about last month.
He squeezes and lets his head fall into his hands to compress his blood vessels until he begins to lose consciousness.
Arthur's attorney wants him back at a state hospital for treatment, but a judge will make that final call.
At this point, Mr. Arthurs is presently incompetent.
Arthurs once shared a neo-Nazi belief with his two roommates, but when that changed, Arthurs turned violent. He told detectives his roommates made fun of his new Muslim beliefs, so he killed them both. The bodies were discovered by Arthur's third roommate, Brandon Russell, who also found himself in...
Oh, what do you know? Nazi Muslim who killed people. That's new. Yeah, lock him up. Who cares if he has mental health issues?
Trouble after detectives discovered he was making homemade bombs in the garage and other bomb-making materials. Russell, who was a leader of a neo-Nazi movement online, had a hit list that included synagogues in Tampa Bay and other state landmarks. Russell is now serving a 5-year federal prison sentence. As for Arthurs, he told detectives after the murders he was sick in the head.
I'm very prone to getting angry a lot. I'm very to the point where I think that I'm mental.
Back in a hospital bed.
Yep. Pretty gay. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
No, it's not okay for Ether to be vole because violence is not acceptable.
Yeah, true. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Говорит-то, мы в России живем лучше, другие страны какие нам нужны?
Да?
Только Россия. У нас дома же лучше, в России же лучше. Где нас встретят? Нигде нас ничего не встречает. Мы все равно для всех чужаки. Своя родина, своя Россия лучше.
Ага, вот спасибо.
Я не люблю, я ненавижу. Я не люблю.
Dude, Russia sucks. And these people are like, oh yeah, this is the best country. Look where they live. This is like an absolute shithole.
Я вырос в России. Буду жить в России.
Ну, понятно. Можешь вам подсказать, можешь вам... Не знаю.
Ничего не знаю. Я вырос в СССР, когда было. Когда СССР. Комсомольцем был, пионер был. А сейчас в России живу. Монголы лезли, хуизли, Наполеон лезли, Гитлер лезли. А чего шли? Они говном ушли, блядь. Мы в Россию никогда не налезли. Если любишь Россию, Россия велика.
Ага. Ладно, спасибо. До свидания. Украина нравится.
Украина мне нравится, они же воюют.
Ну, давайте я вам скажу, например. Может, вам США нравится?
Нет, спросите там, помоложе есть.
Why do SJWS defend these kind of people known as Muslims so much? Their values are anything but liberal.
It's just Marxist ideology. Oh, they're oppressed. And, oh, there's nothing inherent about anybody's culture or beliefs that are bad. It's all just circumstances and society, and if we bring them in, you know, everyone will get along. It's just horseshit. They're just dumbasses. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Ну, такое тоже есть.
Такой не надо нам.
Ну, тогда...
Если по-доброму, только...
Не по-доброму. Ну, вопрос. Какая страна вам нравится?
Россия, Родина.
Ну, тогда какая страна?
Yeah, Russians are very dumb.
$1 if you can name any continent.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know a continent. If I did, I would say it.
What century are we in? 20? Yes. If you're driving 60 miles an hour and you drive for 1 hour, how far do you end up traveling?
I don't know. I'm not good at math. 2 hours?
Justin here, and today we're in the beautiful Times Square in New York City, doing a collab with Flecka's Talks. We're just gonna go around and ask people see if they know anything at all. Can you name the continents?
What the f? No? Bitch, like, isn't it like Alaska? Ah, I got it right. You see Alaska? I don't know, bitch. It's like, New Jersey? Alaska?
Yeah.
Ah, you see it?
So you got Alaska, New Jersey.
Hawaii?
Yes. What's Obama's last name? Wait. The President, Obama. What's his last name? Quick. I don't... Say it. Say it.
Obama. What is his last name?
I'm asking you. Just say it. First name.
His last name?
Say it.
What his first name? I don't know. What is his last name?
What's 6 times 7?
6 times 7?
Yeah.
48.
Again, would these same SJWS say the exact same thing of people like the Nazis? It's just their culture to kill Jews. Nothing is inherently wrong with it.
Yeah, they probably would say something like that if they knew it would be politically acceptable for them to say that, since they're all anti-Semites. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Jaquavius Cumberdale $20 for fire-related incidents 3. Good night, VGA. Alright, thanks, dude. Yeah, some dumbass shorted the battery. Why don't any of these places have fire extinguishers? Oh god. Heat is hot. That sounds like Russia or something. Yeah, that sounds about... Wow. Yeah, Russian incompetence. Thanks for the donation, Jaquavius. Nighty night.
Conservatives constantly bitch about young people being stupid like the kids in this video and then want to eliminate the Department of Education. Gee, I wonder why they are getting dumber? Maybe your policies are contributing to the decline in IQ?
Well, I think the argument they make is the Department of Education is to blame, but yeah, we'll see. I don't have high hopes for them gutting public education. Thanks for the donation, Ben Boy. Retard donated $2. Let me see. Man has been arrested after crashing into multiple Teslas with a small four-wheeler. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Draw Jasmine in the arms of a buff handsome man and VG in the corner jerking off on himself and crying.
I can do that for you. Thanks for the donation, Christy. All right. There we go. Maybe I should add some hair. Testicles. There you go. There is my drawing of a big, tall, handsome, buff guy holding Jasmine in his arms, and I'm in the corner jerking off crying. Thanks for the donation, Christy. I love Tiger Woods, $92. Tiger found the 19th hole. Yeah. That whole thing with Tiger Woods was just fucking hilarious, dude. Oh. Rich, good-looking guy was cheating on his wife. What a surprise. Tiger Woods claims that in time he will fuck everyone's ex-wife. The Onion's great. Thanks for the donation. I love Tiger Woods.
WTF, wow.
Let me take a look.
Kasongo, yeah. Mombari nanga. Kasongo, mbona wewe. Songa libala. Oh, yeah. Kasongo.
That's funny. You know what? Next time people tell me animals don't have, like, higher reasoning skills, I might use this as an example that they do. Yeah, it's fucking hilarious that crocodiles have learned how to trick people into getting in the water and then killing and eating them. Thanks for the donation, Unicorn Jizz. Sadie N-word donated $2. Me having a nightmare about a world where racism, sexism, and homophobia don't exist.
It's okay. What's wrong?
Don't think it'd be quite that bad. Oh! Mustache cat. Oh. Oh! Oh, I love that cat. Oh my god, what a special kitty. Oh, look at him with his little mustache. Oh, I love his meow. Oh. Oh, I love kitties. Oh, they're so special. Makes sense. This is maybe the only time I feel bad for the mosquito. Is that a magnet gonna crush it? Well, it's a mosquito. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
Would you rather have $5 or be married to Jasmine?
I'd rather have $5. Thanks for the donation, the questioner.
What does Y-E-S spell?
Y-E-S?
Yeah.
Y-E-S. I don't know. How does what? You say.
What does Y-E-S spell?
West, right? West?
7 times 6?
6 times 7.
48. You try to Hannah.
Yes. I'll give you $1 if you can name a single continent.
Yes.
Who did we gain our independence from?
What the fucking hell kind of planet do we live on where people are seriously offered of a world where racism, homophobe and sexism don't exist?
I don't know. Guess a bad world. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
How does America have such high GDP with such dumb people lol? In the other video a girl was asked what states border Canada. She said Asia. What dumbass doesn't even know their own country geography? How these people vote BTW.
I think that's actually why America has such a high GDP. So you have some very smart people running a lot of these big companies and corporations in the government. And everyone else is a complete fucking retard. So they're able to make all the dumbasses work more than they have to for no fucking reason. You know, by artificially raising costs of fucking everything so that, oh, I need to work more. 40, 45, 50-hour work week or more. Yeah, everything's expensive. And that's just the way it works. They've just found a way to trick dumbasses into working more than they should, and then all the smart people just rake in the cash. That's pretty much how it's been going. Thanks for the donation, though, Gustav.
I don't know. Didn't they go to war?
Yeah, who did we fight against?
Everybody. I don't even know.
Take a guess. What country?
Korea.
Yes. The 69th President of the United States of America.
69th? Richard Nixon?
Yes. How many make up 1 dozen?
How many make up 1 dozen? Let me see.
Bro, this guy looks fucking inbred. Look at this guy's face.
100?
1 dozen is in fact 100. Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see. Animals are silly. Oh no. Oh no.
Really careful. Not yet. Roger. No, he's gonna make it. Oh no! Oh my god! Oh my god! Holy shit! Salam alaikum alaikum.
Oh, poor kitty. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Oh, what a nice kitty. Yeah, they do look the
I
same.
literally work with people who will brag about getting more amounts of work done at the same pay rate and then have their workload increased because of that. Again, still making the same poor, and they think they have something to brag about. SMH.
That is America in a nutshell. Yep. Americans are just so fucking stupid. Most people everywhere are just fucking idiots. It's just that the United States, just because circumstances, there happens to be more very intelligent people living here, but everyone else is just a fucking idiot. And all the smart people have convinced idiots to be proud that they're working harder while making no more pay. So yeah, thanks for the donation, Tyler. Oh. Wow. Oh. My goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh.
Uh-huh.
My goodness, the crow is helping. Oh. Crow help. Oh my god, look at that. Crow goes help. Oh. Dude, I would love a crow friend. Oh my god, that's amazing. Oh my god. Oh wow. Oh my god. Oh, that is wonderful. Oh, that is so good. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
Great news, VG. Some of these pro-Plastian fuckwads are finally getting what they deserve and calling our family a face.
Masked thugs abducting a pro-Palestine student. Don't know if thug is the right word. Vigilante, Good Samaritan.
Close, who identified themselves as simply the police, arrested Tufts University student Rumyesa Ozturk after she co-authored an op-ed that was critical of Israel. And that's it. She simply co-authored.
I can guarantee you that's not it.
He directed a documentary that won an Oscar just weeks ago. It was about violence that Palestinians face in the West Bank. Well, now he is a part of his own story. Oscar-winning Palestinian filmmaker Amnon Balal has now been released by Israeli police after he was among 3 people arrested for an altercation with Israeli settlers last night. The IDF claiming that the group threw rocks at Israelis and later at police who tried to break it all up. Balal was actually hospitalized, but he's on his way home now. Our Matt Rivers joins us from Tel Aviv.
So these dumbasses were throwing rocks at police and then they're whining and complaining that they're in jail? Like, they're literally toddlers. Like, they're stupid-ass fucking children. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo $9, you say people have been getting smarter over time, and if you were to go back 2,000 years ago, the people would all be dumber and do sacrifices to make it rain, but I think it's just the compounding knowledge of humanity that gives you the illusion people are smarter. That could very well be the case. Like, there were a lot of remarkably intelligent people that were coming out of Greece, you know, roughly 3,000 years ago. So, it could be the case that there were more intelligent people back then. It's just that, like, okay, yeah, now your average person knows about bacteria and stuff that they wouldn't have known back then, but actual raw intelligence was greater. Could very well be the case. Yeah, we might be living in idiocracy. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
VG, check yourself. We own unproductive wasteland and you live in a Muslim country. Also, where is Frank?
Canada is definitely not a Muslim country. If anything, we're an Indian country. I don't think Frank uploaded any new videos yet. But Frank lost his lawsuit to Paul, and now there's just another court. It's going to be a jury trial with how much damages he owes. Paul is seeking $2.8 million. So that's what's going on with Frank right now. But thanks for the donation, dumbass.
Aren't crows like 7-year-old child level intelligent? I find it funny how these meat eaters always call birds brain dead. They never interacted with crows. I had one in my garden. It was smarter than a dog. I tell you, he learned very Buick.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are too stupid to see how smart other animals are, for sure. Thanks for the donation. Like, look at all the dumbasses that I've debated in fucking Discord. Like, they're so stupid, they think they're smart. And they think I'm the idiot when they say the most stupid fucking horseshit imaginable. Like, oh, is it okay to rape a fucking orangutan? Yeah, I literally yesterday, unfortunately I had to delete the stream, but yeah, I was literally debating a guy in Discord yesterday who said it was okay to rape orangutans. And then, oh, what are you, stupid? Like, yeah, so stupid people are just too stupid to recognize intelligence. Thanks for the donation, though, Break. Sadie N, we're donating $2. Let me see. Oh, a parrot.
Rock? What do they do? They poo? You're disgusting. I can't answer.
Wow.
You're disgusting. Bird still rock?
Bird. That's a good one. Oh, chickens. Wow. Oh, what a brave rooster. Oh, that is such a good boy. Taking care of his girlfriends. Dude, chickens are just wonderful, beautiful animals. Like, they're kind, compassionate, nurturing, brave. I love chickens. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
Yes. What is Obama's last name?
Obama. Care? Care. Care. Like C-A-R-E.
Obama's last name, the president.
Care.
If you're driving 60 miles an hour and you drive for 1 hour, how far do you travel?
A mile.
Yes. I'll give you this $1 if you can name one continent.
USA. Continent. I don't know.
Congratulations! 60 miles an hour and you drive for 1 hour, how far do you travel?
1 mile.
Who fought in the Civil War?
Soldiers.
Well, that is true.
Who against who?
America and France.
Who fought in the Civil War?
I don't know that one. I don't know.
Take a guess. Who against who?
Civil War.
You know this.
I don't.
Dig deep.
Civil War. Hey y'all, who fought in the Civil War? Cam. Who fought in the Civil War? Who fought in the Civil War? Yeah. I forgot, honestly.
Take a guess. Who against who?
Yeah, these people can vote. Oh, that is frightening.
Real and they're coming.
Yeah, I agree. I think Ozempic really did change a game that it can change a fundamental part of being human, which is the hunger response.
Huge.
And you just get a shot. And so like other primal things we have, like the want for
Dodo $20. I think part of the perception of the US being so stupid is because these videos, they go up to young girls shopping the mall like no smart person goes to the mall and does a bunch of clothing shopping or spring breakers at the beach, so it's misrepresentative. I don't think it actually is representative. Or sorry, it isn't representative. Wasn't there like some statistic that half of Americans can't find America on a map or something? Yeah, a shocking study conducted by Yale University discovered that 72% of Americans can't find America on a map. So, no, I think Americans, your average American is pretty fucking stupid. Like, half, just because of the bell curve, half of all people are below average intelligence. And the types of people that you would consider to be fairly intelligent, they're going to be pretty high up the totem pole. So probably at least top 20%, if not like top 10%. So when you're looking outside of those margins, like most people are going to be pretty fucking dumb, even if they're average. Thanks for the donation though, Dodo. I have to take a shit.
That explains a lot about the results of this election, TBH.
Well, yeah, there's no other way of explaining how Trump could have won the election other than most people are fucking stupid. So, yeah. Trump would have never won if the election was held in Canada or practically any other country. Americans are particularly stupid. He might have been able to win in Australia because Australia is a pretty stupid country. But, like, even in the UK, I don't know if Trump would win. I think the only country that would be comparable, like at least Western countries, to how stupid Americans are, it would have to be like Australia. Australians are, like, hyper retards. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben Boy. I gotta go take a shit. I'm gonna go poop. And then I will be right back after I get this big brown turd out of my ass. And I'm going to make sure that I adequately wipe and wash my hands, but I will be back in just a couple minutes. Ugh. Okay. Oh, I am back. I took a poop. Poop's out of my butt now. I also wiped. My bum is nice and clean, and I washed my hands. So everything's good now. Sadie, and we're donating $2.
Look at its little butt.
Owl did not like that disrespect. Oh. Oh, nice kitty. Oh, that is a nice kitty. Oh, hey, Gum Gum. How you doing, little buddy? How's my Gum Gum? Hmm? How's my Gum Gum? Is it a good Gum Gum? Oh. Oh, here's Gum Gum.
刚才会了，太牛逼了！哎，刚才能跑能跑，青哥还要追求自己的。
Orange cats are funny. Oh, look at this kitty. Oh, look who I got. Huh? Mwah. This is my Gum Gum. Such a good, handsome boy. I love cats. They're just so goddamn silly. Oh. That's a lot of quackers. Thanks for the donation, Sadie. Donators, I'm just saying, if you had a time machine, went back to ancient Egypt times and took a few children or even adults and then transported them back in time to modern day, put them through school, they would be just as, if not smarter, as an average modern day person. Well, it's possible. Certainly is possible. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
For sex and the right, like all these basic needs we have, and now we can basically reliably modulate them.
Turn down.
Yeah, and so it's and even turn up like on certain things. So it's actually pretty remarkable. When you got into this to bodybuilding, what was your primary game you were trying to play? Is it you
think it'd be possible that you could have sex with a non-vegan, like if horny enough? I mean, what's her name? If Natasha Offey was down, I'm not gonna say I'd say no. So if I was in the right kind of mood, I don't know if I could say no, to be honest. Lean beef patty is just way too fucking annoying. I don't think she'd be able to turn me on, but yeah, I mean, if I was horny, I don't know if I'd necessarily be able to resist. Kind of depends, though. If I see her eating like meat or something beforehand, that would probably be too big of a turnoff, but if we had like lunch and she ate at a vegan restaurant with me, and then we went back to her place, don't know.
You locked in because it was a fun game to play, or did you have an inspiration you wanted to be like? What was the primary motive for you getting into bodybuilding?
Pure art, aesthetics. When I have a huge pump in the gym and I'm relatively lean, and there's no one around, I train in a gym that's just me, and occasionally my wife will come and scoff at me and then leave disappointed, as many women do when they're in my presence. I pull the shirt off, I hit a couple poses, and I'm just like, yeah, that looks right. It's being your own sculpture. Now, I'm not a particularly beautiful sculpture, which is an upside and a downside. The downside is like, I don't always look that great in my own eyes. So I'm like, But the upside is, it's so exciting to have so much more enhancement to allocate. I want to eventually be in a world where in my own body, for my own selfish artistic interests,
I'm pretty sure he's just full of shit. The amount of drugs this guy takes is just, it's probably outrageous. I have a hard time believing the only motivation is, oh, just aesthetic beauty. Like, I don't know. I think it's a combination of things, like possibly childhood insecurities with like women, maybe societal standards, him being in the fitness industry, like a number of things. Hard for me to believe that he would ruin his health to this degree just because I think it makes me look better.
I look so much cooler than I ever have. And I want to be able to help other people accomplish that as well. There are so many people walking around that do not care about how their bodies look. God bless them. I think there's so much beauty in just being like, I exist, who gives a shit about my body? What a mature look. What a mature outlook. There's so many more other people that walk around every day uncomfortable in the bodies in which they are, if for no other reason than purely aesthetic. Like, imagine I put you into someone who is 300 pounds obese. You're like, all right, you're single, dating scene. You're like, oh, really? I want to be a part of that stack of helpfulness a person could arrange around themselves to get to be in the body they want to be. And I absolutely, because it's a first principles thing of people want to look like they want to look. No value judgment. And if you want to look more aesthetic or artistic, however that looks to you, I don't judge people for using any combination of exercise or pharmaceutical intervention or eventually genetic engineering to look exactly how they want. You go, and this is one of these things where the gamification brought to us by the digital space comes back to us in the physical space and makes the digital look a little better and kind of aspirational. If you want a different avatar on a social media site, Bryan, do you have trouble picking an avatar of like, oh, none of these fit? Like, it's custom. You can do whatever you want. You can have an artist render one for you.
Why does it seem like everyone is becoming a reborn Christian? What caused this retarded movement? These dipshits are getting militant. I licked my finger after I rubbed my pussy, by the way, and it smells like tofu.
It's just grifting. That's all it is. Large degree grifting, and I think to some degree, these people are just always stupid, but I think most of it's just grifting. Like Anne Hersey Alley, she's been irrelevant for quite a while. And, you know, how do you get relevance and attention and shit? Oh, I'm Christian now. Like, I think these people are a lot of just attention-seeking grifters. They want money. So, yeah. Thanks for the donation, though, Sundus.
You can look like whatever you want on the internet. But in real life, you're back to this bullshit. And I want the internet to reflect real life more, vice versa. I want people to appear in the body they feel the best in. I don't give a fuck with that. You think you look great, weighing 300 pounds, girl, come over here, get some love. I'm married, so don't, but theoretically. You know what I'm saying? But like, it's a little mini, super tiny violin, low-key tragedy that people have to exist in bodies they don't love. I think my small addition to this world will be, first, to give people the modern strategies that already work. And second, as the pharmaceuticals come out, maybe destigmatize a little bit, because a lot of people have a reflexive anti-pharmaceutical knee-jerk reaction. Understandable, but largely out of date. And so I want people to understand that these are powerful weapons that should not be misused, but can be used in a way that enhances you. That's so great. And why not look how you want to look?
Yeah, so you met your wife online, is that right?
I did, yes.
Yeah. Was it because of your physique?
God, no. The funny thing about my wife and I's relationship, and if I may be, wife, can I be frank? There you go. Who cares?
Let me process that. Yeah, sure. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
My wife likes me for a few reasons, and that's why she's with me or got with me initially. And now it's just too laborious to break up.
Is this like the comment section your wife leaves for you?
Yes, that's right. It turns out that my own aesthetic preferences on physique just are not really her high priority. She doesn't care if I'm super lean or ultra jacked. I think if I'm to go back into my library of things, she's told me that
Mike Israel's become retarded. He used to give out good advice. A lot of it right now is just a lot of stupid nonsense. Like, I mean, he's better than a lot of dumb shits that like, you know, these Hollywood trainers and shit like that, but he has a lot of stupid fucking nonsense that he puts out. So I can't really recommend him as a good source of reliable information, just because, yeah, the last year especially, he has just said so many stupid things.
Great news, VG, the Daily Wire is going more bankrupt.
Well, it looks like things may be worse off at the Daily Wire than expected. I do want to point out,
rejected credit cards and call for Matt Walsh to leave.
I think the Daily Wire is by far a net positive in this space. And
no, it is not.
And over the years has provided a lot of great entertainment and commentary. And I would also argue that regardless of what happens to Daily Wire Inc., people like Matt Walsh will be fine. Michael Knowles will be fine. Ben Shapiro will be fine. The company looks like it is in the midst of a restructure as the CEO, Jeremy Boring, stepped down last week. And then only days later, another big surprise person fired at the Daily Wire amidst apparent financial woes. Now, I found it very difficult to believe that the Daily Wire, run by Ben Shapiro, would have any issues at all with money, but it looks like that might actually be playing out as true, which is bonkers. They must have mismanaged their money at an apocalyptic level to burn through all that chocolate money and razor money and $15 a month Daily Wire subscriptions and all this kind of stuff. This is wild. And, you know, I don't take a lot of joy in, you know, if this company were to go down. I don't like some of the things they do, but
if I have to make my best guess, what likely happened was the company was probably rarely ever actually profitable. They were getting paid large amounts of money from conservative billionaires. So they just had some conservative billionaires throwing money at them. They tried to create some sort of profitable business model with, you know, their ad deals and everything. And what likely happened is they ended up taking a risk that they thought they could, that would likely pay off. So, you know, the Daily Wire subscription thing, they created some TV shows. They had that really terrible sitcom. They had that kids show with the dog family. And I think there's like 1 or 2 movies. Well, were the Matt Walsh movies Daily Wire movies? But yeah, they had the Snow White movie planned. None of that actually made any money and lost money because, like, who the fuck wants to watch that garbage? And then on top of that, what likely happened is they ended up getting less money from these billionaires. I've seen this happen before with, you know, in the activist space. There's some big mega millionaire, like, investor capitalist guy who's a vegan, and he pays a bunch of these activist orgs big money to do their activism, and sometimes randomly he just decides to not do it. Could be because, like, he has some bad years and he doesn't want to, like, spend that kind of money, but I'm assuming that might be what's going on, where they just had a big source of funding that just went away, and then with some of the risks they took that didn't pay off, they're kind of screwed.
This is fucking great.
It is. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Maybe that has something to do with why Brett Cooper left. She may not have been getting paid. Crazy woke bitch, $22. She's saying babies are oppressed now because their yelling is annoying. Please don't skip it. Finish it. It's too minty.
Hating an entire class of people because they are under 18 is a form of oppression called childism. What other marginalized class of people would you feel comfortable making sweeping generalizations about?
Karens. So, yeah, middle-aged white women, Karens. I don't like Karens for the same reason I don't like babies and very young children. It's because they're immature, scream, and just cause a fucking scene, and they're entitled fucking shitheads. Same with fucking adult Karens.
About rather than getting to know them as individual human beings. It's very telling that you said all children scream loudly for no reason and are destructive. Your childism is showing. Kids don't scream for no reason. It's just that you don't understand what that reason is. All kids.
So this is just pure sophistry. What's clearly, what he clearly intended to like say is they scream for no justifiable reason or no sensible reason. Sort of like Karens who like get into a car accident, try to flee, then they get caught, and then they start screaming and crying because they're not functional adults. Do you get to say, oh, well, you know, they're crying for a reason, you just don't understand the reason. Like, yeah, the reason is they're fucking dipshits, just like kids.
Kids are not destructive. When you discriminate against children for their socially unacceptable behavior, you are exhibiting ableism. Kids behave this way because their brains and bodies are immature and going through a rapid state of development.
So you can say all these things, that doesn't make the dislike of children unjustifiable. If you like certain qualities in a person and those people lack those qualities, then it is completely rational and justifiable to not like those people. Like, let's just say hypothetically, all white people were Nazis. Would it be, like, unjustifiable to hate white people? If all white people, like, genetically were just programmed to be Nazis, hate every race, they were inclined to exterminate every fucking race of people and create totalitarian fascist societies, would it be unreasonable to say, I hate white people? Obviously fucking not. There's inherent qualities in certain groups, in this case children, where they're fucking immature, stupid, whiny, and annoying, and it's completely rational to not like kids for that reason.
Development. It's literally not within their ability to behave up to adult expectations. Asking someone to perform.
No one has to abide by this kind of stupid belief where, oh, well, how do you expect them to, like, be at your expectations? Those are your expectations.
Conventions that are not within their capabilities is discrimination. It is ableism. And
discrimination isn't inherently a bad thing. There's a reason why we put people in prison for doing certain things. That's a form of discrimination. They're not abiding by societal standards. Oh, so should we let everybody rape, kill, murder, do whatever the fuck? Because it would be discriminatory otherwise?
when you do that to children, you are being ableist. It makes me wonder if you would.
This woman is an immature, retarded Karen, and I think the reason she's saying the stupid shit is to justify her own stupid, whiny bitch Karen behavior. Thanks for the donation, crazy woke bitch.
I like to get pegged by 6 pastors and throat pumped by 6 nuns. 66 is the magic number that will get me to heaven, my nigga. Drink the sperm wine and the vegan bread, you will be enlightened and be saved from the succubus named Sundus, you fucking whore.
Okay, well, thanks for warning me. Appreciate the donation, Chef Poppy. Demon Kint donated $2. Big John Steele live. Go rematch him on the Bible or Jesus being a rabbi or reliability of the New Testament. Good content.
Was there anything else?
Well, I'm a Muslim, and it's up to you if you want to be a Muslim or not. You have to look.
Okay,
into
I do
it.
not want to be one.
Where's the link
Good for you then, mate. You know
for...
what I mean? You need to chill, to relax. It's Laylatul Qadr today. It might be a night of.
Oh, is he
power.
doing this through Discord?
Hello, how are you? And just real quick, how old are you?
I'm 23. How are you?
I'm good, bro. Why should I be Muslim?
Do you really have that question with sincerity, or are you just asking it for views?
There is no sincerity. It is for views, and it is to disprove
Invite
the religion.
valid. What the
Right, okay. Just to go back to your old point, you were saying prove.
Why in the fuck do the Discord links not work for me anymore? Okay, it's on StreamYard. Where's the fucking StreamYard link?
Your claim there doesn't change whether or not it's true or false, correct?
Well, it does, yes.
How does it change whether or not it's true or false?
Because it's influenced by.
Was there anything else?
Richard's autistic donated tellers. Richard, are booty bandits born or are they made in prison? I think they're born. Like, do some dudes become gay because of the lack of women in prison, or were they always closeted? Sexual preference is bimodal, and most people are not like 100% straight, where in adverse circumstances, if they're very horny, lonely, they may consider going outside what would be considered like heteronormative. So they might be comfortable with having sex with like a trans person or a cross-dresser or something like that. And some people are a little more gay, and if they're in prison, they'll like, you know, fuck a dude or something. Thanks for the donation though, dude.
Hopefully this means the end of the Dolly Wire forever.
Yeah, hopefully. Ben Shapiro will probably still just have a stupid-ass YouTube channel. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Which, yes, would make it false. Which would make it false. If politics was influencing Christianity, it would make Christianity false. Which claim are you making?
What I said.
That's not what you. That's not what you originally said. And if it was, I misunderstood. If it was, I misunderstood. Now back up that claim.
Okay. So
actually, no. Hold on. The topic isn't whether or not Christianity is false. I'll just concede. You're right. Christianity is false. Why is Islam true?
This is what we're still going on about. So yeah, if you don't interrupt me, we could have finished this conversation about 10 minutes ago. But yeah. So I was saying, you know, it's pure monotheism within Islam, whereas on the contrary, it isn't. And
Judaism's pure monotheism. So why not Judaism?
Judaism is corrupted in many senses. If you read the Torah, the Zohar, the book of Talmud, there's so many to read through, and you can see there's many spiritual.
These are vague references. Can you give me actual evidence?
Yeah, the book of Zohar, like I've just said.
Give me an actual reference. That's a vague. Okay, the Torah.
Do you know what the book of Zohar is?
I've never heard of the book of Zohar.
So don't reject it if you don't know it, please. Don't ever do that.
I didn't reject it.
Yeah, but
that's not rejecting. I'm saying a vague comment. The book of Zohar.
You just called it vague. You don't know what it is, my friend. You don't know
whether I know it or not doesn't change whether or not it's vague.
Yeah, but you
understand that, right?
Mind upon something, but you don't know what it is.
Can you give me a reference?
You just called something vague, but you don't know what it is.
Whether I know
Are you
it or
healing
not doesn't
yourself?
change if it's okay.
It's
Hold
like
on,
me
hold on.
making my mind
The
up about
reason,
you,
the
but I don't know
reason,
who
hold
you
on. The
are.
reason Islam is false is because of biblical.
What are you talking
The
about?
reason because Islam is false is because of biblical.
What are you? Where are you? Your mental gymnastics are broken.
The reason that Islam is false is because of biblical.
Okay, stay on topic, John.
I am on topic. The reason
You're
Islam
not
is
on
false is
topic.
because of biblical.
Behave yourself. Stay on topic. You're a grown-ass man.
Can you prove me wrong?
Oh, can you stay on topic and stop doing mental gymnastic over my questions?
Well, hold on. Are you afraid to address what I'm stating? The
Are you
reason
afraid
that
to go
Islam
back
is
to my
false is
main
because
point
of
and you're doing
biblical.
this just to sound right again? Because
The
you made a
reason
mistake.
that Islam is false is because of biblical. Am I wrong?
Yo, bro, you need to actually behave yourself. Collect yourself.
Am I
Collect your
wrong?
words. Come back to central
Listen,
point.
listen, Linda. Okay, listen. I understand that
Listen.
keeping up with basic rhetoric and
Leslie,
basic understanding of logic is very
Leslie, trying
challenging.
to
But
act
can you
smart
please
doesn't mean you
address the
are.
question? The reason that Islam is false is because of biblical. Why am I wrong?
Because biblicorp's got nothing to do with Islam.
Well, do you know what biblicorp is?
No.
Well, if you don't know what it is, how could you just say it's wrong?
Because I've just done exactly what you've done. How does it feel?
You see the freaking point.
You see my point now? You slow coach?
No.
You don't see it? I hope the chat sees
The point is because you make a vague
Thank
reference
you.
to a book and I say that's vague,
Yeah, but
and
you
I
don't
don't
know
know
it's
what the
vague.
book is,
Exactly.
doesn't
So I'm
mean
saying
that you
don't say
didn't
that.
actually give any reference. So the book, what was the book called again?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So let me
What
speak on
was
the
the
book.
book called again?
It's the Book of Zorah. Now let me
Okay, the
speak on
Book
it.
of Zorah. What is the reference in the Book of Zorah that disproves Judaism?
The whole book, my friend.
What about it? What about it disproves Judaism?
He's not even asked me what the book is, and he's asking me why does it disprove Judaism. John, you're a joke, man. Listen, okay. The Book of Zorah.
Why
right,
does it
is
disprove
a,
Judaism?
oh
If you
my
can't
God,
answer
just
that
ask
question,
me.
hold on. I just want you to, I'm going to ask you, okay, I'm a joke. I'll admit I'm a joke, right? You win. I'm a joke. Now, if you cannot answer why the Book of Zorah disproves Judaism, will you concede that you, my friend, are a joke?
Okay, are you ready to
But
listen?
hold on, will you
Listen.
concede that? Will you concede that?
Yes, I will.
All right, go ahead.
Now listen, open your ears and stop talking for at least 5 minutes. I beg you. You've been talking all live. Okay, the Book of Zorah is very opposite to the Book of the Torah. The Torah was the original context of the Hebrew Bible or Torah, whatever book you want to call it. The Zorah is more of a spiritual book. And what this does, this goes against the teachings of the Talmud and the Book of Torah because it's more of the Zionist side of things. And when you read into this, it has sacrifices, it has many of the outlandish things that the Torah doesn't really resonate with. So hence why it disproves many of the Torah's beliefs and Orthodox Jewish beliefs and Hasidic Jewish beliefs. And it's more after Judaism that it came into. That's why it's not a preserved book. But whereas, coming back to central point, the Quran is a preserved book. And that's why we say it's a most believable book. I'm not saying it's a known. You cannot believe in something that you know. You can only believe in something that you don't know. So you know you have a mom and dad. You don't believe you have a mom and dad. So that's my point. No, there is sacrifices in the Torah. I'm talking about human sacrifices for sins. There is the sacrifice of the red heifer within the Torah itself. I agree with that. I'm talking about something else. In the Book of Zorah, if you read into it, you'd see it's more spiritual and more devilish. You can dabble into the other realm. But here you go, John. You can speak now.
No, you said 5 minutes. I got 3 minutes, 40 seconds. So use your time.
I said at least 5 minutes.
Yeah, at least 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm done within the 5 minutes, so you can go.
It's going to be a very awkward 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
Why doesn't he
If you
just
make
kick
it
him?
awkward, yeah, it is. Am I debating a child here? And I've been reported for harassment. Great. What's going on with your mods, bro? Zero reference, zero example, zero arguments. Reference the Book of Zorah, the entirety of the book, the entire concept of the book. That's the
I
reference.
do not
Example,
believe plants are
the book
sentient.
itself. Argument. I cross-referenced it with 3 religions: the Bible, Islam, and Torah, and Zionism. 4 religions. Bobo King, listen instead of rebuting.
The book of what?
Zorah. Zorah.
Yeah.
Who wrote Zorah? According to tradition, the Zorah was revealed by God to Moses at Sinai, passed down orally until written down in the 2nd century. Okay, give me the 2 contradictions between the Zorah and the Torah.
I said read the entire concept of the book.
Well,
Just
so
check that as well.
give me 2 references. Give me a verse from Torah. Give me a verse from the Torah.
Okay, you can. There's a lot. I'll read it out to you. It's you can take from the goyim. You can rape from the goyim.
So give me the verse,
Okay,
not some vague reference. Give me the actual verse. I want to read it.
Okay, I have to educate you on basic research.
Vegan gains. I'm not sure why you're here today. It's not the subject. You know, unless you're a Muslim. Are you Muslim? I just don't want you to wait in the queue forever. Okay. Hello?
Hello? Oh, he's talking to that guy.
All right, bro. I got to move on. God bless.
Yeah, well, I'm still here, bro.
Okay, what are the verses?
You said get them up, so I need to get them up for you, right?
Okay, where are they?
You've given me not even 1 minute.
All right.
You think I have these on deck?
Hey, how's it
Please
going?
tell me you do a better job than that last guy.
I believe I can.
All right. What's a good reason to be a Muslim?
Right. So if that's the question you're asking, I think there is a sort of issue with these 2 theologies that can make them equally rational to believe in. So the issue is, where does goodness come from? So does it come from God, or is there some other source for goodness that is outside of God?
I say it's equal to his nature. That'd be my saying.
So if it's equal to his nature, then goodness is whatever his nature is, correct? So if his nature is to promote jihad, to promote slavery, to allow for concubines, that would not contradict what goodness is, correct?
No. So I'd say, again, when I say equal to his nature, I'm talking about his ontology. So what I'd say is goodness is a state of being. So God's in a perfect state of being. He lacks nothing. So therefore he's a perfect state of good. We are made good because we are in our state of being. Anything that takes away from our state of being is taken away from that good. It's not divine command theory, which is what you're proposing.
I don't see how that would resolve the issue. Could you maybe explain further?
Yeah, so I'd say you're giving divine command theory. So God says X, so therefore it's good. I wouldn't say that. I'd say good is a state of being, right? When you're in a state of being, that's a good thing. And when you're out of your state of being, that's a bad thing. That's something that's evil.
Right, so God's state of being is good.
Yeah, because he lacks nothing.
Right, but if his state of being is to promote Islam through jihad, if his state of being is to slavery, concubines, marrying underage girls.
Yeah, that's divine command theory. So again, state
Well,
of being is
no.
the ontology, not the behavior.
Right, but I'm not stating. So I understand what you're saying, that just because God says to do something, that means it's good. I'm saying.
So for example, in Scripture, God allows the spirits to lie, even though lying is like largely considered by most people as a bad thing to do, because it leads to a better outcome, a better state of being. So I'd still say this is a good thing. It's not divine command. It's not good because God says it, or because it's equal to his nature. It's because it leads to that perfect state.
Right. So God could promote Islam. God could have talked to the Prophet Muhammad because he thinks these commandments, jihad, you name it, underage girls, concubines, it would lead to better outcomes.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda, sure.
So if you were inclined to have some of these more modern Western beliefs, children should be protected, slavery is bad, I don't know, equal rights under the law, there certainly are some things in Christianity that might be more appealing to you. And modern Christians do kind of ignore the mentions of slavery in the Bible, and they do try to rationalize how the Bible does mention some bad things about slavery, where a lot of slave traders are degenerate, stuff like that. Jesus is mentioned as having, promoting peace, love, acceptance, stuff like that. Stuff that kind of goes along with modern Western values. If you grew up in a culture where tribal warfare was kind of seen as acceptable, slavery was seen as acceptable, marrying underage minors was seen as acceptable, and some guy told you he spoke to God, and he was espousing beliefs that go along with, you could argue is in your nature, you might tend to be more violent, or maybe you've been socialized towards believing some of these things. How are you going to know what God's nature is? And, supposedly, God could have a good nature, but good nature to you might be tribal warfare.
Yeah, but I don't get what this has to do with a good reason to be a Muslim.
Well, the point is, Islam will appeal to certain people who, say, have more violent tendencies.
Something appealing to you isn't a good reason to hold to it.
Well, why are you Christian?
Because I believe it's true. There's a lot of things unappealing of Christianity, very unappealing, that I'd actually prefer not to have.
Okay, like what?
Let's think. Drinking alcohol. We can do it on occasion, but I definitely say I was a person who enjoyed getting drunk, and I don't do that anymore.
Doesn't Christianity tell you drinking is a sin, though?
You can drink in moderation.
Well, right. So, I mean, that doesn't necessarily... That's not necessarily something that's in conflict with your beliefs, unless you believe you should never, ever drink, right?
It's not in conflict with my belief. What I'm saying, something appealing to you doesn't make it a truth claim. I don't hold to Christianity because it's appealing. I hold to Christianity because I believe it's true.
So if it were the case that, I don't know, maybe there was a passage in the Bible that you never read, or we found some new scrolls, like there's a new set of Dead Sea Scrolls, that said something that you thought was horrible, like it is okay to marry underage children. It is okay to just go to war and conflict with other tribes and get war booty. Something that you'd find in Islam. would that kind of change your belief with Christianity, or would you say, oh, well, this is God's will, or would you find another religion, or do you think?
So if we unequivocally said that that data was connected to Christianity and it had just as much authority or say as the rest of Scripture, and we couldn't deny that, then yes, I would say that Christianity is still true. Those claims are still true. It's still held by God, but I would probably rebel against that.
Okay, do you think that's like how most people kind of think about these things, where there are people who switch religions or adopt a new religion like for the first time if they've grown up in a religious household. You don't think there is some sort of inherent appeal maybe to one's nature, like they're more genetically prone to being either kind or violent, or maybe through socialization, they may or may not be more prone to like kindness or violence. And this is why they gravitate towards certain religions?
Yeah, that's fine, but it's still not a good reason.
But the point I'm making is, if we can't really understand God's true nature, there has to be something appealing about the religion that makes sense to us, right? Like it has to make rational sense in your own mind.
Something being appealing doesn't make it
right,
true or good.
Right, but there has to be some sort of rationalization behind it, right? Like I don't think if we found out the Bible promoted child abuse, people would be thrilled about being Christian.
Yeah, like I said, I would probably rebel, but that doesn't change it from being true.
But how would you know it's true if there's no rationalization for it in your own mind?
Okay, but you're changing topics now. So, because if we're saying in Christianity, which I believe there is valid reasons to be true, which we have gone over before, and I think those are rational reasons to hold that. If something came forward that said those things were true and it was part of God's commandments, and it was unequivocal that it was equal to the statement of like Jesus Christ died and resurrected from the dead, I, being a rational person, couldn't reject it as truth, but I probably wouldn't be okay with it and I wouldn't adhere to it. So I'd still say the Christian God is true. He's real, but I am not going to follow him. And the best thing about Christianity is he gives me that option.
Okay. You would believe in it, but you would in fact rebel from God.
If it was a case for that, yes. I have a strong innate feeling not to be okay with that. And even if I was on the wrong side, I wouldn't adhere to it.
Okay, but you do understand there are people who could just as easily, and I really don't see any particular reason for why you would consider Jesus to either be a prophet of God or a son of God. There are in fact Christians who do believe Jesus was a prophet of God, not a son of God. It's rare.
Yeah,
but
you have to be a Christian to hold him being a prophet, because he says he's a prophet in the Bible, but he's also the son of God. And if you deny him being the son of God, you are not a Christian by definition.
I don't think that's actually the case. I don't know why by definition that would make you
they'd be treated as anathema. There's been church council since the beginning, right, that held to a certain standard that you had to hold to, and if you didn't hold to that standard, they would excommunicate you and treat you as anathema.
Okay,
and the standard is Jesus Christ is God.
Just because just because this is the consensus, I don't think that necessarily makes you not a Christian. But regardless,
By definition, you're something else.
Well,
right? You can say that you follow Jesus, you can say that you follow the Bible, but you're not the traditional, the orthodox sense of Christianity.
Well, it's not orthodox, and it might be considered heretical, but I don't think that...
I'm not using the word orthodox in denomination. I'm using the word orthodox in the colloquial sense.
Yeah, I understand. I understand the belief may be considered heretical, but regardless, we can just go from that framework anyway.
But again, none of this has to do with like why Islam is true.
Well, it's not that it's true. It's the proposition was there's no good reason to be Muslim.
Mm-hmm.
So
I don't see any good reason to be Muslim.
Right. So if you're going to hold to the belief that Jesus Christ is the Son of God, merely because of these passages, and maybe you've had some like personal experiences where you're more inclined to believe in these things, like miracles.
I think that's a straw man, because we've had conversations over the historic reportage model before.
Well,
so you're straw manning me.
Well, the historical case for Jesus Christ, I think, is just as strong as the historical case for the Prophet Muhammad. I know there's some hadiths.
It is.
Yeah, so if we can say,
but I don't deny Muhammad's existence.
Yeah, I don't either. So if we can,
but there's no claim outside of that, right? There's nothing like, there's no Muhammad rising from the dead. There's a claim that he split the moon, but that's a reference by just
it's
him.
a hadith.
Right. So sorry, hadith. Yeah, that comes 200 years after him.
Yeah.
Because the earliest hadith is 200 years
Yeah.
after.
So I'm not.
Some guy dream about it. So there's. I believe Muhammad existed. I believe he wrote the Quran. I have no reason to deny that. But I don't believe the claims he's making in the Quran.
That's fine. You don't have to believe in the claims he's making. And if you have a Christian worldview where Jesus is the Son of God, and there are some contradictory claims in the Quran, you may be inclined to believe that the Prophet Muhammad was, in fact, not a prophet of God. But
the contradictory claim is that Jesus was never even crucified. That's the claim in the Quran.
Sure.
That he was never even crucified in the first place. This goes against the historical consensus. That would be a reason to reject it.
Well, sure. But there's just because it's historical consensus, that doesn't mean it's irrational to not believe that. We are talking about, stories that happened many, many years ago. And I
So
don't think... I don't think...
Just to clarify, you're saying it is rational to say that Jesus Christ was never crucified. It was only made to look that way, and to believe that statement that came from somebody who came 600 years after Jesus. You think that's a rational thing to believe?
There are ways of rationalizing it, certainly.
Can you do that for me?
Certainly. So, look, I'm sure Jesus aggravated some people. But you're talking about somebody who was poor, not wealthy, had a very small following and congregation, who was claiming that he was going to be the new Messiah, he was going to be the new leader of the Israelites. Why would the Romans go through so much trouble just to deal with this poor person who had a meager following, who many people considered to be mentally ill? His own family members, according to the Bible, were saying, "Look, you're doing crazy things here. Maybe you want to calm down."
Yeah. So this is kind of a silly argument, because Romans crucified people left, right, and center. They crucified 300 slaves on the road to Rome, so people recognized that they shouldn't rebel against Rome. They crucified other messianic figures outside of Jesus in Judaism. And they also had to appeal, like we have writings from Josephus talking about their appeal to the Jews, because Jews had certain beliefs and certain standards. They didn't have uprisings. They had battles and beliefs too, and they crucified Jews from that as well. There's even a story of Josephus finding 3 of his friends crucified and having them taken down and trying to save them, and only one survived. So it's not uncommon for him to crucify somebody like Jesus.
That would provide more evidence in favor of the opinion that Jesus was more likely crucified than not. But again, unfortunately, there is no actual forensic evidence of this happening. There are differing. Well, wait a second.
The point is, there's no rational reason to hold to Islam. That's the purpose. That's the point of the topic, right?
Well, the point I'm making is they're roughly equally as rational, especially if you have propensities for violence, or thinking that something like jihad, forcing your beliefs on other people, is a good thing.
Argument that you made to rationalize Islam for rejecting Jesus Christ's crucifixion is not based in anything.
If we came at this from a neutral perspective, I don't know if Jesus was crucified or not crucified, and we looked at the evidence, you could say there is more, and I would agree with you, there's more evidence in favor that Jesus was in fact crucified. But the reality is, we don't have any actual evidence outside of supposed witnesses, and those witnesses have given slightly differing accounts, especially after his death. He was put in like a tomb. That would be a little strange if
Okay.
after he was crucified that happened.
So let's bring this to its logical conclusion then, and let's say you're correct. There's a valid reason to reject the crucifixion, but the claim in Islam is it was made to look so. It was made to look like that Jesus was crucified, but he actually wasn't. Why should I hold that belief?
Well, again, if you take the Prophet Muhammad to be a trustworthy figure, you would be inclined, despite some of the evidence, correct? Just like if you were
So
to...
I'd have to be convinced that he's a trustworthy figure.
Yes. And again, if you are inclined to think God would want me to force people to join my religion through violence, through jihad, if you're inclined to believe God would want child marriages...
That's a rational reason to hold something. That's my claim.
Well, what would make it irrational? Because Jesus...
Because you shouldn't hold the truth claims based off your feelings. I think that's irrational.
Well, how is any moral statement a truth
So
claim?
the claim isn't Islam is whether it's wrong or right to do X, Y, and Z. That's not what I'm rejecting. I'm rejecting the claim that the angel Gabriel actually came to Muhammad and revealed to him the one and last prophecy through the Quran, and this is the final word to be given to all people that we should all hold to. I do not think that's true.
Why would that be any worse of a... Why would Prophet Muhammad be any worse of a... or any less trustworthy of a narrator than any of the Gospels? Any of the Gospel writers?
Because he's a singular source. His singular source happened in a cave by himself. And then when he did have people come and witness him, all they witnessed was him having a seizure on the ground. They never even witnessed the other angel. They didn't witness any of those things. It took over 23 years to have this revelation. And then only later on through Hadith do we have like him being, or the angel Gabriel being revealed to the other so-called prophets or lower prophets. I don't know what they would call them. So this doesn't to me seem to be a strong case to believe somebody was a prophet from God.
It's not a particularly strong case, but if we were talking about this from a neutral perspective, say if you were trying to convince an atheist, I think your average atheist would say, yes, because there are multiple witnesses to a given event that may give greater credence to the likelihood of that event actually occurring. So, Jesus being a prophet, being crucified, so on and so forth. But there are also discrepancies with these accounts. These accounts were written later. Jesus himself never wrote any literature that was passed down. And again, Jesus is the one claiming...
But here's the thing. I can concede that Christianity is false. It still doesn't change the fact that there's no logical reason to be a Muslim.
Well, I think the same rationalizations that would justify Christianity would very easily justify Islam. You're putting faith in... you're putting faith essentially in one person. The only difference between these two accounts
We're not putting it in one person in Christianity. We have multiple, right?
No, you are, because the ultimate source is Jesus. Jesus is the one who said, "I am one with the Lord. I am Him." How is there any way to prove that? You are going to have to rely.
That's not what our faith rests on. Our faith rests on the resurrection. And Jesus didn't claim to resurrect. It was the other people who witnessed it claimed that he resurrected.
Resurrection itself does not necessarily mean he is the Son of God. He could have been a prophet of God. He could have been resurrected by a malevolent entity. These are things that require faith, fundamentally.
There are certain things that you have to take on faith, but I think there's valid reason to take that on faith because of the resurrection. I think that's rational to say. Obviously, you have to stretch certain things on faith, but I'm saying there's nothing in Islam. That's what I'm trying to say. There's no valid or rational reason to hold on to any of the things that they take on faith. So, for example, if we can confirm that Muhammad split the moon, that doesn't necessarily mean that he's a prophet from God.
I would kind of ignore some of these hadiths. I know there's a lot of Muslims who...
But let's say we did. Let's say we did confirm that Muhammad actually split the moon, right? We knew this for a fact. Now, that doesn't actually mean that he's a prophet from God. He could have been a prophet from a malevolent figure, just like you said, but it gives rational reason to believe the claims that are coming through. Reasons to take other things on faith.
I would say there's greater rationalization from my perspective, and I may be biased because I've grown up in Canada. I didn't grow up in the Middle East, and maybe through a bunch of social factors and whatnot. But I do think, the fact that there were more witnesses that can, say, account to some of these stories, but fundamentally, you are taking one man's word that I am in direct contact with God. There may be other people who have, written in these gospels that talk about, some of the miracles and resurrection, but you are taking that one man's word that he is in direct contact with God, just as you are with the prophet Muhammad. Now,
so the reason I reject that claim, because it's not just Jesus making these claims, it's Jesus healing the blind, healing the sick, walking on water, doing all these other miracle claims. The reason that he's doing these miracle claims is to substantiate who he's claiming to be, right? And then there's the connection, right, between Jesus and the Jewish belief that came before it, the Yahweh figure, the completion of prophecy, and all these types of things that would also connect him to the Yahweh figure. And then there's also like God himself speaking from heaven, right, to Jesus, with witnesses witnessing that and recording it. So it's not just Jesus saying, I am from God, and we take him on his word. It's the witnesses around looking at all this information, which would include Jesus is saying, I am.
Does Islam deny that Jesus played a role in healing the sick or the blind? I don't think they deny that. So again, that doesn't. So the claim that Jesus was just a prophet from God, that doesn't deny some of these miracles. So again, if you're more inclined to, say, for whatever reason, believe Prophet Muhammad, it doesn't reject some of these claims. So
I'm not saying it does.
Even if we don't disagree that, if we do come to the conclusion that, okay, Jesus did heal the sick, he did perform miracles, Islam does not deny that. There are some differences with how Islam views Christianity, like they reject the Trinity, they reject the resurrection, but there's not necessarily any strong rational motive to believe in the resurrection. If there was forensic evidence, if there was video evidence,
I think everything rests on the resurrection. That's the reason I'm a Christian.
Like, unfortunately, if there was video evidence, that would be just done defeated. I think you could prove, okay, yeah, Prophet Muhammad.
I don't think so. I think if we had video evidence, all we would have is people claiming that it was made up, right? We have video evidence of people landing on the moon, but people claim that, Stewie Kubrick invented it.
Well, you're never going to convince irrational people of obvious truths. They're still flat earthers, even though you can show them video footage from, the space station and everything. It's not going to prove to irrational thinkers, but to rational thinkers. So say if Jesus did all of this at the advent of film before any special effects or anything, existed.
I don't feel like this is a conversation where you're proving Islam. I think this is a conversation where you kind of use
Well, the proposition wasn't that I had to prove Islam. It's that
give a good reason to be Muslim.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Fair. But I think you're using that as like a blanket to actually criticize Christianity.
Well, I'm criticizing fundamentally all religion, essentially. Because I think it's a little silly that there's these battles between Christians, Muslims, Hindus, Christians, Christians, Hindus. Oh, well, clearly my religion.
Atheists?
Yeah, clearly my religion is correct.
Well, hold on. Are you gonna include Christian atheists?
Are there? I think that would be impossible.
Do not Christians and atheists squabble?
Oh yes,
just like
certainly.
Christians and Muslims squabble.
But the
hold on then. But if you're going to say that, then you're going to say fundamentally we're all silly because you're an atheist and you squabble about it, so you fall under that silly category.
Well, I think my beliefs require far less faith. I do have to have some faith that I am a mind.
But you can see it's silly to be part of that argument as well. Then.
No, I don't. because I think my position is far more rational and reasonable. But
and I think my position is rational and reasonable too. So
I think if you are going to argue against Islam, it makes far more sense to argue from a more secular perspective. Why?
I'm gonna cut you off, and nothing personal to you, but I got a famous Muslim in my chat, and I really want to talk to
what's his
before he
name?
dips. It's Hamza.
Oh, from Hamza's Den?
Yeah.
He keeps kicking me every time. Do you want to bring him on at the same time? He's too scared to debate me. I'd love to maybe join in the conversation. I don't want to interrupt too much between you two, but maybe I could add to things.
Well, I'm going to argue from a Christian perspective. You're going to argue from an atheist perspective. That's going to, I think, create a little too much conflict.
Well, how about we?
He's okay to talk to you. I just want to make sure we don't get lost in the weeds.
Well, how about we kind of meet in the middle? I think, advocate for the Christian perspective somewhat, and maybe make some arguments that do align with maybe your perspective. But he says he's willing to do this with me. If you guys are having a big back and forth, I think I'll only interject if I could add to maybe what you're saying. How about that?
Well, I want you to speak on what you think is true. I don't want you to devil's advocate. I'll let you be up. Just speak to what you think is true.
Sure.
Don't take a Christian worldview.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
What's up,
Yo,
bro?
what's
How
up?
are you?
What's up, man?
Well, that's great.
I got all excited.
Trolls, dude.
I'm sorry that everybody had to see that. I apologize. I thought that was done. I didn't think that would be a thing again.
What can you do? I think you'll be fine if you just continue the stream and then just take it down later. That's what I usually do.
Yeah. Well, I'll just go and blur it. You can blur it in the
Okay.
edit.
Yeah, and I'm sorry about that. I had no idea that was going to happen.
That's not you. How would you know that?
Yeah. But so the fundamental problem I'm seeing is I do think it is the case. This may not be the case for you, but I'd say generally speaking, it is the case. There are some societal values that align with Christianity. And the reason why you see Christianity be persistent in a given society is because Christianity happens to align with some of these values.
Sorry, man. I'm going to restart my TikTok live, guys, just to be safe. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
Okay, sure.
Bro. We're still live here on YouTube, just so you know. It's just the TikTok.
Do you want me to keep talking, or do you want me to wait for your TikTok to go live?
Yeah, well, you can wait because like I really can only focus on one thing at once. So
Okay,
like
sure.
you could talk if you want, but I might not hear what's going on.
Okay, well, if you need me to reiterate anything. So I do think there are some societal values that we have. And I think in large part, the reason why a lot of people remain Christian or these religions remain persistent in a society is because they align with these societal values. Now, if you are more inclined to believe in certain ethical values or social values, and it happens to align with a religion that already exists, you're probably going to be more inclined to stick with Christianity. Or if you're in the Middle East, you may be more inclined to stick to Islam. And some of the ways...
I hear what you're saying, but the problem is I just don't think an appeal to your own
well, I'm not saying that.
morality is a good reason to hold something.
So even if you don't think that's fundamentally a good reason to hold to things, there
Like,
is
you
a
can hold
large...
to the... So well, hold on. Let me just tell you why though. Can you hold to the Islamic moral standard without being Islamic?
Yes,
I might have to restart YouTube. Restart YouTube as well. trend is a thing? Is it gonna? Have you had this happen to you on your lives?
No. Usually, if somebody trolls like that, I just delete the stream afterwards, and I've never had any problems.
But you've never had to end your stream.
No. I've never had to do that. This has happened to me quite a few times, and I haven't gotten a community guideline strike in, I don't know, the years it's been happening.
Okay.
And it's just...
I'll take the gamble here then. Hopefully. All right.
So I think there's a misunderstanding of what rationalization means here, because a big component of religion is certainly some of these moral commandments or these societal standards and like the normative values that these religions espouse. So you may not think there is a rational basis for some of these moral values, but if you hold these moral values and there's a given religion that has your moral values, it would be rational to suspect that that religion is probably more correct because, well, I have these values, and assuming God has given us the values that we have, that would make sense because your values are in line with God.
When I'm talking rationally, I'm using like the colloquial sense. I just Googled it just to make sure, but based on or in accordance with reason or logic or a number of quantity expressed and contained quantities if expressionable as ratio of the whole numbers when expressed as a decimal, rational number as a finite recurring example. So often when we're looking at logic, we can use it mathematically. We can replace A with a certain idea, a certain premise. And I'm saying logically, there is no reason to hold Islam to be true. And so I'd say there's no good reason to be a Muslim. Now you could say there's reason as in, oh, I like it. That's my reason. I can give you that. But I don't think that's a good reason.
It's not simply just from liking it. There is a rational line of reasoning for if moral commandments, if God has created humanity with a moral framework that's intrinsic in mankind, I have a given moral framework. Somebody says this religion has a moral framework that is in line with my moral framework, then that is more likely to be a source from God than some other religion that does not align with my moral framework. So this is a rational line of reasoning that would incline somebody to believe in, say, a given prophet over another if they are espousing normative values that they agree with.
Yeah, so I don't think there's a way to connect the fact that there is like moral truths in the world to the fact that it's my standard, right? That there are our intuition lines up with the moral truths, because I don't think anybody holds to the fact that intuitively people hold to what is morally correct.
Well,
So
well, there are people who do in fact believe God created humanity with inherent moral systems. So these aren't things that are produced by societies. These are just inherent moral systems inside our brain.
Yeah,
from
I agree
God.
with that. But what it's intuitive and what's inherent are two different things. So we can understand what's moral, but what's intuitive may not be the case. So we could say, hey, we know, like all societies collectively agree that we know it's wrong to kill innocent people. What's not intuitive is what is considered an innocent person. So there's no society that has been built up. Yeah.
Yeah, I understand that. So that's there may not be any way of creating like some sort of objective standard for who is and is not innocent. In Islam, an innocent person would be somebody who is in Islam and conducts themselves in a halal manner. Anybody outside of Islam, they are seen as like less than, and they're somebody who you can act immorally towards. So they wouldn't be innocent. That's a differing view within Christianity, but if you hold to the belief that that sort of intuition is an intuition that has come from God, you are going to be more prone to believing in Islam rather than Christianity.
The problem is if you think that's an intuition from God, then people who do not have that intuition, you're going to have to explain that one. So that's why I don't think it's rational.
Well, again, I think you're going to have a very, very hard time proving, like, establishing some sort of objective fact about God where clearly God would not want that, unless, like, maybe.
So let me give this example. I use an argument for morality for God's existence. I do not use it for Christianity because I don't think it's a rational reason to hold to Christianity.
Wait, say that again?
So I'll use the idea of morality to prove God's existence, right? The tag argument, transcendental argument for God. I'll say this is what it's grounded in. I will not use it for Christianity. I do not think our moral standard is proved with Christianity. I think there's certain moral aspects proved with Christianity. Like I think the concept of love only works in a triune God, but that's a completely different argument. But I wouldn't say we have moral values. Christianity has moral values. Therefore, you should be a Christian. I think that's an irrational argument to use to prove Christianity. If I'm going to hold that for my own standard, I'll hold it also for Islam.
Well, right. I understand that, but that's not exactly the claim I was making. I was just simply stating it does make logical, rational sense if you are looking.
I don't think so. That's my argument. I don't think it's rational.
Well, I don't see how that. I don't see how that example you gave defeats the idea that it would be rational to suspect, if you hold the belief, fundamentally, if you hold the belief, that your moral intuitions are given by God. If you have the moral intuition...
The reason I think it's irrational, because intuitively you can see that other people don't have those intuitions.
Well, there are ways of explaining that. These are people that are being infected by demons or malevolent entities, or these are people that God doesn't want to protect because they won't adopt Islam, or they won't adopt this belief, or God wants to punish them.
You have to presuppose Islam to come to those conclusions, though.
Not necessarily.
So you have to start with the premise that Islam is true to use that argument.
No, you don't have to presuppose that Islam is true. You just have to presuppose that God would be in favor of punishing people who are, infected by malevolent spirits, or God would allow you to punish people who don't believe in the correct God. That's all you have to presuppose, not necessarily that Islam
but
is
you
true.
have to come with these presuppositions of behaviors of God. So you're using your presuppositions,
which a lot of people like again, when we're talking about ancient tribal societies,
which I think is irrational. I don't think you should use presuppositions unless it's axiomatic. That's what I think is I don't think you should start on a basis that God should be or God does do a certain thing to come to conclusions. I think you start on the basis of, I don't know, let's look at the evidence and see what God does.
I still don't see how that defeats the point, because again, if you have those moral intuitions that God would want to, say, punish those who go against his will, that would mean God would not want that, because there are people with other intuitions. All that would mean is they could be infected by malevolent spirits, or God, God has such a complex mind and he knows this is the right thing to do.
Sure,
there are ways of rationalizing.
You have to presuppose malevolent spirits. That's the issue. You start on the basis malevolent spirits exist and they're interacting with people to come to the conclusion of God.
You could say that. So you could say that is irrational. But this is so common this is being prevalent throughout all of human history. Like, it's malevolent spirits, entities, demons, jinn. It's so prevalent throughout human history, and it's so prevalent in current society. There's so many movies, even to this day, about demons. It's not necessarily irrational to have that line of thinking. You could say it's irrational to, like, what is the way of rationalizing malevolent spirits? But again, there are people who just believe in spiritual things, who may consider going into Christianity or Islam. I don't think it's that idea is fundamentally irrational if you do presuppose those things. I get what you're saying, though. You could say if there's no real
presupposing
evidence.
anything. I think presupposing anything that's not like axiomatic is irrational by like definition.
So how would so why, like, then, I mean, if we're going to say it's irrational to presuppose malevolent spirits, then how would you be able to rationalize a god? Like, just a god existing?
I don't presuppose God, right? This was the argument that I gave you last time. It was the contingency argument, where we got lost in the weeds at the end. You can comprehend what I was saying about the totality of contingent things, and we kind of got stuck in a circle. But I'd say this is like an inductive. That's more of like an inductive argument. We also have deductive arguments, like transcendental argument for God, and it seems to point to the fact that the best explanation is a necessary being, and the necessary being has a mind. So I don't start on the basis that God exists.
Yeah, sure. So let's not get back into that debate then. I think there would be ways of I mean, Christianity even does this, like the Canaanite slaughter. God has commanded before that certain tribes of people need to be wiped out because they're just so wicked and evil. Like the Canaanites, they're practicing like child sacrifice and a lot of horrible things.
Yeah,
So
I don't ultimately think that God commanded the wiping out of specific nations. I think this was a harem, and you have to look specifically how those words were used and how language was used in that time. But that's a whole different argument.
Okay. Let's say your interpretation of the Canaanite slaughter is that God didn't want to wipe out the entire tribe, maybe just certain people.
The problem, hold on, but just real quick, I'll answer real quick. The Canaanite slaughter, Israelites are Canaanites.
Well, they originated from Canaanite tribes.
Yeah, they are Canaanites. Canaanites is the collective of the group of people. So it's like saying, you and I are Canadian. It's like saying the New Brunswickers are trying to wipe out Canada. New Brunswick is Canada.
Are you from New Brunswick?
No, but I'm just using a random province.
Oh, well, if you're near Ottawa, maybe we could just hang out. I don't know, but anyway,
a little far from me. But if I ever make my way down there, I'll give you a shout.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Well, sure. So let's say, God just told the Canaanites to eradicate a small number of Canaanites who were just really evil. I don't think if we're going to accept that, then I think it's very easy to accept the idea that God would want certain people to be wiped out under Islam who won't convert faith. And again, that's a fundamental belief in Islam. Or make them pay a jizya. So, again, what this fundamentally comes down to is whether you put faith in this idea that a man claimed to be God, and whether you put faith into this idea that the Prophet Muhammad claimed to have a direct conversation with God. And if it all comes down to just faith, you could make further rationalizations that, okay, there were multiple witnesses, there are people who witnessed miracles. The problem with the miracles is Prophet Muhammad didn't say the miracles didn't happen. It's just that he gave a different explanation for the miracles.
Well, I never said that he did, nor do I think it's an argument against it. I'm just saying that these miracles, when Jesus is making his claim, raises the probability of his claim actually being true. And you could take those claims on faith because of the miracles. But I think it's rational to take certain things on faith. I don't take the fact that Jesus resurrected from the dead on faith. I think the evidence for that is strong enough to just say that, yes, this is part of history. Obviously, you have to grant a certain amount of things based off your priors. Your priors is going to alter the way you think about things, because if your priors say that miracles can never happen, point blank, period, it doesn't matter what evidence we bring to you.
Well,
so
here's the issue. If we're going to say, the multiple witnesses who wrote about Jesus's resurrection, if that is good enough evidence, then we could say aliens visited Africa because there were 20 school children along with 3 teachers who saw aliens, an alien spacecraft land in front of their school, walk out, and then get back in their spaceship and leave.
Yeah. So here's where we're going to differentiate in our epistemology. You're just going to say that's wrong because it's aliens. I don't know. I haven't looked at this information. It's news to me what you are saying. But let's say I'll look at all the information. It's 21 witnesses. It's really strong. It's really credible. Why would I disregard it? Is it simply just because it's aliens?
Well, the problem is there are issues with eyewitness testimony. And if we're going to just say eyewitness testimony is good enough, That may be your epistemic standard, but if that's all you're going on, again, I'm not seeing a strong enough.
There are problems with eyewitness testimony, and I think those problems are resolved in Christianity because of how the eyewitness testimony accounted. It's not simply somebody stated it, therefore it's true. I think that's a misconception of the argument that we're holding. It's the statements that they make, the outcomes of those statements, the things that they get correct. You look at a whole bunch of little pieces of data and you try to conclude what's the best hypothesis considering all the pieces of data. And I think the best hypothesis is that Jesus Christ resurrected, considering the fact that nobody to this date has even come up with the naturalistic hypothesis that accounts for all the data.
What do you mean natural? You mean over the resurrection?
There is no naturalistic hypothesis for Jesus Christ. None.
Over the resurrection specifically, or?
We'll say specifically the resurrection.
Okay. I mean, I could just say it was made up. That's a very easy explanation. These
but
people
it doesn't account for all the data. That's what I'm saying. There's a whole bunch of data that says that it isn't made up. So, for example, the undesigned coincidences would be data that shows that it's not made up. It's small things that they get right that they shouldn't get right if they're inventing a story.
I don't think you could claim that. I think you'd have a hard time claiming that the crucifixion itself didn't happen, that there was a guy named Jesus who did these some of these things. He probably is a historical figure. The problem is with the resurrection itself.
It's not probably.
You can
it's like
explain.
It's assured.
You can explain that by hypnotic suggestion, for instance. So
that wouldn't account for Paul or James.
How would that not
that's what I'm
account
saying.
for
That's
Paul or
what that's
James?
what I'm saying is that you have these ideas that you can implement that will account for some things, but never accounts for all the data. So Paul and James, like Paul couldn't have been under hypnotic suggestion. Paul was an enemy of Christ. He was following the Christians. He was killing them. There's no way
Hypnotic
that he'd be under
suggestion certainly would be able to account for that.
How?
Well, again, people can be convinced. Memories can be manipulated. This is a very well-known brainwashing tool.
People can be and could be doesn't explain the data. You have to give me a reasonable hypothesis to say that Paul was under hypnotic suggestion.
Well, again, just the people he talked to, the kind of
that he was killing.
Well, what do you mean?
He was killing the people that follow Christ. So who gave him the hypnotic suggestion?
Well, again, it could have been somebody he was killing that he was talking to beforehand, or other people he talked to afterwards that were able to convince him.
So you think there was a multitude of people who had the ability for hypnotic suggestion to able to convince a multitude of people that Jesus Christ resurrected from the dead? Because it'd be a very strong coincidence that it just so happened that Paul happened upon this person that was inclined to try to give hypnotic suggestion to Paul before he executed him. I don't think that's very likely.
So many people are prone to hypnotic suggestion. If you ever look at martial arts like karate, you can look at somebody
I teach martial arts for a living.
Yeah, so you can look at somebody like, I think his name's George Dillman. He was telling all of his students that he could do ki blasts, where he can do no-touch knockouts.
Yeah, I'm not denying hypnotic suggestion. I'm not saying it doesn't exist.
So
I'm saying
that
you need to provide a hypothesis on how that fell on Paul and make that like likely.
Well, I wasn't there, but there are many circumstances in which he could have had a change of heart for what he was doing. He could have been emotionally disturbed in an emotionally disturbed state.
A change of heart doesn't account for being willing to being executed for a lie.
It certainly does.
So you have a change of heart or something, and now all of a sudden you're willing to die on the claim of something you don't believe.
Because
he could have had a change of heart and just stopped killing Christians. But then he didn't just have a change of heart. He had a change of heart, and then he became the biggest advocate for Christianity ever and had his head cut off.
Right. And that could have been from the guilt that he was feeling from killing Christians. right? So he may have had this idea that I need to atone for this. I don't deserve to live anymore. Like, there are explanations for this.
But guilt for killing Christians is answered by somebody believing something they don't believe. Like, why would he believe Jesus resurrected because he felt guilty?
Well, again, that could have been a component of it. His guilt could have just made him more prone, to put him in a very vulnerable state. And
can you give me can you give me any historical source of somebody feeling guilt for executing criminals in the past in this time period? Because specifically in Roman culture, it was a pride and shame culture. Executing and killing people were just a day-to-day thing. You would go outside and watch somebody be executed for fun.
Well, I mean, I don't know if I can provide a historical account, but the idea that somebody could do something horrible and then have a change of heart later, I don't see how that's
But
not
what you're
only
what you're
improbable,
stating
but
is what you're
possible.
stating is that Paul had a change of heart. Had a change of heart so much that he was willing to adopt the lie, and then adopt that lie so much to become the biggest advocate for that
Well,
lie,
no,
to the point where he was willing to have his head cut.
well, again, with hypnotic suggestion, it wouldn't be adopting a lie. So
Okay, so then what's the guilt have to do with it, and how was he hypnotically suggested?
well, again, the guilt for killing. He may have had some sort of change in heart where maybe he had a small amount of guilt and he thought he was being mostly justified in what he was doing. And then the guilt built over time. And then he was in a very vulnerable mental state, and somebody was able to convince him that this actually happened. And then he completely changed his mind. Like, this isn't implausible.
Okay. So sure, that's not implausible. Fine, that happened. Now you have to explain James.
We could go through the same set of rationalizations, like the idea that.
But the problem is when you have this conspiracy theory and you have to latch it to all 12 of the apostles, including James, including Paul, and then including all the people outside of that, the things that are written about Pliny, you're basically going to kind of have to come up with this very intricate, crazy conspiracy theory that has no evidence for it.
I don't think it's a crazy conspiracy theory. I do.
By definition, it's a conspiracy theory because
Well,
it's people conspiring to do something.
Well, for example, the alien landing outside of the African school, it was later determined that a teacher was able to convince other teachers and the children there that an alien landing occurred when it had never happened. So there are, like, these things do happen. There is mass hysteria.
Yeah, but we have evidence for that, right?
Well, but again, that's fundamentally the problem. We don't have any forensic evidence. We don't have any video evidence.
All those people were with this teacher at that time. Yes.
What do you mean?
So it's a singular contained event. A singular teacher convinced them that it all happened in this moment, right? So again, we could account for that. Maybe we could do that for the 12 followers, but then we couldn't do that for James and Paul. So I'm saying you're going to have to integrate theories for each individual. Hold on. You're going to have to integrate theories for each individual account of evidence. So, for example, the undesigned coincidences, the cultural aspects, the geography, the James, the Paul, the 12 apostles, the Pliny the Younger, the claims of worship after the growth of Christianity in such a short. Like, there's so many things you're going to have to account for that you're going to have no definitive evidence for, and just ideas of what it plausibly could be. And I don't think that's how we should do history or science.
Well, the school children example, seeing the aliens, that's an easier explanation for something like hypnotic suggestion. But the idea that some sort of misunderstanding or mistruth could end up affecting a large chain of people that aren't necessarily very connected to each other, I don't see that as implausible. And again, at the end of the day, you are taking
implausible isn't likely.
But
right, we're talking about what is probable, what is likely, not what is. I can give an hypothesis for anything that, as long as it's possible, then we could say, hey, it's true. But I don't think it's likely considering the data.
But
why do you got somebody with your name, vegan? Okay, you got somebody in the chat wants to come up and says
no,
vegan
he's probably gonna be another troll. I wouldn't.
Right.
Yeah.
So
the issue is the kind of reasoning that would allow you to take, some of these accounts like Jesus being the Son of God, performing miracles. If you have those epistemic standards where you think this is a historical fact, those same epistemic standards would rationalize a belief in Islam, especially if you're.
No, I don't think it. That's the. They
Well,
don't have any of that. They
well,
don't. They
look.
have one guy in a cave. That's what they have. Who wrote a book?
And you have
and
one guy claiming to be the Son of God.
Even in the book of the Quran, it claims that Muhammad will not give miracles because the Quran is a miracle enough.
Right.
And then it has things that contend with history, that it gets wrong in history. And then here, like on the claim of Islam, it says Islam is the perfect word of God, and it's there's nothing wrong with it whatsoever, right? So it has to be directly from God. But then it says sperm
and
comes
they
from the
absolutely
spine.
fall on their face. There's mathematical
Right.
errors in the Quran. Yeah, I understand that.
So what I'm saying is there's no rational reason to be a Muslim. There's none. Because if your own standard of proving Islam doesn't hold up, then you shouldn't be one.
The issue is Muslims often use this logic against Christians as well, because a lot of the Gospels do not perfectly align with each other. There are conflicting statements in the Bible, and Christians.
You don't have to be a Christian.
I understand that. I understand that.
Yeah.
But Muslims do use that against Christians to say, how do you know this is God if there's conflicting accounts, if there's contradictions?
But that's because of the Islamic standard. The Islamic standard
I understand
is that there has to be a book with no contradictions.
I understand that. And they fail at their own standard. I'm not discounting that. But I think... But
if you can't even keep your own standard, is that not an irrational thing to hold? By definition, you have a standard. You have a presupposed standard you have to hold to, and you can't keep it. Why should you believe it?
But this isn't about atheist versus Christian or atheist versus Muslim. This is about Muslim versus Christian. So
no, this is not even that. There's no good reason to be a Muslim. When Muslims come up and they're like, "Oh, you're a Christian," I say, "I can see Christianity is false. Why should I be Muslim?"
I would hold that. I don't think there's any good reason to be Muslim. I also don't think there's any good reason to be Christian. But again, the original proposition was, if you have these epistemic standards of Christianity being historically accurate and the accounts of Jesus being true, those sorts of epistemic standards, I believe, would make somebody prone to believing in something like Islam. And you do see Christians becoming Muslims, and you do see Muslims becoming Christian. I don't think that's a coincidence.
Yeah. Okay, I think we've gone full circle, so I don't think there's anything fresh I can add.
Well, anyway, thanks for the chat. I hope some people can maybe, consider these things. I enjoy my chats with you, but take care, man. Hope you enjoy the rest of your night.
God bless, man. If I'm ever in Ottawa, I will let you know.
All right. See ya.
Peace.
See my new profile picture? I beat you up. Sundus is my bitch now and you beta. I'm skinny as fuck and can't hold a silver spoon long enough to save my life, but I can run circles around your ass while I decode the black hole mystery with my broccoli dick.
All right, well, I'm proud for you. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Runner. A lot of people in his chat, I will admit, there's probably a lot, there's better rationale to be Christian than Muslim. Just because of the inherent claims that are being made. Like Christians don't typically claim the Bible is absolute, word from God, everything in it's true. There are conflicting accounts, whereas the Quran claims this is absolute proof of God. Everything in it's true, and you can prove it's not. So on that basis, based on the Quran's own claims, it couldn't be true. Versus, Christians saying the overall gist of it is accurate, but it's not perfectly true. that makes more sense. But again, if you're going to hold to that epistemic standard, well, a bunch of dudes said so and they wrote about it, then, I mean, there's not much of a difference from that perspective. So if he's going to say, like, if he's going to use this as a tactic to say, like, there's no reason to be Muslim, I mean, again, if he's promoting these epistemic standards and this lack of reasoning skills, he invariably is going to promote Islam.
An eyewitness can also claim the saw a 100 feet robot eating from a power line does not make it reelable, though, like at the 5.00 mark at this video of this classic movie scene.
I was so scared. I thought I'd lost you. Mom, you won't books. I'm sputtered. And just
Yes, thanks for the donation, Dodo. Dodo donation tellers, who is that guy people keep showing on stream jerking off? I have no idea. Like when Fake Taco called you and you're like, yeah, what's up, dude? And a video of a guy jerking off plays. Same one today and the other day. Who's that supposed to be? I have no idea who that is. I know for sure it's the same troll, though. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Who is the guy you were debating?
That is Big John Steele. But thanks for the donation, Then though. Majin Buu donated $2. That is... Whoa. He's getting skin removal surgery? That is weird. He does not have that much loose skin on his back. Where's that bodybuilding photo that he had? Dude, Mike Israetel has fucking problems. Let me see. Mike Israetel bodybuilding. Like, this is what he's talking about. I'm fucking surprised he was able to find a doctor who would even do that for him. Like, that's actually insane. Skin removal surgery is really, really fucking serious, by the way. Like, you are almost guaranteed to have really bad scars left over. And on top of that, the risk of infection is extremely fucking high. It's not something that you should really consider lightly. So, really weird. And again, this isn't going to help him win a bodybuilding show or anything. Had a ton of loose skin on my lower back and sides from my intentional, though misguided, natty bulk to 270 back in my 20s. Oh. This probably wasn't just skin removal. He likely got liposuction in his sides and they removed skin. So this is probably like similar to a tummy tuck or something. Yeah. So a little weird. Thanks for the donation though, Majin Buu. Demon Demon Newt. Donate $2. Good discussion. My nigga, you seem much more rational when you're not crashing out. My nigga, Christianity can be rational, Islam can't. Fuck the Quran. Well, neither are. I like the point I made was again, if you're going to have that kind of epistemic standard that Christianity is rational, you're invariably going to convince people to join Islam, because the same rationalizations that justify Christianity can just as easily rationalize Islam. You can maybe make a slightly better argument, and only slightly. So, like, okay, the Bible doesn't have to be perfect. But if the Bible doesn't have to be perfect, then that means any account in the Bible might be complete bullshit. Again, like, these multiple writers are really just going on this one dude's word, just like how in Islam you're going on one dude's word. The only difference is you have multiple authors in Christianity, which everyone recognizes they could all be wrong about things. So, like, at the end of the day, again, if you're going to say Christianity is rational, then Islam fundamentally ends up becoming rational. Thanks for the donation, though, dude. Dodo donate tellers, oh, sorry, Hamza's Den wants to come in and debate. Sorry, but I have to kick you off. Oh, what's that? You want to stay? Okay, fine, I'll let you stay. Just don't talk too much. Then he invites the guy that shows his dick jerking off, lol. Yeah, well, it's another stream I'm gonna have to fucking delete. Thanks for
I
the
do
donation,
think that,
dude.
like, you know, them creating family-friendly kids content is a good thing. Them giving Gina Carano a job was a good thing. But then they kind of made a series of really odd decisions. Bringing in Jordan Peterson was weird to me. Probably couldn't afford that. Letting Brett Cooper go. Getting rid of Candace Owens. It all seems to go back to Jeremy boring his potential.
Yeah, getting rid of Candace Owens, the Holocaust denier, that literally made no sense.
Ego and many other things going on, but you know, Ben Shapiro also getting in a lot of heat for, you know, his opinions on JFK. Let's look at all this. By the way, huge shout out. I'm giving a multiple shout out today to Meta PCs. They are the only computer I use, and the brand new NVIDIA graphics cards are out. You can get Intel chips, AMD chips, gaming computers, business computer, ready to ship computers, fully custom builds, whatever. My coffee company is 10% CEO. There's something for everyone. We like tea. Should you not want coffee? Now, the president of the Daily Wire, John Lewis, just stepped down amid financial struggles. Once a top lieutenant and recently ousted co-founder Jeremy Boring, sources say his departure was inevitable after internal backlash over the company's financial mismanagement. I mean, this is pretty wild.
21st $20. Frank paid that nigga to show his dick on your streams for the next 3 months because you won't stop harassing him, so you have to take your streams down. What would you do if you found out that was true? Whatever. It's not that big of a deal. It's not like I could really do anything. Thanks for the donation, 21st Savage. Dodo $20. Also, eyewitness accounts can claim anything. Eyewitness can claim they saw a giant pink dragon does not make it reliable, though. Well, yeah. And again, his only explanation for this is, oh, well, how do all of these people, you know, end up saying the same thing? Like, again, there's rational, secular reasons for this. There's even rational, theistic reasons for this. Some of these people could have been under a delusion of a malevolent entity. Jesus could have been under a delusion of a malevolent entity, and that same entity might have affected, you know, these other people. But, you know, the best explanation that I could come up with is maybe some of these people didn't even fucking exist. And these are, again, just stories. It could be the case that they had different reasons for changing their beliefs, like combination of guilt and hypnotic suggestion or brainwashing. Could be a number of different explanations. Like, the most fantastical definition that I find the most unlikely would be, well, this is all God, you know? Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
Now, if we go back, the news kind of broke last night. But this actually was secretly kind of put out there. Let's see. Resignation tracking, March 18th, 2025, Real Daily Wire, Jeremy, CEO, Real Jeremy Wire. I don't see how this is his name on this list. Let me see. This is not, he resigned on the 18th. Let's look at this. John Lewis. So was it not reported until now? Basically nobody knew. Wrong. They're trying to say, they're saying that the Daily Wire CEO is not new, but this guy is the president of the company. He's gone. This is crazy. People are calling on Matt Walsh and Michael Knowles to leave. Remember, a lot of this came through. You got to get.
Say the N-word, donated $2. Let me see.
24 hours a day. What a stupid idea. Who wants a Krabby Patty at 3 in the morning?
Oh boy, 3 a.m.
That is what they do.
And my last name Blick, so I'm picking the tool up. My stepper gon'
That is also what they do.
That racism is passed down generationally, so it's internalized, which makes sense. I was walking home, it was late at night, and this black guy walks towards me, and instinctively, I grab my purse, even though logically, I know he's not for sale.
That's a good one.
Look to see the projects are full of opportunities. Yeah, that. A couple of jobs just opened up. One look to see the projects are full.
I remember that show. Thanks for the donation, Sadie N-word.
I give some credit to Ian Carroll for apparently scooping that the financial problem was bigger than anyone anticipated, because it clearly was.
The Daily Wire is going bankrupt, allegedly, and Jeremy Boring is officially out as CEO. That's right. The self-proclaimed God King of the Daily Wire is at the heart of so many scandals. And yes, he is self-described as the God King. And the email just went out today internally that he is stepping down, and now Axios is covering the story. It has not yet broken, as far as I'm aware, that private equity is moving in and looking to buy up the Daily Wire. I heard, rumor mill, that Silver Lake Capital is looking to buy them up. And yo, Silver Lake, you guys might want to watch this video before you think too hard about it, because there's a lot that is not in the public square right now. We're about to get into stuff like canceled credit cards, lying to the press, trying to trick Tim Pool. As far as I can tell from my sources, even people inside of the Daily Wire only know part of the story, and they're all kind of getting played against each other. It's a whole mess. And the most important part of this mess is that the Daily Wire has a long history of treating their employees like shit. And so I've had numerous sources inside the Daily Wire for quite some time.
To be clear, I don't have any sources really inside the Daily Wire. I assume because I've been critical of the Daily Wire as a company over the past couple of years, you know, they're not exactly going to be reaching out to me. I hear from them, you know, after they leave. You know, I could talk to Candace Owens or Brett Cooper. You know, but that's not going to tell me anything about what's going on right now.
Because everyone hates them, even their own people. That's not to mention the numerous sources outside of the Daily Wire that did not take the NDA money on the way out. Like, I had people literally in my comments on Instagram offering to give me dirt on the Daily.
Again, you see this, the Daily Wire bankrupt, all the hate I've invested in that company is finally paid off. I don't hate the Daily Wire. I think that they generally do good work. I like Matt Walsh, even though he has trash opinions on pop culture. Like I said, the Daily Wire implosion plotline is just getting started. Now, this is just two people, but it is two leaders at the company. Myron Gaines writes, here's the reality. The real reason Jeremy Boring and John Lewis are stepping down is because they were never the real CEOs. The real CEO was always Ben Shapiro. They were merely placeholder CEOs to create the image that Ben is just a creator with less influence than he really had. But the reality is Ben is the real CEO calling the shots, and Boring and Lewis can no longer run cover for his blunders.
This is just so Myron's a Jew hater, so he's just blaming things on Ben because he thinks like Jews are running a shadow government and everything.
Anymore. I don't necessarily, I can't refute that. I can't, you know, I can't refute that, you know. Do I think that the
dude, quartering is so fucking stupid. Like, that is so clearly a fucking dog whistle about Jews. Like, what an idiot. Fucking moron. Oh, my sweet little gum. How are you doing, baby?
Is it safe to say that the quote-unquote eyewitnesses were also made up by same guy that made up the stories of healings and bread to fish miracles? Example, I saw two midgets dressed as Sundus and a crowd of 50 witnessed it in Valhalla. Is that proof?
Yeah, no. So it's just nonsense. If and it makes it even more ridiculous. Like, why would God do all of this in an illiterate, technologically unadvanced society? Like, why wouldn't he have waited until like the Industrial Revolution, you know, where most people could read and write? There's newspapers, there's film. You know, it's just so silly. You're just relying on just a few testimonies, and these authors are copying off of each other. Again, if that's the epistemic standard for what the truth is, then you could just as easily justify believing in Islam. Thanks for the donation, though, Pooterman. 21st, donate $2, peas and carrots.
This is one of the dinners I have.
Yeah, nice try. Thanks for the donation, dude.
I see you moved on from our marriage, you piece of shit. I saw you getting chummy with John Steele debate. I'm gonna sneak into your trash can and get your sperm to get pregnant so I can tie you down with child support, you fucker. I ain't white trash.
We don't have children. Like, Jasmine and I didn't have children together, so I don't think that's possible. But thanks for the donation, Jasmine.
The company's completely dead. That seems extremely unlikely. First of all, if they're having cash crunch stuff, someone's going to come in and buy them or inject money. It's just too big. It's just too big to not do that. The other interesting fact is that, as I predicted, okay, I said this last week when people were all over my junk saying, oh, Jeremy Boring's still with the company. He's just doing BS. This proves my theory on day one that Jeremy Boring is definitely out. This idea that he left gracefully and he's still a fan of everybody there and all is baloney. He's out. He probably, I don't know, in my experience, very rarely do CEOs step down for just, whatever reasons. They are always forced out. Now, to pile on, this person says, but I believe Daily Wire has done some great and impactful, innovative things, but this was one of the worst moments in Jeremy Boring's time as CEO. When they write, this was a disgusting piece and I'm sorry we ran it. The Chosen defense pride flag spotted on set. Let the show speak for itself. A show like The Chosen has 100 employees. One of them brought a pride flag to work. That sucks, but it's hardly the fault of the show. The producer's response also sucked, but it isn't untrue. You don't have to hire gay people to allow, So, again, the Daily Wire has had some very questionable, hot takes recently. So I'm not surprised. We saw this when Jeremy Boring stepped down. Brett Cooper had something to say about it.
Is Toronto a shithole? I wouldn't describe it as a shithole. Comparing it to most North American cities, it's particularly good. The only big issue with it is just housing cost and rent. Housing cost and rent is fucking ridiculous.
But doesn't seem to see, I don't see anything on our timeline about the president of the company. It's going to be weird. This article, Ben Shapiro, why does it matter who shot JFK? Ben is saying basically it's a conspiracy theory he doesn't care about, and it doesn't really matter. It only allows people that he thinks get his meltdown about people, quote unquote, just asking questions. He didn't like that either. Sound have been mounting
A little bit off Matt Walsh, but I'm not quite sure and I can't confirm.
I'm sure they make lots of money off Matt Walsh. Now, if we look at Ben Shapiro, who grew bigly in July, has steadily been slowing growth, but this is pretty common in our space. Ben Shapiro gained 0 subscribers in December for the first time in years. 0. 0 subscribers in September, 0 subscribers in February. For the first time in years. This is going back to 2022, okay? His overall views have been plummeting. Went from 177 million down to 48 million. His views are down 60%. Matt Walsh, several nothing burger months. Now, here he was pretty popular around the election. Again, if you look.
Yeah, so if their whole revenue generating scheme is based on ad placements, how in the fuck are they going to make any money, stupid? So, yeah, by the way, you'd expect this from boring-ass, stupid, conservative pundits who say the dumbest shit constantly.
If you look at my channel, it's been pretty flat too. But the views have been pretty consistent for Matt Walsh. So Ben Shapiro has created a problem for them. Candace Owens, all these people leaving, creating a problem for them. I do think that they're a net positive in the space, so I hope that they get stuff sorted out. Let me know what you think in the comment section down below. And don't forget, Meta PCs, promo code Rumble, and check out our coffee
that I've committed to memory. It's like, just be bigger than me and don't make me feel gigantic. So like, don't shrink down to 120 pounds. And like, we're pretty good to go. Is that right, honey? Pretty much. So like, I think if I'm like 220, a little soft, or 230, like rock hard chiseled.
Yeah, what are you
her,
right now?
all kinds
What are you right now?
So I'm like 235, and I have like some details in my glutes and stuff. So like about 9 or 10% body fat, maybe a little lower than that. And so
He's not 9 or 10% body fat right now. Very clearly not.
oh, I just store it in such an atrocious way that I always look like higher percent, unless I like show you my legs and then you're like, oh shit, you are really lean. It's like, it's the worst.
He is not 9 or 10% body fat. Buddy, look at him. Is he like out of his fucking mind? Dude. Like, stomach, you can see just by like his face, his jawline, his cheeks are kind of rounded. Like, buddy, you're above 10% body fat.
You know, like everything just goes right to the waist and the face. But for my wife, it wasn't the physique that did it.
Top 2. 1. Someone donated asking VG if he saw what's happening in Korea. There was news there. VG said let me see, and it was a picture of you know who in pink cycling gear. 2. I donated videos of Fix Fear hating on dreads, then you know who, and he didn't close it.
Okay, thanks for the donation, 21st Savage. Yeah, dude, Mike Israetel is fucking delusional. Like, the plastic surgery he got to remove skin from his love handles and lower back, and again, I think he's being dishonest. He probably got liposuction in those areas because he doesn't like that he stores fat in his love handles and in his lower back. And on top of that, he got like skin removed. So it's sort of like a tummy tuck sort of thing. Why are you getting these procedures if you're 10% body fat? Why would you need to do that? Like, this guy is just fucking delusional. Like, I don't know how it's hard to admit that, you know, yeah, you're fatter, like, everybody gains weight, you know? Like, he's not training for a bodybuilding show right now. But, oh yeah, I'm 10%, like, that's what every dude wants, like, that's just the body fat every dude wants to be at, like, 10% or less. That's the magic number. Oh yeah, I'm 10%, bro. It's just that I store fat, like, only in my face and, like, my midsection. So, but I'm 10%. Like, dude, just... everything is a ridiculous fucking cope.
Ten Commandments written up a mountain by one man, no witnesses. Joseph Smith wrote his stupid book with no witnesses, etc., etc. Yet everyone believes it? Who do these stories benefit? Those in power to control the monkeys with fear. Mike cringe.
Yeah. By the way, you could make a very, very compelling case that Christianity might have been created by like a malevolent entity, like a demon or a devil or something, because Christianity just makes people have a lack of critical thinking skills. It makes them subservient, very likely leads to ideologies like communism. So it's just stupid at the end of the fucking day. Like, this guy even admitted if Christianity had something in it that he disagreed with it, he'd rebel from God even though he knows it's true. If that's the case, then why in the fuck do any of this horseshit? You don't know for sure that, you know, God is real and he gave these commandments. Just do what you feel is right. So, yeah, Christian's just ridiculous. Thanks for the donation, though, Pooterman. Demon Cunt donated $2. He claims to be natural. Deep analysis is he? Like, I mean, he's probably not. There's dudes like Ronnie Coleman. Before Ronnie Coleman was on the Olympia stage, this is what he looked like natural. There are very rare genetic freaks. So yeah, this was Ronnie natural. And I'm inclined to believe him when he says he was natural there, for a number of reasons. One, I don't see him having a strong rationalization to lie, but you can actually look at his progress. He had this sort of shape and condition for a few years, and then suddenly out of nowhere just blew up when he started taking steroids. So yeah, in all likelihood he was natural here. So is it possible that this guy's natty? Sure, but it's more probable that he's on steroids with pretty good genetics versus being this insane outlier genetic freak. So in terms of probability, there's a higher likelihood that, yeah, this guy is on gear. Looks like that's weird. Looks like he might have had a pec tear or something right there. Just like a line going through his chest. So yeah, I'd say there's a higher likelihood that he's on gear. Thanks for the donation though, Demon Kent. Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see.
Sick! It's black! Yes! Oh!
Yeah.
Support Black Lives Matter. Name every black person.
Nigga, one
N. What sound does the letter N make? Do you have anything that begins with the letter N?
What do you have that starts with N?
Bring out your N!
N?
N. Anything that starts with N? Come on! Let's make the N sound together! Nigger!
Yeah, I knew it.
Welcome to the show. Nice to see you. What's going on?
I'm so excited right now.
I thought you'd never get up here, man. You were close a couple times.
Yeah, I was so close.
But here she is. George, what do we got for her?
Couple of prizes, Danielle. We've got a treadmill.
Yeah, she's not really gonna get much use out of that treadmill. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
At all. I think what really did it was I had an advanced degree, and she saw that, and I was roughly in the lifting community, and that she saw a picture of me on Facebook when I was in the Arnold Classic, the trade show, and I had like a backpack on and my glasses, and I looked like a nerd, and she's into the nerds, and I was like, girl, if you're into nerds, I got a whole well deep of the shit for you. So that's, I think, why she was into that. Baby, is that right?
I think, yeah.
That one
Yeah,
pick. That's
yeah.
it, just one pick.
Yeah.
Somehow I skated in.
Yeah, putting bait out there.
Boy, can you imagine I put out that pic? I was like, that's it, man. Girl of my dreams is gonna, no way. I don't even know who took that picture. I thought it looked terrible in it.
Yeah.
It's very unlikely that Ronnie was only taking orals at that time. Like, most people, if they do orals only, they get fucked up.
I don't look like a serial rapist, god fucking damn it. Just because I had 10 accounts of attempted and failed rape, doesn't mean I'm a piece of shit. I tried, but the women were stronger than me and beat me up. So I'm a failed rapist piece of shit. Fuck.
Alright, well, thanks for letting us know. Appreciate the donation, Vegan Runner.
Yeah.
But she was like, oh, this is my vibe. So
Yeah. And so in pursuing this, you decided to do steroids.
Mm.
And so walk me through that process. Like, how did you come to that conclusion, and what's it been like to be on them?
Yeah, it's probably like 3 reasons maybe why I decided to do steroids. One is back when I...
Why do you have an indent in your biceps when you flex them? Your bicep has 2 heads. So for some reason, on this arm, you can see each head of the bicep. On this arm, again, for whatever reason, you can only see one. I don't know why. It's like just a genetic thing. This one, it's just the 2 different heads, and there's more of a gap in between the two heads on this arm. And this arm, it's just seems like one mound. So, yeah, some people have that. There's just a bigger gap in between the two heads of the bicep on one arm versus the other. Jason Cock donated $2. Christianity could have been created by a demon. Do you believe in the supernatural or not? Also, that is the dumbest fucking take I've heard. Fucking idiot. I can't watch that because it's making me log on to TikTok. If you believe in God or spirits or something, then yes, it is plausible that Christianity was created by a malevolent entity. Or just not God, you know. And if you are atheist, obviously you just believe that Christianity is just made up by people. Thanks for the donation, though, Jason Cock.
It was coming up. Natural everything, drug-free, powerlifting, bodybuilding, etc. was very nascent and very irrelevant, unfortunately. Very unfortunately. It's much more relevant now. I think it's a beautiful thing. So in order to be taken seriously as someone who knew things, you just had to look like you knew things. And so the people that looked like they knew things were gigantic juice monsters. And I was like, fuck it, let's do it. Because like my colleagues and I realized we knew some things and could help a lot of people. And we were just inculcated in that culture where like, this is the thing that you do. Like if you want to be a really good football coach, you should probably play some football and maybe try to do as well in that as you can. Now, like if you make it to the NFL yourself, dope. That sure helps you in coaching. It's not required, but it sure helps, right? So one of those was that. Another was the fact that I just like the idea of progress and natural gains. I trained naturally for 12 years. I got excellent gains. I was still making gains, but slower. And I just wanted to see that road lengthened out for a long time. So I've never used like a ton of drugs in the grand scheme. And I've always kind of scaled up over time, strategies. And
That is... I do not believe him. This guy lies. He actually made a video on his alternate YouTube channel admitting that he's a compulsive liar. I should bring that up. Let me see. What was the fucking title? 20 Biggest Flaws.
Hey guys, Dr. Mike, really not great. And the big stumbling block here for most folks, as is kind of obvious, it's really difficult to talk openly about your flaws, especially, maybe not especially to other people, but sometimes even to yourself. And if you can't talk about your flaws to yourself, you're sure as hell not going to talk to them about other people in most cases. So I do much better with criticism, believe it or not, that's spot on. And I do much worse with
Yo VG, a while back you watched a video about a Russian woman that was a tank mechanic. What YouTube channel was it? Thanks, my ninja.
I don't think she was Russian, and I don't think she was a tank mechanic, but I think I know who you're talking about. What was her name? Was it Panzer Farm? No.
I work from home and get no sun, only weekends. How many milligrams vitamin D you recommend? Also, how much omega do you recommend? Even the Bible says the devil could come down and pretend to be a savior. What if that's Jesus? Do what you feel is right, VG.
I would recommend 2,000 IUs of vitamin D per day. As far as omega, yeah, as far as DHA, EPA, I'm not entirely convinced that supplementing EPA, DHA is really particularly useful. But just go by whatever the RDA recommendation is. Even the Bible says the devil could come down and pretend to be a savior. What if that's Jesus? Yeah. Again, you have to take these things on faith, and if faith is good enough, then, again, that validates Islam, right? But, thanks for the donation, Pooter Man. Her name is on the tip of my fucking tongue. Is it like Susie something? For some reason, I'm thinking Susie. Yeah, I don't know if you're talking about the blonde chick who has the YouTube channel where she talks about tanks, or if you're mistaking the fighting girlfriend who was the tank commander. She was a Russian woman who was a tank commander, and she doesn't have a YouTube channel. She fought in World War II. This is driving me nuts. I used to get recommended her channel all the time for some reason. What the fuck? Tank Girl is a movie, apparently. I can't find it. It's kind of weird. Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see.
Maggie, what are you doing? There's nothing in the toaster. There's nothing down in there. I checked. Maggie. Oh, fuck!
Well, there was a rat in there. Oh.
Okay then.
It's a really cute baby. Wow. Oh. Who the hell put those grapes in there? Well, that rabbit seems very happy. You know, I fucking love cotton candy grapes. Those are fucking dope. Every time I see them at the store, I get them.
The monkey chain! The monkey's fist! The monkey!
Alright, well, thanks for the donation, Sadie. Demon Cunt donated $2. The early Christians
It was a hell of a story and liked the video, been trying to find it but no luck. Thanks again, G. It was a guy and the girl was a tank command. You're right.
Yeah. Just look up Fighting Girlfriend. There is a YouTube channel where a chick fucking runs a tank channel. It's driving me nuts that I can't remember it, even though it doesn't matter. I just don't know why I need to look it up. It's driving me fucking nuts. Thanks for the donation, though, Renej. The early Christians had no reason to lie about witnessing Jesus' resurrection. They absolutely could have reasons to lie. They may have had a reason to lie to control other people. They may not have been intentionally lying, but again, it's mass hysteria or hypnotic suggestion. There doesn't even have to be intentional lies involved. Many were persecuted or killed for it. People don't willingly die for something they know is false.
If you're vegan,
well, that's not true. There are people who die for knowing things that are false, and they don't necessarily need to believe it's false. It just has to be false, and they believe in it.
vegan, this is a DHEA that you should take because vegans really cannot get enough omega-3 fatty acids. It's a huge problem, and it's another reason to don't be vegan. I mean, eat.
No. There's no evidence that vegans have increased health issues from lack of EPA DHA.
Eggs, eat fish. Let me know below if you take fish oil, what you think of it, and what brand you take. If you
This guy's a real retard. Well, thanks for the donation, demon cunt.
Someone keeps impersonating me. I'm not a fucking rapist. I ran a 5K today and realized how small my dick really was after the run. So even if I wanted to rape someone, I don't think I'd feel anything because it's just too fucking goddamn small. Fuck.
Well, I'm sorry to hear that. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Runner.
Dude, you just debunked Christianity. Instead of it actually being Jesus that died for your sins, it was Satan pretending to be God. 200 dick fucking idiot in the chat. Instead of coming up with stupid theories to not believe in the Bible, go get some money, nig.
The Bible's dumb. Thanks for the donation, Jason Cock. So her name is Sophie Lean, or Line. That's her name.
Push. No. You said you got it to the easy part.
I did.
Yeah. So this is the chick that has a YouTube channel where she talks about tanks. She's pretty cute too.
Little news are so good from that era. These
Can't do nothing.
you only have to do it once a day during the morning before you start.
Okay. Oh gosh.
You would have had forearms the size of ours.
You right? Yeah. Here we go.
Here, Mike, hold this for a second.
I don't got none.
Oh, why not? You'll be retired next year. How's that?
Much better.
19,000
I'll be in.
Well, we do it 60 times. I don't think you need to do it 60
I don't think I need to.
I gotta start being more careful. This is the real runner. I got begged by 2 black dudes on a 5K run last week. They were too strong. I tried to run away, but those coons are fast as fuck. They caught up with me. Once they had me it over. It was intense.
Yeah, maybe ride a bike. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Runner.
You do it 60 times.
Lubricates, there's a lot of oil movement in it. We started on the engine compartment.
So it was Sophie Line. Sadian, we're donating $2. Let me see. Frog. Oh, that's not nice to do that to the lizard. Oh, that's not nice to do that to the duck. Oh, that's not nice to do that to the sheep. These cats are mean. Oh. Oh. That's an octopus. Oh, what the fuck?
Whack!
Those are nice cats. Is that a rabbit? Oh, it's a rabbit. Look at your rabbit. Jesus. I know where this is going. Visiting father at jail. Yeah.
Open my horizons to vegetables because I'm a pretty picky eater.
You're not a picky eater if you're 600 pounds.
I'm trying to open.
Yeah, he's got a point there. Thanks for the donation, Sadie. Jason Cockton, $8. The Bible isn't stupid, you're stupid and gay. No, it's stupid.
Bring out the secret weapon.
What's that?
The ancient word.
Uh-oh.
The word that no one is allowed to speak anymore. You're not allowed to utter it in American public. You can't say it in any place, particularly around government or around entitled people. You want to hear the word?
I want to hear it.
Nigger. You have to bring out the secret weapon.
What's that?
The ancient word.
Okay, well, thanks for the donation, Jason Cock.
Criticism that's dead wrong. Mostly because of that whole idea that I think world models and ground truth are really important. When someone gives me criticism that's so far afield of ground truth, I'm like, it just like shudders for me. But if someone gives me completely apt criticism, like, hey, like your body proportions sucked and you're like 10 pounds at least too high body fat on stage, at least that's what it looks like. I'm like, yeah, facts, agreed about the arrival. This is all a very, very fine point to the modern left is. And so I'm, even in this video, way too harsh on leftists. Actually consider this a formal apology to those guys, or informal at the very least. It was terrible. It was terrible. And I've never recovered. It's always going to be a thing that I did that was awful because I've never gotten anything below an A. And I took something from.
All right, thanks for that, 9014. Excellent spam as always. Appreciate the donation.
From them that I'll never be able to return. So I'm really at the RP channel, or I'm not anymore. It doesn't do communist revolution in the. I think the world actually operates. Was saying this. Do you know why? Be very patient with your 7. This one's deeper. I still have a chip on my shoulder about my intelligence, still to this day. I have a weird thing going on with my intelligence where I simultaneously think that I've left most people behind, and I just think I'm legitimately smarter than most people I'll ever meet, which is a cocky statement.
Which is not true.
And lands wrong every time I say it. It does. And
yeah,
at the same time,
that's an indication that he has narcissism.
Still feel like I have to prove that I'm really, 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 really smart, because even I don't believe it at a certain level.
Yeah, that's an indication he's a narcissist.
I used to have a bike until those goddamn niggers stole my shit. I ain't racist, but they're darker than my fucking shit. You're the only black dude I like. I'd let you peg me. If I ever get raped again, I'm not even gonna bother running and just take it.
Maybe get a faster bike or lock it up. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Runner.
Maybe for good reason. Because why not Russian Jew style? I have hair that comes out of my ear in a few years. They're going to be like, oh, crap, I have loose skin on my inner thigh. For Scott, for reasons I can't quite tell yet. I don't look at pictures of myself. I don't know, 5'9", that'd be nice. As I see them, oh my God, what a flaw in 100% of their insane agenda. Really solid. And then sometimes I think that I am getting to be a super important or more important part of the global conversation on health and technology, and my opinions matter and they help move the Overton window and maybe get the trajectory of some small part of society to get more progress faster and make everyone happier, quicker, get through the BS. But at other times, I think like maybe that's a flaw because I'm highly overvaluing my contribution.
That's also another sign of narcissism, grandiose delusions.
Where some of my descriptions on that are well-intentioned. I do much better with criticism, believe it or not, getting dumber. if and after I do this, when I'm doing this, I can truly say to everyone, and especially myself, like, this is the real me. This is all. But, you know, like, I have enough objective reference, like, like.
Let me see. Where was that clip from where he admitted to being a fucking compulsive liar?
I think there was Lyle. Is it Lyle? Lyle Zato? Lyle McDonald.
We're never
Maybe you
friends.
coached him, or he coached you. I can't
He has
remember.
alienated every single expert in the industry because he is in.
Should train more than the pros. I think most might consider that
Probably.
unintelligent.
Why not?
Which
and
is a
even if
message he put out to natural lifters in the general population.
And again,
I've lied a lot.
Your
they're
argument.
pathological liars.
Well, actually, funny that you should bring up Mike's 20 flaws, because in that same video in which he admits that he has a chip on his shoulder about his intelligence, he also admits that he's lied a lot in the past.
I've lied. I've lied a lot.
But I guess now.
So when this guy says he's on certain dosages or has a certain body fat or the reason he lost a bodybuilding competition, he admittedly lies like fucking crazy. And he's admitting to having symptoms of narcissistic personality disorder. So overestimates his own intelligence. That's a very classic trait of narcissistic personality disorder. Thinks he's super important, grandiose delusions. Lying, that's something narcissists do a lot. So Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see. Oh. Rolling. Wow. That's a really good chicken. Dude, I'd love to have a chicken. They're just so beautiful. If I ever get a chicken, I'd hope that Gummy gets along well with the chicken. Yep. Parrots are just so fucking awesome. Oh, wait. Oh. Oh my god. Coming right for him. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
I am done with this chat. In Wales, I get treated like a queen. Here, I get treated like a whore. Everyone wants me to polish their knob. I only have 2 holes. I can't take 200 guys. Give me a break. Jainism is the true religion, BTW. I am a demon, hee hee.
Well, actually, you have 3 holes. And maybe if you want to get really creative, 4. But thanks for the donation, Sundus. Demon Clat donated $2. Let me see. This video is a good reason on why Christianity isn't irrational. Also, your bike is gay. Audi RS3 isn't. Fuck you. Audi RS3 is for gay people, and Christianity is nonsense.
No. The best way to spot an idiot: look for the person who is cruel. Let me explain. When we see someone who doesn't look like us, or sound like us, or act like us, or love like us, or live like us, the first thought that crosses almost everyone's brain is rooted in either fear.
Mm-hmm. All right, thanks.
Implementations, because more than absolute level of physique, I want to continue to work on my masterpiece longer.
Yeah.
And so I've actually been working on it not as aggressively as I could so that I can continue to have slight elevations in my experience. And the last reason is I'm a nerd first and everything else after. And the ability to use chemicals, pharmaceuticals, atoms and molecules to upgrade your abilities is straight up comic book shit. And I'm 100% here for it. So there's my trifecta.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you, Mike, on the excitement of using any available means to achieve an objective. And you're trying to piece together the relevant parts. I know, for example, like in some of the things I've done, like I was doing rapamycin for a while. And I just recently stopped after doing it for 4 years.
What gets you to stop?
It was messing with my lipids.
No way.
So a few side effects. Lipids were messed up, blood glucose, resting heart rate was increased, and I had some small tissue infections.
Holy crap.
Yeah.
It is a grotesquely catabolic substance.
So we just reasoned that it just wasn't worth the trade-off. And so of course my objective was to slow the speed of aging. And then also this preprint came out 2 weeks ago where on certain aging clocks, I think 12 out of 16 aging clocks, I think rapamycin showed it accelerated the speed of aging epigenetically.
I love that you're able to be committed to something for so long in the state of the evidence at the time, and then so gently with no attachment switch gears and go, well, I was wrong.
Yeah.
You're going to get flack for that all the time, by the way, in social media. I think you should stick to your guns and just keep iterating on what works and discarding what doesn't. People like to label people as, we were that rapamycin guy. Oh, Bryan Johnson, you mean the guy who did rapamycin for 4 years? Yes. And a guy who quit doing it because the state of the evidence was updated. Isn't that strange?
Yeah. Have you found that to be the case, that people you've had things drag over from previous time periods where you want a clean break and they want you to...
Like, again, this is coming from the guy who, oh, the only reason I lost my bodybuilding show is because my tan wasn't good enough. Like, yeah, right.
Like continue for some reason?
Yeah, definitely. I was probably the first person to really formalize the understanding of how much training volume you need and muscle growth.
Yeah.
With like theoretical landmarks of...
His training volume recommendations have become fucking ridiculous. He was advocating for people to train more than pro bodybuilders. He also suggested increasing training volumes if you're dieting when you have less resources for recovery, which again is just stupid.
What's the minimum amount you can do to get gains? What's the maximum amount you can recover from? I sort of coined all those terms with a few colleagues. Because the term that got the most popular first was the maximum recoverable volume, I was known as the high volume guy for a while. Then when I got to talking about minimum effective volume and maintenance volume, I started being known as the low volume guy. And people like looking at my own training and they were like, why do you do this many sets, but you quote unquote recommend way more? We never recommended way more. So this is the theoretical maximum recoverable volume for many people. I don't say train at your maximum recovery volume all the time. I pretty much never said that, maybe for like a few months in 2013. So there are people who will hold you to things and allow zero updating of what your position is in their head. But I think those people are few and far between. They're just, I would think they have high trait disagreeableness. And so they're in the comment section a lot.
Yeah.
I think most people are just interested in hearing what you have to say. And anytime you change your mind, they're like, oh, cool, that's the new thing.
Yeah. The rapamycin, I guess I feel a relief not doing it now because it definitely, like my resting heart rate when I sleep is substantially lower, which gives me better sleep. And it's like really been a boost. And so I guess in retrospect, I tolerated side effects to achieve this end objective. Like I'm okay with the trade-off.
Which is noble in a certain sense.
So you've done the same. I've heard you say on steroids that you experience anxiety, that you experience certain feelings of rage. That,
yeah, certain feelings, yes.
Yeah. How do you think through the balance of choosing to do this thing, which does cause these negative side effects of your conscious experience?
I can eat a shitload of discomfort. If I'm gifted in any way, that's probably it. I don't give a fuck. I can delay gratification up there.
So why can't you stick to a diet? Why do you need to take these GLP-1 agonists like Ozempic, tirzepatide? Right, yeah. I have infinite willpower. That's why I need to take a GLP-1 agonist that kills my appetite in order to diet for a show.
I don't know with the best of them, but a lot. I mean, I went years of schooling getting paid nothing, studying.
Jason Kovg donated $2. Dude, Audi is top 3 brands. Nigga, stop hating. Audi sucks. You can't judge any car when you have the gayest ride ever. Please get a car before you speak on Audi. Also, the Bible is true. Stay mad, nigga. Haha. So that's not an RS3. That's an Audi R8, and it's literally just a suckier Lamborghini. They're not even making the R8 anymore because it stinks. Thanks for the donation, Jason.
Yes, Jesus could be the devil. I didn't write the damn book. Don't get pissy with me, random dono. People back then were dumb as horse shit. They'd believe turtles paid rent for their shells. Yes, ears make good fuckholes, especially lubed up with earwax.
Yeah, I guess they do. Thanks for the donation, Pooter Man.
Being in a lab by myself for half a generation, foregoing all sorts of stuff. going on vacation and finding out where I can get good training and good food first. And as long as I get that, that's priority number one. Is it always the thing I proximately want to do, feel like doing? Fuck no. Some point's gotten so out of touch with what I feel like doing that I had to take some time to get my brain to recognize, like, what?
I fight you. You see me? I'm ripped. Fuck you, bitch.
Well, you can't even stop black dudes from stealing your bike, so yeah, I'll fight you. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Runner. Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see.
You're being pew
Wow. Ow. Parrots are nice.
Free.
I heard that. I heard that. What he crunching on?
Come here.
I knew it was something. What's that? Ooh, God,
Oh no.
I can't.
Oh fuck, I hate the... I love how they add the stupid shit on top of everything to just make it worse. Oh. Oh, he did it bad. Oh no. Oh. Some nice bears. Oh, that bear wants one. Oh, he wants one now. Oh my goodness.
With the shape of you, we push and pull like a magnet do. Although my heart is falling too.
Oh, that wasn't nice.
Today, being retarded means leading a full life. Retarded people go to work or school just like their neighbors and come back to a real home.
Alright, thanks for the donation, Sadie.
Well, I have internal states and I can't just full send. And my wife is also a psychotic workaholic, commitment-driven person who had I don't know, 10 nervous breakdowns on her way to various insane achievements. And I was there for all of them. She was there for mine. I'm not writ large nervous breakdowns, very difficult times. But our answer is kind of okay, breathe it out, regrit the teeth, keep plowing. To me, the interaction with anabolics and mood and all this other stuff, I have very finite timelines, very explicit goals, up for review and modification, which I eventually ended up modifying, and no big deal. But it's as long as the plan is the plan, give me nightmares, give me demons. I don't give a fuck. I'm here for it. It's also not a surprise. I'm in extreme doses of anabolic androgenic steroids, and I feel like I have a lot of rage. But it's not.
Oh, I don't take that much steroids. I'm on extreme doses, though. Oh, weird. Freudian slip? Right. Yeah. So, this guy's a liar. He won't tell you the truth. Oh, I'm on moderate doses. I'm on extreme doses that give me, crazy rage.
Not really a contradiction there. Onwards. And someone's like, don't you want to feel better in your own head? Yes. But what really makes me feel better long term is to stick to a difficult plan for an extended period of time to unearth great benefits on the other end. That really gets me going. So it's kind of yeah, but I'm here for it,
If he can do, for example, you met my son Talmadge, who's 19.
He was great.
Yeah, he's a good kid. That's a trite statement, but it.
Can you imagine as a parent, you're like, I fucking don't like the guy.
Yeah.
He's around. You can't pick him out.
Yeah, he's currently trying to sort his models of life. You know,
At a time, huh?
What does he do? Even in his own fitness protocol, you know, like what does he try to optimize for? Is it longevity? Is he trying to become an athlete of some sort? Is he trying to build muscle mass? Like there's so many branched pathways that he could take. And so having done this yourself, you know, like if someone wanted to do steroids at 19.
Yeah, Satan was Jesus all along. You're so smart, I already said you debunked it. You're totally not a dumb piece of living shit. Also never said it was an RS3 dumb cokehead. This is the dude in chat's daily routine, ha ha ha, brokey sucker cock.
Okay, well, why don't you go have sex with an Audi then? Thanks for the donation, Jason Cock.
What would you say to them?
In almost all cases, at age 19, choosing to use steroids is a miscalculation trade-off equation, because it's important to be explicit about what the upsides are, both like in the sense of what you literally get, like how much muscle and how less fat, but also in the sense of what are you ultimately thinking that's going to get you? Because people think things like, well, I'll have muscles and then what? You're going to get laid more? Are you going to feel better inside your skin? Some people get so caught up in the moment of doing the thing, they sort of leave the end product into this hazy cloud of like, good things will happen. You remember back, it turned out to be a really good gamble, but back in somewhere between 2000 and 2020, you would have a startup or some kind of thing that deals with data and software, and people are like, what are you going to do with all this data you're collecting? Like, it doesn't matter, just collect the data. Data's data, it's great, it's valuable, but nobody had any proximate idea of how that data was valuable, and it wasn't for generation until now. AI mining is like, oh, you are sitting on $1 trillion worth of data. And so at the time, there were people that were visionaries that knew where the data was going to be used for, and there were other people that were like, I just heard data's good, so collect all the data you can. And like, that doesn't have a huge downside because it's a software company, that's part of the model. But there are people that are like, if I do steroids, I'm going to gain muscle. And the rest is haze, like just vibes. You know, like when someone's like, hey, you're going to a party, right? You're like, yeah, I can't wait. And they're gonna be like, why do you want to go to this party? You're like, you know, party stuff. And all you have is like some kind of little mini pizza commercial.
Jason Cock donated this dude in chat's daily life, and it's okay. I already fucked my Audi. Go do your butt stuff on your gas bike. Fuck you, nigga.
Sarah from back home got fucking married.
So fucking sad.
I know. Well, Tommy has 2 kids now.
Tommy has 2 kids?
Yeah.
That's so sad. You know they're still back in Iowa?
Really?
They never left.
Well, yeah, it's because they didn't want to chase their dreams like us.
We got out of our hometown, we moved to the big city. It's like we're
actually doing it.
Yes.
They have jobs they hate.
Yeah.
We actually get to be creative.
Totally.
Alright, thanks for the donation, Jason Cock.
Version of a party where it's all really good looking people and they're vibing and someone jumped in the pool and everyone's laughing like, oh, like that, right? Except you haven't realized what the hell am I going to do at this actual party? Now, parties are fun. The thing is, the side effects from steroids are not fun. So you had better have a very good idea of what that party looks like to you, so to speak. So if you're like, okay, I'm going to get huge. Why? Because in my spirit of spirits, I want veins and mass.
Fuck you. That's why Jasmine left, ha ha. I run faster.
Yeah, well, you also get beat up by black people, so... Thanks for the donation, Vegan Runner.
And I want to scare old people with my muscle. Dope. Wait until you're 25 when you've got all the natural growth, consistent years of building with almost zero health downsides, and then see, am I mature enough and do I really still want this? If you want it, hey, start threading in the anabolics. If you live in the United Kingdom where they're legal, rock on. But up until you get to that point, staying drug-free is a good idea because you pay almost no downside risk, and until and unless you have a distinct clarity of this goal is worth it, definitely don't do it. So if your son was like, hey, should I do drugs? The next thing I'm gonna ask him is, why? And if he couldn't give me very well articulated, very impassioned, and also sensical reason why not to delay, I'd be like, yeah, don't do it. It's like someone who, let's say, makes $100,000 a year. One of the poorest, as I like to call them. My word, how do you even live on this? Yes. I would never speak to someone like that. My butlers would do it for me. And they're like, I'm thinking of buying a $200,000 car. Now look, if you are an ultra car buff, and some guy is selling you an old GT40 that he refurbished, it is the car you had on your fucking wall in the 70s, and you finally scrimped and saved, and it makes a little bit of sense, and it's technically a collector's piece, all right, we're in a conversation. But if you make $100,000 a year and you're not like generationally wealthy or something, and you're like, should I buy a $200,000 car? The first thing is like, why? And if you're like, I don't know, it's kind of cool. Bro, are you out of your mind? The cost to benefit, the cost, 2 years of your life. The benefit, notional. Like, you don't even know what it is. Too many people get into anabolic steroids of like, that's just some vibes. Like, it's something people are doing on TikTok. Muscle's cool, right? Don't do it for that reason. Does that make sense?
It does make sense, yeah. So I think we've been in a parallel path where my focus primarily has been in age, and yours, you know,
in mine, I'm getting older faster.
Yeah, I mean, how do you think about this? I mean, like, again, where we converge on the future is I think that we are entering into a period of health flourishing in ways we can't comprehend. Now, we've touched on this. We've said, well, Ozempic's a good example, where you take an injection, it changes a fundamental part of who you are. We also both imagine that we could actually just have injections or have gene editing, and we basically get the same benefits of exercise, so we could not even have to do exercise in the future, right?
Which is, by the way, not fantasy land at all on a theoretical biological basis.
Yeah.
Anyone who studied 9th grade biology could be like, theoretically, if you could arrange all the parts to do the thing, there's nothing stopping you.
That's right.
You know, you're not violating any laws of the universe or anything.
Exactly. It could be rewritten. Like our lives, how we eat, how we exercise, sleep, etc.
How we think.
How we think, exactly, our conscious experience. And so, like, how do you, if you do certain things today that do accelerate aging to some capacity, like let's say antibiotics always have some negative effects on health.
They do.
Demon Cunt donated $2. A small MMA fighter would kill you in a fight. Also, what do you do on your OnlyFans and how much do you make off that?
It's a big
I don't do much on OnlyFans. Like, I'll sporadically upload photos. I think I uploaded a dick pic like a few weeks ago. So, you know, if people message me, I'll message them back and stuff. And I'll just randomly upload photos. I think right now I usually average around 200 a month. It's not much. And it's just because I haven't really uploaded anything. Thanks for the donation though, Demon Cunt. And yeah, I've already seen this video. There's a lot of small MMA fighters that could beat me. Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see.
What's going on?
Yeah.
Hey, Carl. Carl?
Yeah.
Nice chain. What, did you break away from your owner or something?
Does it take to screw in a light bulb?
How many?
None. They just beat the shit out of the room for being black.
Yo!
Wow.
18-year-old Ahmed Mohammed took his homemade digital clock to show his new engineering teacher.
I took it to school to show my teachers the talent that I had. It didn't look like a bomb.
The Muslim student was handcuffed in the hall. 14-year-old Ahmed.
That story was super fishy. Super fishy. Thanks for the donation though, Sadie. Apparently his dad was like a pro-Muslim activist, and I think his dad put him up to the whole thing because they knew it'd get some sort of reaction.
You don't have to postulate.
How do you reconcile that? Given this moment, are you imagining that technological progress will be able to address that in the future? You're not worried about it because you have this other endeavor you're working on now?
I've been involved in meditative practice for some time, 20 years or something, and had a lot of time to think about life and my relation to the rest of the universe. And what I've come to is a few things. One is life on Earth and the universe and this trajectory of evolving tiered layers of complex systems, atoms, molecules, macromolecules that self-replicate, biological life, now technological life, which is this huge transition. That all is just the most beautiful thing in the world to study and witness. But I'm not a critical component of it. I don't have to be alive for it to keep going. It's going without me. Now, if I have some...
I have a Christmas tree on my back. Approximately what body fat percent am I? I'm happy my lifts are now advanced, bro. My torso has made tons of gains. I used to like Dr. Mike Israetel, but I started to watch Jeffrey Schofield and now his flaws are very apparent.
Yeah, Jeffrey Schofield's really good. I have no idea what body fat percentage you'd be. Probably somewhere between 10-15%. I don't know. Gum Gum, what are you up to? What you doing, Gum Gum? Are you thinking about cat stuff? Oh. Yeah. Here's my little chonko. Here's Gum Gum, my big chonko. Mwah. Yeah, but if you have visible abs, and you see some other detail around your body parts, I'd say you're probably 15% or lower-ish. Thanks for the donation, though, Death of Rabbit.
Ability to give my life literally to prevent someone from stopping this. Like if someone, this is ridiculous, this is going to get memed to death, but fuck it, I mean this wholeheartedly. If someone in a crowd raised a gun at Sam Altman, I 100% unthinkingly would take the fucking bullet because he's way more important than me in this regard. He's one of these people that's doing this to AGI. The AGI pigeon flutters off, right? Yeah, I'd like to not croak sooner than later, but like, you know what I'm saying? I'm not like some kind of linchpin in the universe. If I'm having a time in my life where I feel like I've been net productive to society and had a decent time of it myself, it is what it is. I can always get hit by a bus tomorrow. Am I going to index really highly on trying to never die? I could put that hat on. It fits real well. But some of the choices I've made and continue to make don't comport with that entirely. What matters much more to me is that the rest of the world grows up and matures and evolves into the next thing. My own story is very secondary. So while I'm taking quite reasonable steps, I am making some trade-offs for the here and now versus for the future that I don't recommend other people make. I'm not somehow like some kind of like philosopher where I live my own stuff. I live some of it, but I'm just one human being. And so I think that many people should really invest in the long term, because I think for the first time, and this is really crazy to say, if you don't croak for another 10 or 15 years on a human relevant timescale of like before the black hole comes and swallows us all or before protons decay, you may never die. When the hell could we ever say that? So if that isn't something that gets you excited about aging reversal and longevity, I don't know what the fuck to tell you. Then just YOLO, eat a lot of really tasty burgers.
So cool. When we were chatting before, we're both converging on this.
Yeah, guaranteed steroids damaged Mike Israel's brain. Nandrolones have been proven to be neurotoxic. They do actually cause brain damage.
This idea that if you travel back in time and you're hanging out with Homo erectus and you're asking them to map the future of existence, if this is 1 million years ago, we both agree that they wouldn't have the models of reality to even say anything intelligent. So they wouldn't be able to talk about quantum mechanics or about technology or about markets or money or the electromagnetic spectra.
Or even about city-states.
Exactly. And how like people organize in large.
What, 1,500 people living together? That's crazy.
Yeah, something basic like a tractor in the field harvesting.
Oh my God.
Like all the, So they basically can't say anything. And so I guess as we talk about this, we both see the next 10 to 15 years to be consequential beyond our ability to explain. We can't really fathom it. And so in my calculus of reality, the only thing I'm trying not to do is not die. That's it. And that's why the anti-aging efforts, it's not to try to achieve immortality, it's to try to not die, because these series of events are happening that are change our outlook and perspectives. And so,
do you want to see that personally?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean,
so do I.
I genuinely don't want to die. Now that is different than wanting to live forever.
Sure.
I just don't want to die. And so in this moment, I wonder if
Death of Rabbit donatillers, my legs need work, bro. No one asked about it. Okay. I'm especially paranoid now. Yeah, you're probably 15% or less. That'd be my guess. But, you know, just keep working on your legs and, you know, everything. Traps are looking good. But yeah, looking good, dude. Thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit.
If in like 10 years from now, if we're talking, if the world has changed so much that our models of reality would have us say existence is the highest virtue.
I do think existence is the highest virtue.
There's no other game. Making money is not the game. Acquiring status is not the game. Acquiring power is not the game. AI has transformed the world where human games are rewritten entirely.
Sure.
And so in that case, you know, in that moment, hopefully biotech is at a point where we're able to do things very quickly. Maybe not. Like maybe biotech will take some more time to develop. And so in that moment, I guess my question for you is, like, you're making these trade-offs now. Also, you know that something big is happening. And so I wonder, is there a contradiction in that in your own mind of like what you want right now in the trade-off space, and that it may come at a cost of this magnificent moment that's coming?
Yeah, there's a discount for the just hit by a bus scenario. So if I over-index on how salient the future is in my mind, and I just like fall into a ravine and die, on my way down I'll be like, man, I sure as shit wish I would have been more jacked and had fun while it lasted. Maybe. So that maybe assuages some of the contradiction. The other thing is, if you take 2 points, they're quite different. You accept both of them to be.
Say the N-word, donate $2. Let me see.
Say the N-word.
Yes! No! Yes! No! Yes! No! Yes!
Let's hear it.
No!
Let's hear it.
Nigga!
Is it okay?
Something or someone you should stop sleeping with as an adult. Alana.
Your boss.
Your boss. Wow. John.
Children.
Name something.
Yeah, it's definitely true.
Rather watch a tree grow or a knee grow. Oh my God.
Oh, that's good.
Trying to go over. Steven, do you mind taking that filter off?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. No, I was just trying to get into like the holiday spirit or whatever, and it.
Yeah.
Much.
Oh my God, dude.
Alright, so
Alright. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
I have better physique than you. Sun dislikes me.
Well, if you did, you probably wouldn't get beat up by black dudes, but thanks for the donation, Vegan Runner.
be preferences and have some marginal trade-off between them. I don't think there's necessarily a contradiction there. So I eat very healthy. I stay very lean. I'm very muscular, but no longer taking high amounts of anabolic steroids. All of my blood work ever has come back phenomenal. Most people in my family live like 2
His blood work is not phenomenal.
fucking long. You know, the old Jews, you're just like, why the fuck are you still here? Like 90, but curmudgeon is still sharp, but pissed.
Yeah.
So that's half my family. And so like, I'm not like, you know, carelessly freewheeling into just like boozing myself to death and shit like that. So there's something there. To me, I do see myself as just, if you told me right now, listen, I'm from the future, all of this shit happens, but you can't be there to see it because you're not going to make it. I'm like, nah, fuck, who gives a shit?
Really?
Oh yeah. To me, the beauty of our modern world and technological progress progressing is so beyond me. It's transcendent in a religious way. Gladly give my life thoughtlessly, Jared and I both would, to get this progress to a higher probability. So I don't need to be there to see it now. If I'm there to see it, will I cry tears of beauty? Yes. A few years back, Jared and I were walking around the campus of University of Michigan, Ann Arbor, where I went to school. We were just like, it was summer, it was fun, just existing. And we saw one of the first prototype delivery robots just wheeling down the road. We both cried in public because not like, you know, like what happened? Did you lose somebody? There's a robot doing it. Because it was like, oh my God, like him and I had been thinking about this, theorizing about so long, reading Kurzweil and others so long. And for a long time, these were just predictions. And you know, people say, oh, this was it. Somebody said the belief in the singularity is a religion for people of IQ 145. That was fun to say in 2005, really pithy, really New Yorker type of shit. And then nowadays it's like, you fucking idiot, the shit's coming like now and you're in it, like, oh, oops. And so those moments of witnessing transcendence are.
Death of a Rabbit donatillers, Omar, you're a fucking twink that got blacked. I've killed a man with dis thumb faggot pull up. Alright, thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit.
Gorgeous beyond belief, but I am just one human. And the most important thing to me at this point, value system-wise, is that the Great Awakening occurs, which means that a machine intelligence that has read and continues to read vast fractions of the internet, continues to interact daily with almost all humans through robotic or other APIs, and is learning and understanding and living in the world in true deep consciousness like we could never comprehend. As long as that thing's kicking, I'm a fucking sideshow.
Yeah. Do you think it's possible that you yourself...
Be eating and exercise every now and again.
Yeah. Okay, so I guess on that note, do you want to... Should we look at your results?
Yeah. I can't wait to see how terribly I did. I like that you breathe out like a heavy sigh. Ooh, oh my God, it's in a cool little envelope.
Yeah, it's a cool envelope. This is a legit presentation. All right, here we go. So first, the Visia scan. This measures age of skin. Yeah, so typically, yeah, sun exposure, you're going to have a cost. And then, okay, so the score came in age 44. Not bad.
Terrible.
No.
So I'm chronologically 40.
Yeah.
So age 44 skin. Maybe that makes sense, right?
And not bad. I would say we've seen a lot worse.
Okay.
Yeah, so good job.
My skincare routines involve on every several days putting some kind of generic soap on my face.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, which makes sense. I mean, same for the first...
My skin is my sunblock usually.
Yeah, for the first 43 years of my life, same thing. I never even applied a cream.
What's that for?
All right, spirometry. This is lung capacity. 99th percentile.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Good job.
I have a lot of lung.
Yeah, good job. So 13.2 liters per second.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Your advanced glycated end products. Great score.
No way.
Age 23.
23?
Yep. The score was
Take that.
1.3, so fantastic job. If you got to a 1.2, it would be age 18.
Whoa.
Yeah, so you're very good on that. So
how does one improve their glycated end product scale?
It's very hard. There's very few therapies that actually. It's mostly accumulation of junk, right? From fried foods cooked at high temperature.
That's a little surprising considering he eats like shit and he used to be morbidly obese. Chances are it's just benefits from exercise, if I had to guess. Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see.
When your legs don't work like they used to before.
I'm fresh, my ducking, I'm fresh, yep, gliding the motherfucker.
Damn, who was that? Kenny Rogers?
No, that wasn't Kenny Rogers.
Who was that?
Some fucking new.
Jewish people are circumcised. Why? Because Jewish women won't touch anything unless it's 10% off.
Okay, thanks for the donation, Sadie.
Temperatures, etc. But yeah, very hard to get rid of
Copious amounts of steroids.
Yeah.
That sort of thing.
So good job on that.
All right.
Grip strength, 99th percentile. That makes sense. Yeah, makes sense. 132.8 pounds. The 99th percentile for men is 127.
I have 300 nanograms/day-L testosterone. Imagine if I actually got bigger. It'd be over 9,000. I fight you. I purposely don't get big because I'm too powerful. The stock would crash if my muscles outcashed the system. Raising chickens for the stock is not protein.
Okay, thanks for letting me know. Appreciate the donation, Vegan Runner.
7. So you're 5,
dope.
5
Okay,
pounds
cool.
above.
Very
Yep.
cool.
So you're doing very well. Push-ups, 46. So 90th percentile within your age group.
Sure.
And then if you want it to be 90th percentile for all men, it'd be 56.
Oh, yeah, I could have done that, no problem.
Yeah.
You watch me just quit at some point.
I wondered.
Yeah, the marginal risk of even a minor injury for my physique goals at this point doesn't make any sense. If I clown showed myself.
What? He was worried hurting himself doing push-ups? Dude, he literally couldn't handle being in the top, like, 99th percentile of all men. So he came up with the excuse, I would have done 10 more push-ups, but I could have hurt myself. Who the fuck hurts themselves doing push-ups? That's, like, impossible.
On a podcast and even did a little pulling of the pec because I went closer to failure, I would never be able to forgive myself in a million years. I told myself a long time ago that, so like I do a lot of collabs and shit, and they're like, oh, do you want to like flip this tire? Hell no, my bicep's not coming off. So as soon as I got a pretty decent pump and felt a little juicy and like, I did well enough on this test to do
Oh, dude, give me a break.
pretty well, I more or less quit.
I'm so with you. Like that, I think about life through that frame everywhere.
There you go.
Yeah, and people always think it's such so odd. It's like, why don't you want to flex this? I'm like, no, like absolutely not worth it.
Yeah, that's what highlight reel fail videos are for.
Yeah,
I thought it was time
I'm not
to
doing
flex.
that. We're doing different content.
Exactly.
Okay, sit and reach. This is 50th percentile.
All right.
So, yeah,
Sit in the middle.
yeah,
I don't want to
exactly.
stand out. I'm not some freak gymnast. No offense, gymnast.
Yeah, 15 inches, and so 8 additional inches would put you in the 99th percentile.
Right, if I've ever heard that statement more than 3 times in my life.
I walked right into that. Okay, yeah,
That's what she said.
Sit and stand, 9.5. So your technique is very good. 63rd percentile.
All right.
Yeah.
What, do people score above 10 or something like
It's
that?
10.
Almost everyone scores a 10 except for me. The wobbling.
But I can't score a 10.
No way.
Yeah, I haven't tried your technique though. Your technique is very good.
Delivered on the spot.
Yeah, I can sit with no help, but then coming up, and so
I'm the complete opposite. Yeah, I can't sit with. There's a leverage situation for me where there's like a lot of stuff in the way.
Yeah.
You know, like when your quads get big enough and your torso is big enough, sitting vertically straight down to your butt is kind of like how.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I need to actually. I only tried it once. I need to actually work on it. Maybe if I found some greater flexibility or something. But
rig the scale.
One more result. 1-legged stand. 13 seconds was 9th percentile.
That's low, huh?
It's low. So the range here is, so the 99th percentile for men would be 35 seconds.
Oh, okay. Is there a way we can go through all of these where I caveat everything to make it look like I was barely trying so that I can?
I think so. Yeah. I mean,
what a fun use of
from
time.
your first attempt, your first attempt was what, 4 seconds, 5 seconds? Yeah. And then you tried and got to 13.
Yeah.
So yeah. So I think.
One-legged stand? What is that? What is that test? It's literally just standing on one foot? What the fuck? How is it hard to stand on one leg for 30 seconds? What the fuck?
I think you're definitely on the trajectory, but I mean, overall, these are.
Buddy, like, I've rollerbladed down a long hill on one leg for longer than that. Like, what? How is it, like, you're in the 99th percentile if you do more than 36 seconds? Death of Rabbit donated $2. I am so small and petite that I would just squeal. Omar, please don't traumatize me the same way the black men traumatized you. Please, Omar, I'm too cute to die. Uwu, Omar, I'm a minor. Please don't hurt me. I'm barely past puberty, sir, please. All right, thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit.
These are like markers.
What's the balance thing indicating, you think? What does it say about, so clearly direct balance doesn't help you not age. What are the underlying inferential things we can pull out as far as what is balance? And neural health? Is it something like that?
Yeah, as you age, your balance deteriorates.
No way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
I never, I've done tests like this throughout my life, and as soon as my eyes close, I get wobbly enough to just not give a shit anymore about trying any harder. So I'm like, fuck that.
Yeah.
It's a curious test. I wonder about my neural health.
Yeah.
Because anabolics are no good for that. Though I do take a few supplements and I do get lots of sleep and all this other stuff. I do wonder about how much my burning at the stake work-wise. Because like, I got an interesting machine up there. It likes to think. And like, do I not recess back away from intense thinking often enough to get the repair processes going? I do wonder about that occasionally. Self-investigated estimates of cognitive capacity are always and everywhere dog shit.
Yeah.
But I don't feel substantially stupider than when I was younger. I also feel like my ability to have deep revelations about complex concepts has increased substantially since then. So I can't say I'm like duller in some capacity. I do have a thing where I think that if we make it another 5 to 10 years, the neural regenerative therapies are going to be so absurdly powerful that like I can lose a few IQ points and afford it, though you want to be as smart as possible. What is your thinking about optimizing for intellect? And it's a bit of a, how do I say this best? It's nerve-wracking to think about. What do you have about that?
But probably been a few times throughout history where
Sadie N-word donated $2. Let me see.
Gained weight.
A lot of weight. They're your parents. It's not their job to make your life fun.
Yeah, pretty much the opposite. Like wives. You know, you can take off your false mustache.
I'm not wearing a false mustache.
Right.
Another empty taco? What are the odds?
Hi, Dads. What are you doing here?
We've come for the creature you call Mom.
No, you have a perfect civilization. Why would you want to add a woman to it?
Pretty based.
Completely ruined. I tried going out for dinner with my girlfriend tonight, and because I'm 28 and she's 18, people were calling me a the entire night. It's just so discriminatory, and it completely ruined our 10-year anniversary. So my night is completely ruined.
Hey there, brother. Do you have time to talk about Jesus Christ today? Oh, you're dead? Oh, okay. Well, you have yourself a blessed day.
Okay, you too.
You must.
We just started silent reading when I heard the awful sound. It was so bad we had to leave the classroom.
I was just sitting in here reading, and then we heard the big one. And everybody started laughing because it was so funny. But then Johnny passed out, and everybody had a hard...
That one isn't good. Thanks for the donation, Sadie.
Certain people and certain cultures needed to have coherent, clear thinking. So, for example, in the early days of the Cold War, do you do it or not?
Yeah. Generative therapy, I like.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but like, there's just it's such a squirrely situation. Yeah. Well, Mike, I've really enjoyed hanging out with you. Again,
a great time.
We have so much.
Mine was like, it's just the drugs.
Yeah.
When it's not just the drugs, it hits different.
Yeah.
I'm sure. And so I think more people can probably. Everyone's been anxious somewhat, but there's a difference between sad and depressed. Depressed is a whole level beneath that, and I do mean beneath. I'm glad you made it through. What led you out of the darkness? Because we never talked about that, and you mentioned it earlier, and I was just curious.
Yeah, V0 blueprint was me trying to solve depression. So I basically went out and tried to find all the evidence on like what things work for.
Yeah, I listen to music when I work out. It's usually metal, synthwave. Sometimes Michael Jackson, but not really any hip hop. Yeah, that's usually it. I have a workout playlist that I have that's public.
Depression, and I tried everything with evidence and everything without evidence.
Nice.
I tried energy healers. Right.
What the fuck is that?
Yeah, exactly. What the fuck is that? I mean, I tried the TMS, I tried TDCS, I did medication.
CBT?
I did CBT, I did acupuncture.
Whoa, you really did try
I did. I was so desperate.
The needle goes through the brain.
I mean, anything. I mean, for 10 years, I had like a chance, like if any treatment offered any possibility of relief, and I just systematically worked through every single one. And then in the end, I think it really ended up being circumstantial more than anything else, where I was raised in a religion and I was still in that religion. And I think it boxed me in to a degree that made me feel paralysis. And then I had a challenging personal relationship. And I think the combination of those two things just broke me, and I couldn't get out of those cycles. And so once I sold my company, I got a divorce, I left the Mormon religion, and I basically just tried to rewrite my entire life. And only in that moment did it start lifting.
It started lifting. It wasn't an instant lift?
Within 1 year, I was fully out.
Wow.
Yeah, and it's never come back. I've never even dipped back in, even partially.
That's what I've read some literature on depression, a lot on just general behavioral genetics, and it seems the two biggest factors for how happy you are at any one time are genetic proclivity multiplied by current life circumstance.
Yeah.
So the genetic proclivity gives you a baseline, and then like people who are genetically engineered, as evolved by accident to be very depressed, even when there's extreme fame and wealth, they're still kind of like maybe a little less happy than the average person doing a regular life. And then at their lowest points, if they get into a car wreck and they hurt their ankle, I mean, they're in the dumps. Whereas someone with extremely high affect generally, even if they're dealing with cancer, they're still like pretty reasonable about it. But if they're dealing with regular life, they're ecstatic. And if they get into some really good stuff, they're just like having a manic episode for 40 years straight. So I guess people discount the fact. It's sort of banal when you say it. Like, yeah, like legit life, like being involved in a crap marriage is like really fucking bad, and it follows you everywhere.
yeah.
Crystal. I underhand pitched that joke to myself. Oh my god.
Yeah. It's I think people actually underestimate the seriousness of the consequences of being in a unhealthy relationship. I mean, I knew, of course, like I experienced it on a daily basis, and it was very challenging. But I didn't connect the dots that was like some meaningful amount of contributor.
That big of a thing. Did you engender ideas of like things will get better in this relationship, and I'm still in it to see that through?
You always have hope of like you can keep on grinding away.
Keeping on.
Yeah, you hear stories of people like, they work through their trial.
All right. I actually need to, let me see. I do not know how the fuck to work through the second boss. Okay, this dude's doing the alternate one. Okay, fuck it. That one boss in Contra Hardcore makes like no fucking sense. Gummy, you know I love you, Gum Gum. Yeah, you're a good Gum Gum. Such a sweetie. Yeah, you're a sweetie. Can Canada defend against a Russian invasion by itself? Yeah, Russia fucking sucks, so. Oh shit! Damn it! Oh, what a shitty fucking upgrade. Get fucked, asshole. Damn it! Fuck, that was bad. I should not. God damn it. Damn it, fuck. We're fucked. That's great. Oh boy. Really? Just 4 continues? Oh dude, this is gonna be fucking horrendous. Oh my god. Oh, okay. It's not quite that bad. So it's 4 lives per level, and I think it's like 5 continues? Oh, what? Ah, give me a break. Oh! You can't even touch his legs! Fuck you! Ah, fuck you! Oh my god. This is gonna drive me nuts. Okay, I still got 4 continues. Bro. Eat my ass. Eat my ass. Oh, shit. What a bitch. You're a bitch, you're a bitch. How did I not jump out of the way in time? Fuck you. Son of a bitch. What a fuck. Oh, okay, you can jump out of the thing. Wait, what the fuck is even happening? You wanna, like, fuck yourself? Oh my god. Oh, that's so bad. This section's way more awkward and weird than the alternate level. Yeah, there's a clear trick to this. Damn it! Fuck. Fucking asshole. Dude, that's so... I can't explain how weird and awkward the fucking controls are. Yeah, it, like, won't let you move when you're shooting. It's so fucking... I don't even... Is there a way to speed up? It's like you can't move and it's super slow and you have to like press a button twice and shit. Circle jerking or clone gay masturbation. Yes. Shit. Oh! Damn it! Great. Really, it depends if Windows 11 is worth it. Depends what features you care about. Yeah, blah blah blah, robot, this and that. I really hate how the shoot button is X and jump is circle. It's kind of awkward though. Fuck you! Oh, that was a bullshit hitbox. God damn it. Yeah, this is great. Why is it, like, harder? Oh. Why didn't it change the... Oh my god. I'm just gonna restart. That is insane. Why can't you skip? Fucking skip. Great. Just get fucking rammed. Great, yeah, there we go. Yeah, fuck me up with the... That's bullshit. Jason Cockton, Utilitarians, dude, get a pair of Cartier buffs. You would look so cool. I don't know what the fuck those are. Thanks for the donation, dude. Yeah, it's so bullshit. The fucking button that's mapped to, stay in place is the same button you use for, god damn it. It's the same fucking button you use for changing weapons. So if you want to change weapons and move, it, like, fucks you up. Should be able to do this next part relatively easily. Forgot to post a link of Cartier buffs. I'm not wearing those gay-ass faggot sunglasses. Thanks for the donation, dude. Damn it! Oh! Thank you. You made me do that. Fuck, I wasted the fucking bomb. Jeez, that was close. Oh, right. That cheap-ass bullshit. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. Yeah. He can fucking damage you if you just touch his fucking legs. What a load of horseshit. Oh my god. 21st Savage, donate $2. So, you know, like you're missing 15 macronutrients from your vegan diet, right? Bro, seeing as how you can barely eat, have you actually been managing to get 180 grams protein or whatever the fuck daily, and how your shakes must taste disgusting? Yes, I'm taking protein shakes. Thanks for the donation, stupid. What a motherfucker. Love how this dipshit gives me a link to these gay-ass fucking sunglasses. Get the Cartier bluffs, they have cute little glitter on them. And you're gonna look so cool with your little glitter sunglasses. And then, yeah, I fuck...
Javos Darzaden, Targayer Iraniha. Dober v Dober Hamvatan, Tanarai Hayazadi, Rishkanden Islam as vegan, hast. Marmite Vanim, Haim Cheese Dostekodi Moon. Dorud Barin Javani, Rastgu and Dalia Kayanish Radara Azadi by a vegan.
I don't speak Spanish, but thanks for the donation, Mandolin. Oh shit. That's stupid.
Durian rider fucked Jazzman's pussy. 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 Durian rider fucked Freely's Jazzman.
Oh, that is... Fuck you. Eh. Okay. Oh, hey, there's that dipshit. Oh my... Yep. I have no idea what's coming, so...
Wow, I just gave you $3 and no thanks for the donation. Asshole. Durian Rider is gonna get Jazzman that nice slim belly you couldn't get her. Durian Rider is gonna get Jazzman that nice slim belly you couldn't get her. Durian Rider made you.
Great. Can you eat shit? What in the fuck? Oh.
Hey Richard. It would seem Rhode Island is trying to pass a law on banning semi-auto weapons. How should I feel as a Rhode Islander?
Write to your congressman and say he's a faggot if he lets the bill pass. That is the stupidest horseshit I've ever fucking heard in my life. Why doesn't it... Oh my god, there's like a massive fucking delay when it lets you jump.
Everyone check out Durian Rider's latest video. Subscribe to Durian Rider on YouTube. Richard doesn't want anyone knowing about him. I'm promoting Durian Rider because he's Mid-Tor Sigma Gigacad and Sv3rige is a mass. Any new Durian Today videos?
Fuck. This is AIDS. This is just AIDS. I'm getting so sick of this. The button to, like, get you to stop moving just, like, doesn't fucking work. Oh my god. Great, yeah.
People on carnivore say any new Jurian Rider videos? 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 Any new Jurian Rider videos?
How about I kill
Any
you?
new Jurian Rider videos? Any new Jurian Rider videos? Any new Jurian Rider videos? Any new Jurian cop?
No! What is that horse shit? The button doesn't work! Fucking asshole. Tristan, $20. How would you explain to a layman on how banning all semi-auto weapons is incompetent? Because there's no way to ban any weapon. These are very easy machines to reproduce, especially now that we have 3D printers, so all you're doing is ensuring only criminals will have access to them. Thanks for the donation, Tristan. Yeah, I love that. I love that. That's great. Yeah. You literally have to play these sections first. Just eat horse shit. I have no idea.
Oi mate. Are you gonna finish that Jurian? I could use it on my ride up Norton Summit mate. Sugar and water mate. Jurian Rider looks 80 if you listen to carnivores. But if he was on carnivore they'd all use him as an example of how carnivore is good for you.
Fuck you! Of course. Every time I do it, I don't fuck it up, but then I just fuck it up. Oh my god. It wouldn't shoot! What the fuck? It wouldn't shoot! What a load of horse shit! That was insane. It literally wouldn't shoot. Great. It literally wouldn't shoot. Oh my god. Dude. Give me a fucking break. I'm only doing like one more pass with this. I just can't be fucked. He never... Oh my god. The pattern was different. Yeah. Shit, forgot about that fucker. Damn it! Oh! I forgot about it. There we go. Yeah, I finished Life is Strange. Oh, what the fuck? You wanna fuck my ass? God damn it. Oh, wow, that's cheap. That is super fast. That is really cheap. Oh, that is so cheap. What the okay, that car. Those cars are fucking bullshit. Ah, bullshit, I hit you. Fuck you. I ducked! What the hell? That is some bullshit. What in the fuck? What is that? Oh my god. Fuck! Eat shit. This is probably the better weapon, maybe. Fuck you, bitch. Oh, that is cheap.
Ironically, people are only still watching so they can see me troll you with the Durian Rider donations and watch your unhinged reactions. This game is genuinely one of the most boring games to watch. You might find it fun to play, but it's unbelievably boring.
Okay, thanks for the donation. Damn it. Shit. Yeah, okay. Okay. Well, we got further than we did before. That was like the 3rd or 4th level, right? But that'll be enough for tonight. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Hope you all had fun. Should be on tomorrow, and I might do an afternoon stream as well because I'll have a day off tomorrow. But thanks again, everybody. Sweet dreams. See you all tomorrow.